What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to tradertv.live. Futures flat as we await consumer sentiment. Today, we also have a number of movers. ARM, what a move yesterday, and it kept continuing into the aftermarket, reaching $68, getting up to about $70.50 this morning. Adobe also reporting overnight, and the aftermarket moving down in the morning, even after good guidance and a beat. Taiwan Semiconductor also coming out asking their suppliers to essentially not send them any more materials because the demand is down. We'll keep an eye on that and much more. It is Friday, September 15th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the NASDAQ here, marginally down 0.15%. The ES, though, in positive territory, at least for the moment, up 0.03. Should probably mention that oil overnight took that $90 barrel on the West Texas Intermediate. Guys, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. And what a good morning it is. So, look, there's a lot to get to. Obviously, everyone's going to be interested in ARM. It's already flying around today. In the pre-market, it was ridiculously illiquid. It is ridiculously illiquid. It's getting better now, but it was at 68. It was at 63. It's back at 64 right now. You saw the crazy action that was yesterday. The IPO open of ARM, coincidentally, was a local high for NVIDIA. We'll talk a little bit about that today. Adobe might not be a trade, but coming off, obviously it was actually a good quarter to the downside, about 3%. Kind of feels a little bit like Oracle, but obviously faring a heck of a lot better than Oracle, but feels a little bit like it, that it was priced to perfection. You got a lot of moves happening in some smaller names out there. Nickel's holding up its move. You've also got Carvana on a monster double top. Is it a squeeze because of the strike? Who knows, but it doesn't matter. You just play the price action when you can get it. And Disney, of course, they got a bid. So there's actually an offer for ABC. It's not just some speculation. They're up on that news as well. So there's going to be a lot for us to get to. Already going to be an exciting end to this week. You got some index rebalancing. It is triple witching today. So you have to keep your ear to the ground for that at the end of the day. Could be some imbalances. We'll see what happens. Cross that bridge when we get to it. First things first, let's navigate this open.
Yeah, we'll be navigating the open for sure. Hey, what's up, Natalia? What's up to everybody in the chat? Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll again. We'll see if we can hit some Tesla today. I really like this name here. Heading in, we're up today on Tesla. We're down on the market. So let's see if we can do the same kind of damage that we did yesterday, hitting the long really early on Tesla down there at 270. We'll see if we can get a print like that again here today. I wrote down on the sticky note, let's look at 276 as a possible buy zone area for Tesla, but we'll wait for it to come through. It's going to be a good one, man. ARM was dripping yesterday into our pockets. We'll see if we can do it again today. You do have to pay for shorts on that name, so we'll see what can happen there with ARM coming into today. Down to 62 bucks is where I want to try to buy this guy. Down into there, we have the 200 period right into here, $62, $63. Let's see if we can get that one going. But yeah, it's Friday. It's always great on a Friday, man, and not much to hate around here. It's beautiful outside.
Is it though?
I think so. Fall is one of my favorite seasons. I mean, summer is a favorite season of everybody, I feel.
I like it when it's warm.
But I really like fall. I was talking with Randy as well, his favorite season, fall. You could wear whatever you want. It's great. You could wear shorts. You could wear a sweater with shorts.
I'm not wearing shorts in the fall. But
right now, yesterday it was 20 degrees.
I call it the Caribbean blood. If it's not above room temperature, it's getting cold in my books. But yeah, I like fall for other reasons. I like fall for fall fair season. We do that every single weekend, which is a lot of fun. And of course, it's also like playoffs for baseball, which doesn't really
interest. Go back to
not going to matter this year. Kids go back to school and you get football season. So that's always a good time of year.
Well, playoffs haven't mattered 40 years in this town, unfortunately. What was it, 92, 93?
We had some good runs in the 2017 team.
Oh my God,
they were pretty solid. So I'll take that. Like if your team makes the playoffs, then to me, I'm always happy with that outcome. Only one team's going to win a championship. You just want the excitement of your team being in the hunt.
It's when you don't get in
that I think it's like annoying, but it is what it is.
The problem with the Jays is the same problem as the Bills, man, and the Leafs. It's like there's such high expectations all of the time.
Well, I
Like
think
the Jays were literally the favorite to win the World Series in the AL this year.
I think the difference is the Jays were the favorite before they'd actually done anything like that. Like the Bills have been a favorite because the Bills for a couple of years played at an elite level, right? So I think that expectation is a bit different. Like the Jays actually haven't done anything yet to have been the favorite.
It's because they've been so disappointing, though.
Because they're a really talented team. It is frustrating being a Toronto fan, but at the end of the day, I'm not one of those fair weather fans. Like I'm diehard for my team, so I always kind of keep it real for that. I'll be at the game tomorrow cheering them on because I ain't giving up. There's 15 games left and they can make a run. The Jays, they've been in situations like this before and put a run on. Let's see if the team can do. When your back's against the wall, that's when you can see what your true character is. It's like that in trading. It's like that in sports. So hopefully my team will do something this weekend, or you'll see me be in a bad mood on Monday. There was no upset last night. I was unhappy about that because we didn't pick that game. I would have been nice if Minnesota could have pulled it out.
That's a stupid game to pick.
No, but if other people pick.
Yes. You always want the upset to happen.
We wanted the upset to
happen.
happen.
You're not on it. NASDAQ right now down 0.25.
All right, guys, some more headlines to get to here that will not make it onto the watch list. Weed, yes, cannabis up. ACB here up nicely, 10 1/3. Breaking through yesterday's close here at 84 pennies, looking to take that $1 again. The headline is cannabis banking may win approval in the Senate. Rahim Alani talked about this one yesterday. Essentially what we're talking about here is allowing these cannabis companies to do business with banks without the banks having to face repercussions and fines. So we'll keep an eye on that. Nikola also on watch here, up almost 14% after a good day yesterday. Look at this headline. Nikola expands into Canada with its ITD partnership. Loving that. So a couple of nice movers this morning, guys. Nikola and ACB.
Yeah, we had Nikola yesterday. I thought it was one of the easier trades of the day besides going long on ARM. Oh, wow, up to 130. I didn't even see this. I didn't even see this today. Yeah, yesterday we broke through $1, and there's the play. We had it up to 118, 120. Yeah, if you guys, I think the Unity server might be down. So I don't know, it's not up. We didn't hear anything Sharif said there. But you know, we saw the story, man. It's Nikola moving into Canada now. I tweeted that out earlier today as well. Nice move up again, bouncing off that dollar level. I still think you want to go long if you come back into this $1.20. That's where the 200 period is. This is where we're talking about right into here at $1.20. Nice move yesterday. We had 18% on our last piece. Obviously, we got some out right at the end of the day at 117, 118. That was pretty sweet. It's a dollar break on Nikola. I think you want to play it. You want to continue to play this name. Nice move. Let's see where it goes today. You know, you always want to zoom out and have a quick look. I don't know if there's going to be enough energy to get this name like spiked like crazy, but it should just start to drip up. And then if I think it does that, the 200 period's at 170, the 50 period's at 180. So to me, that's looking like it's a decent spot as we just keep zooming out there. Right into here, I feel like this is decent. And if you get anything out, like, you know, look at these tops here, 150 as well. Just trade it like, I don't know if I traded it the best yesterday, but we went long at 1, and then I posted even the levels yesterday. You could find them on Twitter. We were long at 1. Then I said 106 would be a spot, 112, and then 120. And that's how I think you want to play this. If you're going to go long, wait for a little bit of a dip. You can see that off open down into the 120s. Then take it out like 5 cents, 10 cents, and try to hold something for the bigger move. But Nikola with 13.5 million shares, hard to argue with it right now. So I like it. We'll see what happens here with Nikola today. I think we'll be bidding around that 120. I don't want to pay up for this name.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay up for it. 21% short float is the reason. I mean, sure, there's a catalyst. That's fine, but you know, we know it's good because it broke back above 1. It was only there for a couple of days to the downside, and then it broke back above a psychological level. It's got the short float. Some shorts are going to be covering this situation. You like to think that it can get up to maybe and even re-challenge like some of these moving averages. So first it has to clear 140. That's a bit of a level. That's why I wouldn't pay up for it here because it really needs to get that 140 and then there's room to the upside. So the quarters makes a lot of sense. Like the 20s and the quarters look pretty good. If you look at the daily, you just look to see where other people might be looking for dip buys and where if it got under that price, you know, people would be a little bit fearful. So it has to be on play. The volume's better in Nikola than it is in CGC so far. Today, and we'll probably talk about the weed names, but It's about 2 or 3 times as much volume over in Nikola than you have in CGC, which is up again, by the way, and done almost 5 million shares, and it's back up at 150. So this was the other one which has been bouncing off that dollar level, a little bit different breaking out. This one sort of bouncing off it after already breaking out. It's getting into some pretty decent levels that it rejected before. So just watch out for this one. If it does make a break, CGC had one heck of a reversal at it was like 190 up there. We'll see what happens if it gets to that price. I might pay for some locates on this, but ACB at the dollar level has generally been, like, that's the one I shifted to, and I think this could take a dollar today. So watch out for like CGC breaking 150, ACB trying to get through that dollar, which it already failed. So maybe this one can get through the dollar today, kind of take out the 105 and do what ACB has already done.
Meta had a fantastic day yesterday. 305 is where we opened up at. We got up to 313, closed out around 311 and 3/4 overnight. WhatsApp head coming out and denying the Financial Times report that the messaging platform was exploring ways to take advantage of advertising on its platform as a way to boost revenue, selling off now about 1/3% down. And you look here on Meta, guys.
Meta, you know what? I haven't even looked at Meta today.
309. I mean,
I didn't realize there was.
I'm saying 309 because yesterday, like, I just remember that it bounced off 309 yesterday. And I also know that it's breaking out slightly on the daily. Like, look at how, like, this is not necessarily, there's nothing really crazy happening in Meta on the daily chart, right? It's just steady to the upside, little bit of a pullback, double bottom 275, steady back into the upside, holding that 50 period as it glides higher. It's showing signs of getting a little acceleration through this break, which that's 309, it's kind of previous high, and then breaks out yesterday, and then on the dip, it holds the previous high. I think that's always like the first look. When you break out of a channel and there really aren't any local levels there, well, just see what happens when it dips back into the previous high. If it bounces from there, that's a good place to go into the long. It's just an easy way to follow that trend. Now, can it hold it today? It's been all red because the market turned red. I mean, the NASDAQ and the ES kind of turning red here and falling early on. So it does feel like we're going to get some dip buys at the open. If 309 can hold, I think this one's still bullish off that break. If it broke 309, I wouldn't necessarily want to fight it because you could have like a pretty big gap fill where you want to be patient looking for that curl on Meta.
Yeah, I didn't really look at Meta, but I can do it with you guys right now quickly. I didn't even really hear what that story was, but let's just look. We like to trade names that have catalysts, of course. So yesterday, if you're just looking at yesterday, 309 held. That's pretty good. I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous. I think the market could come back in a little bit today. So I don't think I'll touch this one until like 306, 305, 306 right there. I'm not going to touch that 309. I would actually prefer a little bit of a short there at 313, which is a little bit close to where we are right now. Don't know what happened with some data right there. Top side action, what are we looking like on a daily chart? Yeah, so you're all the way back up. I mean, in maybe not even 313, you might even be able to get into like 317, 318 up here as a high. But what's Meta at right now? 310. Yeah, so for me, it's not really near any levels that's interesting to me. So I will pass on Meta today. But if it gets up to that 313 and then it's the market's looking a little bit shady, then I think we'll look to a short here on Meta. But it's not on my radar.
All right, guys, time to bring in our favorite chartered market technician, Mr. Michael Nauss from Trade Ideas. Mr. Nauss, good morning. How are you, sir?
Morning. How's it going?
First, before we get into everything, I just want to ask you, how is everything over there? We know that the storm is headed towards Atlantic Canada. Everything good on that end?
So far, so good. When I'm done here, I got to go outside and put some stuff away and hide things, but every time I look at it, it continues to get downgraded. So by the time it gets to us, it may not be any big deal. But thank you for the concern, for sure.
Excellent. All right, so we're going to talk some Vitesse, and we're going to talk some Caterpillar. Let's go through it. Yeah,
so I just want to summarize what I didn't do from Monday's call, which is very often the way that trading goes. You spend all the time and and the research and trying to figure out what's going on, but then you don't get your level. So the first chart I have here is actually this VTS. Again, if you guys are missing the Monday show, what are you doing? You should definitely tune in on Mondays. But I generally go over an idea that I have, and then on Friday we talk about how that one's what happened to that one before I come into a next idea. So VTS, I was looking for it over 25. You see that wick that kind of happened at 25, but this is really what I want to talk about in this one is the next chart, just to show that this is why I wait. And a lot of people think it's unusual that I actually say I wait till the end of the day or at least the afternoon to place my swing trades. But this is the main reason why. And that's because in that first 30 minutes, you see it spiked above 25 and then never got there again. So what I like to do is always take some time and let the market sort itself out and then look to take a trade. Now, what I'm giving up on that, because in trading, there's always trade-offs, is sometimes they just run without me, and that is almost as annoying or equally as annoying as getting wicked out, because you do all this research and you just miss the stock. So you have to decide whether you're okay getting wicked out like this more often and you're just going to take your price whenever you get it, or if you're okay by missing some and then, getting a wicked out a little bit less often after the day's kind of unfolded. So no trade on that one. Really not interested in it anymore now that it's traded so far under 25. I still have the alert there if it ever gets back there. I'll evaluate that when that happens. But I got another idea for you guys, and this one actually comes from our TI swing picks, also known as TI strength alert. So this is an algorithm that I developed that we have at Trade Ideas. Again, you can always come check it out, and Trader TV 20 will save you 20% off. It spits out ideas of the strongest names out there. This is the results actually trading it this year. The orange line is the TI swing picks, and the blue line is the S&P 500. We have back-tested results, and we've had this thing out for years, going back to 2018. Generally speaking, outperforming the market. This is picking slower names to be held for a long period of time. So, you're not going to get any, names that double or triple or penny stocks or anything like that. A lot of big names. But when I was scanning through this, one thing that actually came and popped up and I thought was interesting was Caterpillar here. And the reason this was interesting is I remember Sharif actually emailed me a little bit ago asking what I thought after their earnings and their gap up on earnings. So we're going to talk about how waiting for that may have been the move, and we may be getting a push today. So I guess mostly I'm talking to Sharif on this one. But Caterpillar, here's the weekly chart. I just zoomed out just to show you up against all-time highs in an obvious uptrend, not something that you would consider bullish or bearish in any way, shape, or form when a stock's doing this. Next, as always, I want to look at the sector that it's in. So Caterpillar is an industrial stock, so I need to go to the XLI, which is our Spider's industrial ETF, and see if there's anything interesting there. If a lot of the performance of a name can be contributed to the performance of that sector. So I want to make sure that I'm in a sector that I believe has some chance to move higher when I'm looking at a name, especially a big name like this that will probably be very, very correlated with that sector. So XLI, very interesting level here at, 105, give or take. That's where we broke out of. We've retested it now twice, and so far we're holding. So as long as XLI can hold 105, I think this one's interesting from the sector point of view. Now into the individual chart. So we had this gap up, and this was an earnings gap in August, and a really bullish day after that. Nice big green candle right after the gap. So as always, I draw an anchored VWAP from right before the gap to give me a overall picture of if the buyers or the sellers are in control and what's going on there. And that purple line is kind of right through price, sitting exactly about $280 a share. So above 280, the buyers are definitely in control of this. Too far below 280, I think the sellers are in control. And then I just drew out the pattern, just a nice tightening pattern. It's digesting after earnings came out. If it looks like it's going to break higher, then we got all-time highs, and we've got that post-earnings high for fundamentals. Now, zooming in, the next chart here, zooming into the daily chart, I actually see a kicker pattern. And this is really what struck my attention, because this is a pattern I really, really like. The explanation of the pattern is just in the bottom left-hand corner there, but the idea is pretty simple. A bearish or a bullish kicker pattern, you're looking for a stock to have a really, really negative day, but then to gap up at least halfway or more inside that range and then rally higher the next day. If you look at this on a shorter term time frame, which actually I have the next chart here, it looks like this is a 30-minute chart now. Looks like a bear trap, right? Sold off all Thursday and then gapped up on Wednesday and then gapped up on Thursday and then rallied. So everybody who shorted this breakdown on Caterpillar is underwater. So that can leave for a very short term short squeeze that can actually make things kind of push even higher. So that's how I've kind of gone from a weekly chart into what I'm planning on doing with this. Now, the orange line I have on top here is about 285, give or take. If we can get above 285, that's where I'm interested. The red line I have is just yesterday's low. That's probably what I'm going to play against because I'm just trying to make sure my risk is as tight as possible. Putting it under the low on Wednesday also makes sense because that's the last point that buyers took control. I'm just really, really risk averse. But the idea is if this breaks, you may have a stock going into new highs. This is a very fundamentally strong name. Caterpillars everywhere. Everywhere you drive, when they're doing construction, you see their vehicles. So again, this isn't something that's going to double overnight. But if we get a nice breakout here, this could be a multi-week or a multi-month or even longer hold if we get a really good price on this name.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning that, Michael. You know that I'm definitely interested in this one, holding it currently, so full disclosure. All right, I think we're just having a little bit of issues. Yeah, but interesting look. It's a Dow component as well. I know you're a technical trader. You don't really keep your ear to the headlines there, but you know, a lot of home building hopefully happening in this country and south of the border. I'm assuming this one may take advantage of that. Michael Nauss, chartered market technician for Trade Ideas. Thank you so much for being on today.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you guys tonight, I guess.
Thank you very much, Michael, as always. I'm also happy to hear you talk remotely positively about Caterpillar. I mean, I own it, so I'm happy to hear that you like some of the setup to the upside. I mean, when something's trending up, it's trending up. And if you get some confluence any way you can find it, you like it here. There was a bit of a move, or I guess there is a bit of a move happening on Apple. iPhone 15 Pro Max models in China quickly see 4 to 5 week delays. And we are up about $1.20 off the lows for Apple here. So that just dropped. It's on a little bit of light volume, obviously, in the pre-market. The good news for Apple, I would say, is since things got out of hand to the downside, like that China news, you've made a double bottom here at the 174, 170, 173 wicks. But like 174 really has been the bottom, especially the last couple of days. So you are making a nice rebound move here on Apple. That could put that 180 level firmly back into play. I still think 180 is a fade. I kind of said that a couple of days ago since it flushed and we haven't gotten anywhere near it. But I think today could be the day that you challenge that level. If that's the case, 74, 75 both look like good support levels. Apple already on a bit of a run this morning, leading the markets. I mean, the NASDAQ is still down 0.3, whereas Apple today is on the relatively strong train. As a matter of fact, I mean, Tesla's the other one that's actually up a little bit, and Apple slightly higher, which is, I think, the first time we've been able to say that in, I don't know, over a week, I'd say, that Apple's been stronger than Tesla, at least a week and a half.
Yeah, that'll probably fade out a little bit here. There'll be something about, they're not going to be able to meet demand or something crazy. But it's nice to see Apple obviously popping up there, so that's going to be a great story. I still wish we didn't miss Oracle on the bottom there of that 106, 107 area, now up to 114. I still really like this name. Positive as well on the day as the NASDAQ continues to drip lower. I wanted to look at a Tesla 280 break right there, but looks like, well, it's still intact, so Tesla's still up nicely there. Looking for 280, maybe 276 dip buy opportunities in TSLA as well. So yeah, lots of stuff. Thank you, Michael Nauss. He's going to be coming on to the recap show tonight at 4 o'clock. And, last week on the show, we actually gave a couple good ideas. One of them was Valero, and I'll probably talk to Michael about this tonight, if he's available. It should be, on this break right here. We talked about this last week. So if you had it, that's September 11th, this move up there. We talked about this break here last week. So, enter the Sandman for Valero. Nice little move to the upside. We'll see if it can take out 150 as oil continues to pop as well. So this was a big name that we had talked about great ideas, man. I mean, I like the Caterpillar trade. I like Deere, all the industrials, GE even. I mean, some of these big names continue to be a big part of, you know, a diversified portfolio. So stay in the game, I would say, for now. I'm not buying anything at these levels. I still think we can go a little bit lower, but let's wait to see. The NASDAQ and the ES both been holding up pretty good this week.
All right, here's a headline on Apple just coming in about a couple of minutes ago. iPhone 15 Pro Max deliveries have already slipped to 4 to 5 week delays in China. iPhone 15 Pro is seeing 2 to 3 week delays, according to a Bloomberg reported posted on X. All right, let's get to some upgrades and downgrades today. BOVESPA Securities liking Unity. HSBC Securities with a lot to say today, guys. Lots of upgrades and downgrades from their end. Salesforce, CrowdStrike, and Zoom all to the upside. Downgrades, Truist, usually doing the upgrading and downgrade. They're getting the head down from Piper Sandler, Royal Caribbean, US Bank, and TripAdvisor all down.
All right, I like Salesforce. Salesforce, yeah, Unity had some death threats. They closed up 4 or 5 of their offices yesterday because they raised the pricing of some of their games or something like that. It's pretty ridiculous. But so, look, I really like Salesforce. I think a big, huge AI name. It's the #1 name in the Dow this year. It's up 60-something%, or it was. You know, now it's just getting faded out here right back into the 50-period moving average. So, you know, if there's names that you're thinking, hey, I might want to buy something at some point, I still think you want to buy Salesforce with Einstein there, making everything work as far as, you know, customer relations, being able to identify what your customers want, when they want it, how to get it to them, good for logistics, everything like that. So I like CRM. I don't really know why it's trying to get down in here, but hey, if it does, like, this is another name. I'm not ready to, like I said, I'm not ready to buy anything yet, but I think in this 205, 210 area, hard to ignore some of these high quality names. CRM is just one of those as well. And I don't know, that I missed the board. Can we put that board up one more time if we have it? The upgrades and downgrades, like to have one more look at that. I saw Salesforce on there. Yeah, okay, so Unity, Unity's upgraded. Okay, so maybe that's something there. Zoom, I still like Zoom Communications. I don't hate that name. I think there's going to be some value in ZM. But other than that, yeah, some big names on the right side as well as some travel names there with Royal Caribbean and TripAdvisor, both going to the downside there on the upgrades and downgrades.
And Unity's trying to make a bit of a bounce here, I think. I mean, it's already held the 200 period once. A higher low would be pretty nice. I think what gets exciting for Unity is if it breaks through $40. So that's your 50 period simple on the daily. You get through 40 even. This one can really fly. So it might be a bit of a next week thing. It's not RCL that I'm worried about. Well, I mean, in terms of trade, it's CCL, the one that's on my radar. RCL has the downgrade. There we go. CCL has been, it's already bounced several times off of 1490. But you've got a downward trend here, very subtle downward trend since it got to 16, stair-stepping in, fail 16 one more time, and if this breaks 1490, I think this could get relatively nasty. So RCL may have gotten the downgrade, but this like descending, whatever you want to call it, flat bottom break at 1490 on CCL, if that happens, maybe it's not going to be today because you're getting a little bit of a bounce, but that doesn't look good if we break that level. So I want to have that one to the short side. Looks a heck of a lot like that Li Auto flat bottom break, which, again, hasn't happened yet, but you want to be ready for when it does. We've seen this story before. You get a flat bottom break, maybe it's a huge trade. Usually it's at least a little something. Like when it broke 17 here, you're not going to end up losing that breakdown trade. Sometimes it's bigger, but I want this CCL when it takes out that 1490.
Some Adobe here. It reported yesterday after the bell. Sean brought that to you in the market recap show. Look, they beat on the top line. They beat on the bottom line. They actually beat analyst expectations with respect to guidance, yet we're down 3.75% on the day. No shortage of analysts weighing in today. You have Piper Sandler with an overweight target of 650, BofA Securities with a coverage of buy and a price target of 660. Goldman Sachs weighing in as well with a buy and 625. Baird leaving their coverage here at neutral with 540. TD Cowen also weighing in with outperform at 625. So you just wonder here, what's going on? Are these guys going to dollar cost average in? Because we're down 3.25. Maybe we'll move up on the end of the day. Any look here, guys?
Well, I mean, look, they just reported. I mean, they're up over 80%. Well, okay, I haven't really adjusted that for being down 4% today, but they're up 80-something% on the year. Whatever that is with this 3% down, anybody can figure that out. But sometimes that's just what it is. Like, so you can beat on the top and the bottom line, and the company can be doing incredibly well. But at some point, people are going to start to take profits off the table, and it feels like that's what's happening. That's what was happening with Oracle. Adobe, I think, obviously Adobe's held up a heck of a lot better after the report than Oracle did. I mean, Oracle was down 18%, I want to say, on their report. This is down 3%, and it's holding the 50-period moving average. If it closes under there, I think it can be, maybe it can get down to the 500, the 400 level. Those are good support levels for it. Even then, like, you'd still be putting, like, from the middle of from May, you'd still be up 50% if this were to pull back into that range. So it could easily break that 50 period despite the good number, and then be just a patient scenario where you wait to pick something like that up. It's such a strong upward trend. If it bounces off the 50 period in the next week, I think it's probably all systems go. I doubt we're expecting to get nothing out of the Fed next week in terms of an actual rate decision. Maybe there's some language out there that you want to wait for, which sits perfectly here. Like, they just reported, so you can maybe wait until the reaction next Wednesday to see if this is still holding the 50 period. If it's breaking down, I could see all the reason it gets to the 480, or at least the 490 area in between the 500, 480.
I was trying to see if there's anything here on Palantir. We won't be trading Adobe, so I think you just buy any dips in Adobe and be fine with it for a very, very long time. Okay, that's the 1 minute chart. I was, unfortunately, I mean, it looks like we're going to have to wait to see if Palantir can get into 1550 here. And I'm just thinking that that's possible today because the market's moving down 0.3 right now, continuing to make moves lower. If we can get a short up here near 16, I was looking for Palantir to break out, but the fact that the market's down here today, I feel like we will get a dip buy opportunity in this name. So I think we want to sit here around 1550 or so for Palantir and then see what the reaction is once it comes through. I like that for a dip buy, and that always, whenever I'm looking at one, I got to look at the other. I own both of these names, so come on, Snowflake. Oh, hold on a second, maybe once we'll go to the daily and let that load up a little bit here. So that's still the Palantir daily. Snowflake, load. All right, so I'm missing data there from all of yesterday, so I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. But again, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why I was thinking about a short somewhere around that 16 for Palantir. You're also on the daily starting to break a little bit lower on some of these names. So this is just coming to my mind because, like, I want to buy more of these when they dip down a little bit further. And I just wonder if today we've had a pretty good day. A lot of the wind out of the sails here. We had ARM come yesterday, which is huge for the tech side of things, right? And for IPO, because now this opens up a wave of IPOs that are going to come through because the market's back. There's a lot of money on the sidelines looking to buy names, and when they get an opportunity to do that, especially a new one like an ARM, that's what's going to happen. And so I'm really excited for Instacart, and I'm really excited for ARM today, again, day 2. I love the 62 area. We tweeted that out. It did come in, obviously, at 811 there at 62, 62.50 came through. I just really think that for tech, for IPOs, ARM really led the way yesterday. So I feel like you can sort of green light a lot of these plays that are going to happen on dips. So I think today, a little bit of wind out of sails. Let's look to see if we can buy some ARM, buy some of these names that start to dip down. But I'd give it, if you're going to be averaging in and start dollar cost averaging, obviously ARM is not a name that, I don't know if this is a good investable level, but that's why we look at a Snowflake and a Palantir to see if we can drop down $1 or so on Palantir, maybe 20 or so on Snowflake, and see if we can get some good buys. And that's why we started with Adobe, but that's why I'm here, because I think Adobe, ADBE, is another one of those names that I'm still long 400. We will get some out, I guess, today, down 4%. But I was waiting to see if we took this 50 period. But again, dip buys into here, 505, 500, 480 for Adobe. I think those are great. The tech sector's here. It's not going anywhere. There's a lot of money on the sidelines, and we got proven that with ARM. So anything of a high-quality name, like an Oracle, like an Adobe, that gets hit on earnings, it's already been proven to be bought, the play is to buy it up. So I still say you stay with the same game plan.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the futures and see how they're doing. Here's a look at the ES. We're down 0.13 at the moment. Yesterday, we closed out at 45.55, curling down a little bit now, but we have to isolate that support level we've been talking about. That takes us to mid-June, early July. That 45.40 level has been a good area of either support or resistance, depending on whether we're north or south of it. But look at this upward trend line here that we've been bouncing off since mid-August. It's been holding up, trending upward. We'll see what we end up. I think we'll probably have resistance if we're able to break that 45.66. That is the overnight high, guys. All right, make sure to get the watch list. It's sent out every day. It helps you organize your trading day and lets you know what the movers are. I sent it out every morning, and Brendo does as well when he's here. All right, let's get to the next topic. First topic on the rundown, ARM. Sean just talking about this. What a move up late in the day yesterday. Got out, I think, about $66 in regular hour trading, and then it didn't stop there. Continued its move up into that $68 level. Closed out about there at about 8 p.m. Gapped up again into 70.50. Given a bit of the ghost now, though, guys. And I should mention that all the exuberance with this name has prompted Instacart to up its IPO price. That's slated to come next week. Make sure to hang out with tradertv.live. We'll have that for you guys.
Yeah, they're back. And look, you have to think of it this way, right? Like, of course, Instacart's got to bump it up, because as great as it is for traders that this went to the upside yesterday on ARM, some money got left on the table, right? Like, that's what it means. Like, that 51 was obviously accepted on the first day, and you close all the way up like 20-something%, and that means you could have easily, they could have come a little bit higher. So that's what Instacart's going to do. When you're trading an IPO, day 2, 3, all that nonsense, you're not really, there's no historical levels to look off of, so you don't worry about the higher time frame chart. 58 was where the craziness happened in the second move yesterday. So you got to really, if we get a really big quadroon to the downside, you look at that. The initial high was 62. That got supported late. And then you've already had a bounce off that level. As far as how far it could go to the upside, there's no resistance levels that exist, right? So I would just be thinking about psychological things like the pre-market high, $70, $75. It's almost got to be pretty obvious. And it is worth mentioning, I heard some of the guys talk about it, if there was a big flush on ARM today, a relatively decent one, if it would be, I think it's like 57.20 something, it would be 10% to the downside, which would be underneath that 58 support. That actually sets it up. If this were to false break 58, go 10% down, and this stock got SSR and you couldn't short without the uptick, maybe you get another move off of that level as well. So all of that is going to be in play for ARM. I'm not married to either direction. I'm very willing to short this name if it goes, I think, too crazy to the upside. But first look is just respect a couple of levels that it put in there for you yesterday. I will note this, NVIDIA, maybe it's anecdotal, call it for what it is, but it was interesting enough to me that the second we opened up on ARM, that was the high on NVIDIA. I mean, it wasn't the high of the day, but it was the high of the afternoon. Like, ARM opened and went straight to the upside. NVIDIA made a subtle pop and then just started working to the downside here. So my head's in the way of that one, but it's over here. We're at 458. It flushed pretty much straight until we got a bit of a bounce when we started the afternoon show. So if I were to see something crazy happening in this market and we get to a resistance level, I'm looking at NVIDIA up around that same 458. 458 to 460. I'm thinking that could be resistance today on NVIDIA. That's where it sold off when there was a major event, so I always like levels like that.
All right, yesterday was a fantastic day for ARM and a fantastic day to trade it. It was a fantastic day for the office. Some traders had huge days, and hopefully we can do and repeat this again here today. I mean, it's day 2. It's going to be a much harder trade. Yesterday's trade was as gimmicky and really, it wasn't as easy as it could go because you did dance for the first 3 minutes, but after that it was pretty much textbook, this trade. So let's just see if we can, if it can be something like a textbook again here today. Look at this 200 period. Right now it's at 64. Here it goes back up to the upside. We both just talked about the appetite for new trades, the appetite for new names, the appetite for tech, the appetite for IPO. I mean, this is what's going on. If you're not excited for Instacart, then you're in the wrong business. I mean, I think that this is a great opportunity today for ARM even to get going even more, man. Watch out for this 68 break. It did hit 70 in the pre-market there as well. So here's, this was yesterday at 5 o'clock, I see it here. I don't have my charts all the way through, but there we go. Yesterday, there it is at 5 o'clock, $70. Trying to get higher. Look what it's doing in the pre-market. It's arrows up for ARM today. And I think that it's going to help everything. It's not helping the market because it's one name specific, but if everybody's eyes are on the prize today, I think that's where we need to look as well. There goes ARM right now. We wrote down 62 as possible support. Seems like it was, and we'll wait to see. Like there it is right there. It came into 62, hit this 200 period. Now the 200 period's here at 64. This is not a trade that I'm going to jump into unless we break that 70 high, which I think we'll probably test it again. If we break that, then I'm hitting the long. Other than that, I don't know. 68 is right here. That's an interesting level as well. I don't know, man. Play the momentum. I mean, we saw in the afternoon yesterday, this just rip everyone's face off into the close and then hit higher. So, you know, the way to go here is long on ARM. I did pay for a small amount of shares short, which is just under 3 cents. So 3 cents, I mean, that's the spread. So if you're not willing to pay that, again, you're in the wrong business.
Taiwan Semiconductor, the world's largest chip maker, coming out overnight and telling its suppliers to delay the delivery of high-end chip-making equipment amid growing concerns about customer demand, Reuters reported overnight. Taiwan Semiconductor is not one that we usually trade on the show. It's down 0.5%. My concern is the reverberations for some of these other names like NVIDIA, Micron, and AMD, all of which are down about 0.5% here, guys. What is the look on these chips?
Well, it's probably, at least we probably don't trade TSM. There's been days, trust me, there's days when TSM is in play and you can trade it. The last little bit that has not been the case, but lower highs all the way through. So this is trending to the downside, and it's going to close above. If it closes like anywhere underneath this 91, it has a shot to close above the 200 or below the 200 period moving average, and maybe you get some kind of a breakdown next week. I already showed you guys NVIDIA, which I'm watching. If we do get a pullback, I was looking at this 69.5 area on Micron. I doubt we get that today. I mean, the daily chart's going to show you nice consolidation off that level. It's been trying to break out 72 until it breaks out from here. Kind of look to defend that support level at the bottom. So maybe we get a pullback that takes us down into the 69s. That would be a place to buy some Micron in there. I like my fade level, 58 to 60 on NVIDIA. Outside of that, I'd like to dip buy on Micron. Intel feels like a bit of a rollover, but it's not really close enough to that 39 for the short there. So it feels like it's going to be an NVIDIA and Micron day. TSM would have to make a heck of a move to the downside to break that channel. It has not been moving enough for that one to be a trade, I don't think. Micron, you show me a level like that, I'm usually going to want to defend it. And if it's a down day, I think we get a chance.
Look, the only thing that we wrote down here on the sticky note today was AMD. It's on here. I was. Okay, good. I was thinking that 109 was a possibility here for AMD. We got up to there, and then we've been faded every time we've been into here, into 110 as well. A possibility for AMD. I want to be short this name until we break these levels, but as you can see, it's starting to drip again back in. So where do we go long? Like today, I'm actually sitting here. We've hit a lot of great trades over the last couple of days. This has been, this week has honestly been one of the better weeks for me anyways to trade. And I'm just, it's kind of like Capital Preservation Friday for me right now. Unless we see something that really excites me, like I'm not going to sit here and trade, you know, smaller amounts of shares on trades that I think might work out. I'm looking for trades that I really think are going to matter and can make a difference to my P&L, to your P&L and everything. So if I'm going to do that, you know, we had 109 there yesterday early. Obviously, it was faded all day. We put this level down there yesterday as a long break. It didn't happen at all. It went the other direction. And then we are very, very lucky to switch up our game plan. Was able to hit a couple shorts, and then we hit this long as well, right there at 106.60. So actually, no, we hit the long down. We didn't hit any shorts. We actually hit the long down here again, and then we hit it right there once it fell back in. So now that we're below 106, I don't know. I really want to short AMD here, but I got to find a level. We've been actually, one of the best stocks this week for me and for a little bit has been Intel. Intel next week comes out with their Intel Innovation Conference at September 19th and 20th, where they're going to talk about Alchemist, Alchemist Plus, some new ideas. Look at Intel on the daily. It's been super hot fire. But again, I feel like you want to fade heading into the conference. I mean, it's just one of those plays again. And look at this, 39 bucks, right? It's just now you're at 38.30. There's a lot of plays that I like, but the market is just down too much right now for me to fade early. So let's wait to see if we get a pop. Then we'll play those levels. Do we have Tesla coming up? Well, we're going to talk about it with the Odyssey, with the Legacy deal here. But I really like Tesla for the long. That's one of the only real ideas that I have going in. But let's throw it back to Sharif and hear all about the UAW.
Yeah, Legacy Auto in trouble today, guys, as the United Auto Workers makes good on its promise to walk out. Here's the look. Workers at Ford's Bronco plant in Detroit, off the job. Stellantis' Jeep factory plant in Toledo, off the job. GM's pickup plant in Missouri, they walked off the job. The UAW is looking for a 40% pay increase. At least Ford responded with 20%. They're also looking for profit sharing. It's not a good look here, but as Legacy Auto suffers, Tesla benefits up 2/3% on the day. Any look on any of these four names, guys?
So, look, I would have liked maybe a 34. Sorry, I was muted. I was actually trying to fix something with my Unity, my earbuds. So I was talking to Rob off camera, but I like 34 on GE. I don't know if we get to trade this level today. You're kind of diddling in the middle on light volume. So there's a resistance on GE. Sorry, not GE, GM. GE is a stock that I actually care about sometimes, so that's why usually I'll say GE. But GM 34 looks like a decent resistance level. Maybe you play something off of there, but the volume is pretty poor. We've already mentioned the strength. Carvana and Tesla have been really, really strong. I don't know whether you care about the deal, but it's an advantage for Tesla that obviously they're not unionized. It looks like it's trying to continue this sort of trend breakout. If you look at some of the levels, obviously 70s foregone. When you're breaking channels to the upside, I always look at afternoon support. That's at 73. So 70, 73, 76 is where you close. So like every $3 till the even looks like a great place to buy Tesla on dips. The other name that I think is a little bit more interesting, I don't want to say more interesting, but we don't really trade Ford and GM that much. Rivian could be breaking out. This has been, I think, just riding the coattails of Tesla. At least yesterday, that's what it was doing because it's been pretty range bound. So it bounces off 23, which pretty nicely. 22.5 to 23 is your bounce zone on Rivian. And if it can take out this 24.50 double top, I think it's got some room to rally on the daily chart. You can gliding the 50-period moving average without actually breaking. And if Tesla takes out the high and gets to 280, might be able to drag Rivian along with it, which has been coiling up for a move, and it's just setting up for a move here. So, if Tesla starts getting out of hand, don't sleep on what Rivian can do if it can get past 24.50.
All right, guys, look, like I said, it's been quite a week here, and it's just been followed by discipline and patience and good calls and, just being on one pretty much all week. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Tesla. I wrote down 280. Let's see if it works. We got 276 as a possible bottom right there. So I just want to keep on that train. Yesterday, we had a $5 or $6 winner right off the jump on Tesla. Let it fall down. If it can come into this 276, I think it's a great buy right into there. So that's 277 now. We'll see if it can hold the 200 period. We have had some dip opportunities in the AM, so we'll look to see if we can do that again. What does this mean for Ford and all that? I'm actually surprised it's not down a little bit more than where we are. I guess down 1.6% is enough, and it probably continues to fade, but this has been something that has been well documented, the strike, and I feel like we've known about it for a long time. Let's just see if there is a level maybe that we can break at any point here for Ford. Yesterday, what was the bottom yesterday? We're already below that, or we're right at it right now. Again, any kind of bump up into 1250 or something might be worth a short, but I think it's still early to figure out what to do on this. 1230 maybe, if you really think this is going to be a bad sign for Ford. I could see myself, what time is it, 9:18? I could see breaking this bottom there. What does it look like on a 20 period? Yeah, okay, it's not bad. I mean, right here, 1230. Yeah, 1230 break is looking pretty good. Right there just goes back a couple days, and then you run into 12. But Yeah, I just, like I said, if you're looking for a big trade, I think the Tesla one breaking through 280 is a little bit better. But I don't hate this Ford breaking down through 1230. I think that's actually worth a try here now that I see this. Ford on a break down below 1230 is getting me interested. So now that I see that, that could be something. And remember, you got to play what the media is going to do and what do you think the media is going to come out and say, right? They're not going to spin this strike as a good thing. I've already seen on Twitter pickets and all that kind of stuff and strike and, you know, it's not it is a negative thing for the company. And by the way, what do you see here? There isn't one damn buy on the whole list right there. So we've seen this happen before. Obviously, it's a rebalance day, but who cares? It's a big sell. Every name on here, AT&T, Ford, FCX. It's every sector, too. What's up to Warren Buffett with Coke? There's Pfizer with the sell. There's the banks with the sell. There's Procter & Gamble. Like and we don't have the NASDAQ here because it's not out yet, but every single thing, banks, consumer staples, Tesla, car companies, AT&T, not AMC. You know, like there's a lot of names on here today. PM, like they're all, Philip Moore right here, MO, Altria. There's a lot of names that are on here that are sell side. So the last time we saw that, it was a pretty red day. I'm going to initiate Ford here. Remember though, Ford has a 2 million share sell. Could change here into the open. So watch out for Ford. Like it could flush on that imbalance and then build itself back up. So I look out for Ford here.
At around 2 p.m. yesterday, we got news that Nexstar was looking to take over ABC off Disney's hands. That came in around 2 o'clock, and there you go. You get the pop. Now this morning, we get a new headline. Billionaire Byron Allen made an offer to acquire Disney. A spokesperson from his company was reported as saying, and now this morning, Barron's coming out and saying, Disney has not made up its mind whether it wants to move the legacy media company or not. We're still up 0.5%, and we're up big yesterday. What's the look here, Neil?
Look, I think you're looking for the long here. Obviously, before this news even happened, you know, we were looking at that 84 level for the long on Disney the last couple of days. And, you know, there was that big move to the downside the other day on Netflix, and that kind of turned this 84 level, if we can come to the chart, into a shorting opportunity, but that was all Netflix here. Like this was a stock that was making a double bottom, looking like it was going to break out. It was strong on this day, I should say. And then at the end of the day, you break out the 84 on the news. I'm going to like that for a dip buy. I think when you look at the imbalance locator and you know that it's a third Friday and you know that it's going to be witching, you really want to be patient and try to catch things on the other side. Like if it's dipping to the downside, allow your level to hold. Like if this gets to 84, that doesn't mean you have to just sit there on the bid and get run over. But if it starts to show you signs of strength at that level, then you go into the long. Like note the Alibaba long yesterday. Alibaba was tanking. You allowed it to make a significant bottom at a level, put a little double bottom in a consolidation, then you get into the long when it's confirmed. I think we do that for Disney here. Above 85 on the daily. I mean, it's right at the 50 period, which is around 86, just a little bit under 86. So if it clears out 85, there is some real juice to the upside. It's trying to break what is an obvious downtrend. I mean, we can all see the downtrend here. This would be the first sign, getting back above the 50 period and the last line of resistance at this 85, 86 area. First things first, the market's headed down in, so if you like a buy, you're patient with it off of the open. Like, just look at Amazon yesterday. Like, Amazon was a good long, but you really had to be just, I mean, like super, super absurdly patient at the open if you wanted to buy the dip on Amazon. It got right back up to the top. It ended up supporting the area that you wanted, but it really carried through. Like when it got there and looked like it was going to bounce, it just carried through an extra $1 and then was wiping everybody out. Then it made the rally. That's the thing about buying the dips at the open. You know, sometimes you got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. And you know, that can be the case when you're going dip buy hunting, especially on a witching Friday.
We did Disney really good yesterday on that 84 long, right? And I think that could happen again here today. If we dip back into $84 here on Disney, that's a screaming buy, and it's one of the only ideas I have. one of the only ideas that I really like is the long through 85 here on Disney. It's been a great level on the daily. Looks like we're trying to break it again. It's more like kind of like 85.50 or something like that. So we'll wait to see. That high on the day is 85.25 if you're looking at a pre-market high right now. So we wrote the sticky note when it was around 85 bucks. So it's already made this high a couple times there at 85.25. So I feel like that's going to be a good buy zone there if you can get it. I mean, why not buy through 85 and use some of these maybe as your bottom? But still, should be a good trade. The bottom right now is 84.75. I'm bidding low 84s in case we do get that little swoosh down there to open up the day. But I like Disney. It's the number 2 name on the sticky note. The number 1 name is ARM, which we've been saying it should just be bought. And there it goes again through 67 now, ARM. So, you know, look at the dips. Like we talked about it, buy the 200, buy the 200. There it is. Starting to make new highs here on ARM. What a great day it was yesterday for this name, and what a great day it looks like it's going to be again here today. But I really like Disney. Maybe it's that 85.25 level. I just wonder if you punch long, if that's, you know, if that is the go spot there or if that's the top. Great news coming through there as there goes the market, because you know what's hit. Everyone's like,
NASDAQ.
ooh, oh, it's just the NASDAQ imbalances. Apple just got hit with a real big sell. Apple's sell is 4 million. Remember what we said on the downside here today? That this could possibly, you know, we saw all the sells that were there on the Dow and on the New York names. So obviously when this market comes out, you're going to see all these sells in NASDAQ names. So, you know, get your bids ready to go here, because this is just a flush that probably gets bought up right off the open. So Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they're all here. There's ARM. ARM is, of course, a buy. So look at that going through now. The demand for these is unbelievable. So
Nicola's a buy.
Watch out for 70 as well right there. Intel with a big sell. You just mentioned Nikola right there. So the only buy on here, ARM and Nikola there today. So yeah, no surprise that they're all coming through as sells. We talked about a sell day.
Chinese ADRs back on watch again for a different reason today. Overnight, Chinese retail and industrial production data came in, and it grew faster than expected with respect to retail sales, 4.6% year over year, surpassing the 3% prediction. Similarly, industrial production, 4.5% increase from the previous year, 3.9 was expected. A mixed bag, though. You got BABA flat, PDD flat as well, but you got XPEV and NEO up nicely on the day. Any look on these ADRs?
Well, look, NEO was up 2%. Like everything else, it's kind of falling to the downside right now, but that's just for now. It was a bounce off the $10 level that didn't quite get to 10. That's like $10.10. If there's something that, you know, sort of sets up for one of the Chinese names at least to be a dip buy that isn't Alibaba, that NEO at $10. I know I like that flat bottom break, but if it doesn't break, at some point, like 10's just support, and you can try to buy that level as well. So if we get down there, I think I would take a shot at NEO off the 10 level. 995 has been support. Alibaba was the one yesterday that kind of made this flat bottom here at about 87 to 87.5. Every time it dips down there, if you're patient enough, it's allowed it to get down into that level, and it's been making some decent bounces. It is a descending wedge, which I feel like I'm saying a lot because Sharif mentioned it this morning, but until that stops holding, it's been support. If this clears out 86.5 or 87 even at maybe, that could be an easy flat bottom break for BABA as well. But that's been a good support level. You just have to be very patient with BABA. Like you want to see it form a bottom before you get into it. And what that looks like, or at least what that looked like yesterday, was wick this 87.5. It broke the low. See it hold somewhere. Then I was looking at the entry in here. You see it hold double bottom. You can enter here if you want to, or you can be adding to it at that point, give to the local low. But you saw signs that it was holding that previous level, 87.5, and then you jumped into it. Like it showed buying, and then you joined buying on dips like these.
Just watch out here. Disney's back above 85, of course. ARM, I mean, and if you were able to, I mean, look at ARM. ARM's going to break 70 here, even on open, so no surprise there. As we talked about that when it was at 63, looking for 70. Tesla also does not even go down on that move. Like, it went down with 40 cents, no big deal. Look at Apple on that move, getting bought. Like, someone could have just got long there, 170. Even 176 is looking pretty good right now as Apple goes through the 200 period on that break and then right back to the upside again. So, yeah, all these tech names getting bought back up off those sell imbalances. So there, I mean, look at Google. I don't like Google as if it actually went down there. I don't think that's true. Google only went to 137.50, so that could be an area there to watch out for. Look at the spread though, quite large on some of these names. A strong retail name, obviously. We've been looking at Amazon over the last couple of days, trying to break through, but now Amazon's actually down decently. I thought it was 145. I was going to say I thought that was the top. You can see Amazon today down 1.3%. So a couple names to look at. Disney now below 85. ARM having a little bit of a problem at that area, 69.70. So, I mean, a little bit of a problem. It's just it's double topped, or maybe 2 or 3 times up here near 69. So maybe that's an early fade off this level. Go short early, get out if it breaks 70 maybe. But ARM looks like it's pretty excited right now. With only 20 seconds to go, we've got Miss Cat on the bell. She's going to be getting over there. And that should be an exciting one to start off what's going to be, I promise you, a decent Friday. So let's go. What's up, Comp SRX1? Wants me to stop being humble. I'll try to be a little more humble. I'm trying to stay upset. What are you upset about, Comp?
What's he upset about?
There we go. 2 and 1. No. I don't know. Everyone's always upset.
Why is Comp upset? What are you upset about? It's a good week. ARM's going to break 70. I'm not saying it's going to break 70, but it's at 69 already to open up. Don't forget and don't sleep on, we mentioned Nikola. If that does make a dip back into the dollar level, there are some small caps that bear watching today at least, so we'll be on those. Disney's not doing much. Apple's kind of coming back into the downside. I don't want to just sit there and stare at ARM, but it's so far, because it's so far away from 62 at this point. So Apple's starting to get to the downside. Want to be patient here. Anticipate, don't participate, don't anticipate there. Amazon, what's that doing? Oh, wow, that already bounced. See, that's already bounced pretty heavily on Amazon. Strong move for them. Tesla, yeah, that's already back at 278, so let's be patient with that. Rivian, if Tesla does want to make that break, Rivian could take out that 2450, so that could be coming into play early.
Okay, we'll try Tesla on a 280 break because it is super strong right now. We didn't get the dip buy that we were waiting for. Actually, it dipped down, but this was before. So we didn't take anything early. No real big dip buys at all into this name. You could buy a maybe we should buy a 277.50 or so on this name, and then if it drops even below this 277 area, then we can think about getting out. So let's just put a stop order in there somewhere. 276.50 maybe, something like that if we dip too much below that. Actually, you know what? We'll wait. It's got to have to get a little bit more below 276 because that's our price, right? So let's wait to see if it gets there. We will stop out if it gets down there, but we're bidding 277.50 right now, and we'll put a little bit more at 276.50 just to see if Tesla wants to make that move down or up today. Plus a 280 break, possibly. There goes ARM to the downside.
Disney's gone.
There's Disney. Oh, we didn't. Oh, my order fired, but we missed it on Disney. That's too bad.
It looks like it floated a bit.
Yeah, I fired off a decent order there to get long at 30.
Just meaning the spread opened up above 85 is what I mean when I say it floated above 85.
Yeah.
But just for everybody else, it's like you can fire an order, but if it's not a market order, it doesn't mean you're going to get filled. So if you put limit orders,
sure.
I got long 24.50 on Rivian at 52, so that does fill in a break. That spread stays at 1 cent pretty much all times. It's an important thing. If you're trading breakout trades, you generally want to have an understanding of spreads, but you can always leave your order in, and then maybe you get picked up on the way back. Like sometimes the stock will break out a level, and then it'll give you a chance to come right back in there. Ooh, why did I have 3 orders there? Okay, well, cancel one of those. Just took some 60s out at the 1-to-1. I want to give this 10 cents. I'm going to take 10 cents on the first move. As far as Disney goes, like I said, you can leave your order in there and see if you can get picked up at 85. Maybe it's not going to come in. Disney's a long, so maybe it will dip back down and try to join the trend there. Apple is coming to the downside, so that's kind of like the NASDAQ is falling still. Right? So I'm a little bit cautious with these breakouts at this point. I mean, Disney's flying, Rivian's already back to flat, and we're already at that 175.20 here on Apple, so that's starting to dip down there. Tesla hasn't really made much of a dip. Apple's the one that's more aggressive.
Yeah, you missed the fill. It's not a big deal. It came right back in. So we take that Disney fill right now, and now we are 20 cents in the money. Let's see if Disney wants to continue to go. We're just sitting here with Tesla. I mean, oh, we're getting close. There it is. Okay, good. I was going to say we're getting close to that 276.50 area, and we just got some right there. So average price now 277. We took a 277.50 and a 276. But watch out, 275.50, we'll lose $1.50 on this trade. So if that goes back in right now, then we're going to get stopped out in and around that price, right? And so we'll see if it continues to move higher. We do have enough shares that obviously to get out if this can climb. But for right now, looks like Tesla and the whole market is looking to fall back in. But you know what? We're actually going to be positive anyways, because look what's happening right here to Disney. And we have that one. Spin the money on Disney, man. Hopefully you guys had this break as it was written, Nauss style, right there on the sticky note. We talked about buying this Disney break, and we talked about it in the pre-show as well. So far so good here, man. What a good start to the day. We just need this big bad boy to go. I'll take a little bit out here in case we are wrong.
Just bounce 77.
Near to, I'm talking about a Tesla. What do you? Yeah, you're talking about Tesla as well. Yeah, we're into this one here. So let's see where it goes now. TSLA taking a little bit out here at 277, just to give us a little bit more room, but I don't know. It's having a hard time. Let's go. I'd still think 280 is in play, but the market's going to have to go and start to turn around at some point.
Yeah, so I took some out at 77 on Tesla there. I got 18s. I didn't bid 22s for a change. I'm in Apple now up that 175. I like 75 and I like 74. So it showed signs of supporting 75. I'll go for that. We'll go one in, one out on Apple at this level and then see what happens next. Rivian, said I was a little bit cautious about that one. It wicked me out. I did get that 60 fill, and then it came right back in there. So with the market falling, I don't want to get trapped. Like, I'm willing to have a flat trade on something like this if it's going to do a big Huadong to the downside. Nikola, we were talking about a couple of small cap names. It's starting to go. So the dip buy to $1 to defend $1. Obviously, that's not happening right now on Nikola. And then the weed names. Stay on the weed, but watch out. CGC is pulling back off the 150 level. That could definitely be a spicy one. I don't think it gets to $1 again, but certainly maybe the 125 level for CGC. So Apple's starting to bounce. Tesla is bouncing. The NASDAQ is doing its best to try to hold on to the bottom here. That 15.55 still looking like support.
Okay, so, like I said, we're trying to stick with very, very specific trades, right? And we wrote down here on the sticky note, let's play Disney long. We gave reasons why, and there it is right now, up into the 80s. So I was sad that we missed that first punch, but it came back in, and we don't have the best, holy shit. Let's go, man. We're almost a dollar club here on Diz. Like, that's going to be a good trade no matter what happens right now. Okay, let's go. There it is, man. Nice move up for Disney. Let's see if it continues to climb. We're out of half right now, so we still got a decent spot on for Disney. Tesla's been obviously a little bit disappointing here, but we're back into flat on this trade. We're waiting for something here around 277.25, but look, it just keeps on resisting that 277 break. So I think we'll get a one more piece here, and then just wait. I've got out of 20% of this. Let's see if we get a little bit more. We'll put an offer at 277.40 or so. Just to make it all worthwhile, if we can get this name back up to the upside here on Tesla. So let's see where it can go. I just don't want to lose early on this name, but, sometimes, even though my opinion is long on this, I've been sitting here watching it, and it's not going up. It keeps on bouncing off this 277. So if you want to make real money, you got to try to hold it to get into this 280 area. But for right now, it's looking weak. It might actually be a short here, as we could check the temperature.
Most things are falling.
Yeah, Ford's going the other way. Ford's going up, of course. But yeah, Disney is an absolute monster right now. Getting some out there above 86 was a good idea.
So yeah, I think you got the longs. You don't want to look that old gift horse in the mouth. Try and ring the register because the market is falling. I just got Apple 75.5 and then 76s. It's right back in retesting 175. Hopefully we can bounce here. But like you said, the market is falling. So ring the register if you got those longs. Tesla is even right back to break even. Was able to get a 77 up there on the 76 long. If this can't hold on to 76, you're just going to have to get the heck out of Dodge. I'm willing to bet, I shouldn't say this, but oh, okay, never mind. Intel's going to the upside as the market is falling. That's a little bit weird. Not what I was expecting there. Let's check out on NVIDIA. ARM is at 68. There's been no 70 break. We'll let you know if that gets to $70. Obviously, that's a big one people care about. I thought it was a 58 short on NVIDIA. Can't seem to even get there. This is starting to roll back over. The chips initially bouncing while the NASDAQ is grinding lower. That's wild. So Tesla just came out for me. So had long off 76, got to 77, took a leg out, and then it breaks down. Don't want to fight this trend, which is clearly to the downside. Maybe Apple can hold on here. It looks like it's the big tech names and not chips necessarily that are showing the weakness. Amazon is right back into the 142 level. 140 big level on Amazon, by the way.
All right, yeah, we're getting close to getting stopped out here on Tesla as well, which will put our day basically flat because what we lose on Tesla, we've already made on Disney. So hopefully it will hold right now. But yeah, Tesla is having a hard time here. We already identified that at 277, right? That it was a struggle there. So we got out at 20%. We holding on. We did reload it down here. So average price right now 72s. It will be a $1.20 hit, reverse dollar club on Tesla here today, especially if it does break lower. But this market is trying to get lower here. So let's just take the temperature of the NASDAQ a little bit. Yeah, it's not good. You're looking, there goes Tesla. You're looking for some of these levels to break now. So 15,580, things like that coming through. So we'll say bye-bye to Tesla temporarily. I think we can get back into it. There's no doubt about that. But where are the levels now? So it's a good thing to get out of some of these names. Even a name that's holding out really good here. Like I said, it'll be a flat day, but Disney is still holding out okay. But we'll take out another piece right now just in case. Wow, okay, Tesla's really falling. It's too bad because we'll get into some shorts right now. We can definitely afford to lose on Tesla there. Would have liked to have made on it, of course. But there's the dip down in for that into 275. So where might we want to buy some of this up? Maybe never until this market bounces again. So 273, 270, maybe an ultimate bottom there for Tesla. But you're starting to head to the downside. So it's a good out there. Could always be better, but so far so good here on the shorts if you've got them. Disney's still working.
Yeah, I mean Disney's. I think it's going to be its own beast. It has a catalyst, remember. So Disney has the benefit of a catalyst, whereas a lot of these names are just sort of following the market. Now Intel's starting to roll over with the market. This is what I was looking for here. I didn't necessarily want to short something which is relatively strong without seeing it show signs of weakness. But I like the short. 39 is probably not going to come into play, but this 38.5 area can. Apple, can it hold on? Okay, it just wicked 75. If I see some buying in here or some signs of strength, which I'm not, by the way, then I might look to reload this position on Apple, which is the only thing I'm left in at this point. ARM, I thought was going to be a little bit more interesting. Like I thought we'd do more than a $3 range off the open. Like you'd maybe test down to these lows or break out 70. Neither one of those two things has happened on ARM. That's a little bit, I don't want to say boring's not the word, but that's not what I expected. I was waiting for bigger moves on ARM to try and take the periphery, and you're just not seeing that. As we mentioned, Amazon looking pretty weak in here. I'm trying to be patient with this. I like a 140 level. It doesn't seem to want to get to that low. Maybe the 42 is going to be good. Alibaba, it gave you that wick. Opportunity costs are what they are. And I was on Amazon, and I was on Apple, and I was on Tesla at the open, and Alibaba wicked at 87.5, and it gave you the level, but you had to be there right at 830. So bit of a missed opportunity. If it comes down there and shows some strength again, I'll probably try to take that one. But there goes Apple. So take the money and run. It breaks the low, so I'm out. That's generally my style. I need to see it hold the level again, but looks like these longs are running into trouble. You are at 15.5. Oh goodness, we're almost down 1% on the NASDAQ. Just to give you an idea, this was support going into yesterday off the bottom, and then you got a level down here, another 50 points lower. So the NASDAQ is getting a little bit cheeky to said downside. It's absolutely on fire to the downside. If it can bounce off this support from yesterday, this could be a nice little supply zone. 75 still in play for Apple.
All right, we went short AMD, but this is just a starter position. I really want to get into this area, 105.50, 105.40, in order to be wrong. So we'll start it here and try to average into this trade. I mean, obviously, we just talked about the NASDAQ coming back into the 200 period, 15.5. If that goes, then you're going to test 15.450. right down there. So you still got a couple more handles to go here on the NASDAQ before we potentially find a bottom now, right? So, wow, I'm still impressed with what Disney's doing. Disney's back. I think we just got to get out of more of this right now. This is going to be, for me, the trade of the day, obviously, as we've only been in 2 trades, Disney and Tesla. Tesla one way, Disney the other. But there it is right there. Like I said, if we just kind of stick with our rules, then that's good. And we have Disney as a long today, and it's just really working. So I'm feeling a lot better about the strategies that we put forward this week. We've been green every day, yesterday being the best, and let's just keep on doing what we're doing and giving you guys hopefully some of these winners. We're going to start off, yeah, you're right about that, Donato. Woot woot there for Disney as it continues its move. And there it is. There's 20 cents right now. We'll hit a banger to start with on AMD. Hopefully it continues its move downside right now on Advanced Micro. Where could we stop? I mean, we just talked about some levels on the NASDAQ. That's 104.50 looking pretty good, 104. So, you know, if we can get this even lower than where we are right now, I think that's going to be worth it. The bid I have on AMD right now, it's not until the 30s, but we'll put something else in the 70s there, get another piece out if we can. That first out was just 77. So it was only a 15-cent winner. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get some more short here on AMD. But for now, let's just stick with what we've been doing, man. We took a great out on Disney, and now we're just looking for some more opportunities. And I don't really want to look long yet.
I got a long for you, potentially. CGC is already going. It just broke 150. ACB could be taking out that dollar level. So it's got a 98 half top. Pretty clean 99, whatever you want to call it. So I think if this can break out that high at $1, I do like this one. To show you what's going on with CGC, I got my order ready to go. CGC is already breaking out, so it's kind of like a sympathy play here. I just want to follow the leader, and right now the leader is CGC, and we like dollar breaks. Nikola, if you're looking for strength, this one might not be it yet. It just bounced off the quarter. Maybe that's going to be it. We said we're not going to get the dollar level today unless something extreme happens. I'm going to try Apple again. It keeps on holding this 175, and I keep taking these like trades for 10 to 15 cent risk to try and get this buck back to the upside. This is the level I like. It's a third time at this level. We'll give it one more shot. So Nikola holding on to 1/4. I like this for a potential bounce play, but it's not really showing strength just yet. I feel as if ACB through 1 has a better chance. And watch out for ARM here. It's catching a bit of a bid. Just saw that. It's catching a bid off this 65 level. Still prefer 62. But if it holds this 65, maybe we get a local breakout. The fact the market's flushing and ARM is holding technically a higher low since the pre-market bottom is a good sign for ARM once again. The stock has been incredibly strong. I don't have to tell you guys that. Unless you sat out yesterday, that's the only reason you shouldn't know that. So back to Apple. Tight stops all the way through here. Don't want to fight this one too much, but it is showing signs of holding. And Tesla, by the way, set every $3, and then I didn't trade 73. So 76, 73, 70 were support levels. It's bouncing off 73 already. Darn it.
All right, we've got it again right now. There goes AMD. AMD right now 30 cents in the money, trying to get back into the 50s. We talked about this 50 level as possibly being something there for AMD. So we just took another piece out at 60 or 70. Was it 60 or 68? Something like that. 70s, I think it was. And so now we'll see if it can continue its march lower here, AMD, as the market is not looking very, very healthy at all. We saw Amazon fade out the last couple of days. It should have been, well, just yesterday we had a red day, which was surprising because the market was up. And here's the fade continuing. Oh my God, there it is again. We just get a 60 fill. I mean, I hope you guys are subscribed and like this stream.
Like and subscribe today.
Because it's another one, man. We're on another one here today. Disney was a great out, a great couple trades there. Tesla, not so good, but in and out of the way on Tesla. Took profits on 20%, lost on the rest. Let's see if Tesla can get going, though, through 274 maybe right there. 274.50 or so on Tesla. Not a horrible area right there. So TSLA, we'll have a look if it can bust up just a little bit higher than where we are right now. That's not a bad little level there on the 1 minute chart, 274.50, but we want to remain short.
The market's a little weak right now.
I feel like right now. So, yeah, so far so good here, man. It's been really good, man. Lennar. Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Lennar was as flat can be on its earnings. It's like it was a 177.5 or something like that was where it closed, and it went $2.50 up and $2.50 down in the aftermarket, then was flat when I looked at it today. So I thought it was kind of boring for Lennar. I'm into AMC. Sometimes at the open, you prioritize ideas. I say this over and over again. AMC broke $8, which you know we were looking at in the afternoon show. So miss that. It's back and giving you the $8 level here. So I'm going to take it to 8.10. Let's just see what happens. Sitting in the short on AMC, even if you lose like once or twice, the last 2 weeks has been absolute gold. So I want to take advantage of it. Unfortunately for ACB here, it looks like we're going to have to wait on this dollar, at least temporarily. It didn't fail a dollar break. I saw someone put that in the chat. It actually put a lower high in. It hasn't gotten to $1. It's like 98.5 is the high. It's trying to get there. I still like the breakout. It's still very much in play. CGC is still above 150, so that's holding out. As long as this is above 150 and looking strong, I'm going to like that dollar break on ACB. What is Netflix doing? 400 still. Netflix held 400, eh?
No, it didn't.
Oh, I got a bit of a wick on the chart. This is it holding 400. Now it's up at 402. That's really hard to see because of that wick. But 398 looks like the bottom on Netflix there. So good strong hold for it. Apple now above that 175. This could be the turn here if Apple's already starting to hold that level. I gave it 3 shots. The first one was actually the best one, then a couple tight stops in. Maybe this is going to be it for Apple. I think you fade the chips maybe. But Apple 175 looking like it's going to try to hold here. I don't know if you get a V-shaped bottom, but at least a little bit of a recovery. Come on, ACB. Let's go.
Yeah, we're already we're watching out for AMD, a possible bump back up. But I mean, we might as well just cancel some of our AMD ideas because we're already out of 60% of this. But if it does come back, we'll wait to see if it does come back up. ARM, ARM's been a good one again today, dipping right back into that exact level that we talked about, but I wasn't on it. The 200 period, right? $65 there. Comes back in, holds it, then rips back to the upside. So I feel like maybe a break of 65, there might be something there on ARM, but holy shit, right, this is only a $100 name, and we're 50 cents in the money, trying to go lower now on AMD. I mean, here we go, this is it again for us. So let's just take some more out here if we can. It just wicked down to 35s. We'll stick a bid right there, come on, give us that 35, it just went to 36, you saw that. Hopefully we'll get another wick down on AMD. So there it is, man. And again, I know you guys are looking for this. One trade, right? Like some of you guys that are on PDT and stuff like that. There's the short of 105. So here it is, 70 cents. Well, 60 cents right now. Clean if you want it. You can take this trade and go enjoy the rest of your Friday. But we'll wait for more opportunities for everybody as well. Again, this Tesla's kind of holding the bottom a little bit now. That's 272.50. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we bounce a little bit here on Tesla. Let's initiate a little bit here with the long and then see if we do hold that 272.50 area. Hey, look, man, this is going to be one of those kind of hero plays again because we are starting to go back down to the downside. So you're going to have a little bit of faith in this because the market is not setting up for a long. We're just going to see if Tesla wants to hold that bottom. But it's been such a good stock lately that, it is due for maybe a little bit of a pullback. But again, we're going to give a pretty tight stop to that bottom of the day, 272.50-ish.
Yeah, this is I said every $3 on this thing. So this is the first chance to get the 73 level. Watch out if you're looking at some of the chip names. I mean, NVIDIA is curling a little bit. I just saw Intel, and it's already at 38. I was trying to short 38.40. And it was already at the even dollar. This is sort of accelerating on some of the chip names. ARM is still doing absolutely nothing. I need to see Tesla hold this 273 or I don't want to get in. Look out AMC. So I'm only giving this to like 10 or 11 because if AMC stops out, sometimes when the market goes down, squeeze names go to the upside. ACB's at 94, so that's not much of a worry. Yeah, you're just not getting the hold above 73.
Nope.
To get into Tesla. That's incredibly weak. Frustration abound for Intel here. I canceled my order. I tried to grab this curl. It's already at 38 even. I don't want to short a 38 break. I feel like taking out the bottom on a Friday morning is usually not a good story, so I'm not going to do it. Alibaba's bouncing off that 87 again. So it broke 87.5, but just remember on the higher time frame, like 87 has been a level on the daily chart, so it's wicking underneath here and then trying to recover it. I still think you can go for the long on BABA. Sometimes it doesn't care what the overall market does. Still looks like it's very much in play for the bounce play. This is just very violent. I can't chase it $0.50.
All right, well, we're in Disney. Disney's 75 cents in the money. We're going to see if I I don't know if Tesla wants to go or not, guys. I mean, we just bought some of that bottom against 272. Right now, we'll get some out on the way back up. Like I said, we'll average into better prices. And then when we took that 273, that was a starter. So now you can see our average price is 71. So it's flat right now. So we do take some out when it comes back to Flatsville here. But we're going to have to get this above 273 to hold, like Neil was saying. So if we got to hold that level, then maybe we do have a good little long here. But it doesn't want to go. The market doesn't want to go either right now. So we talked about this yesterday on the recap show with Chris, and that is that you got to look at multiple things. You can't just be like, hey, I like the stock. You can like the stock, but if the market conditions are not together with you, then like the stock be damned, it's not going up right now. So we'll have to watch out for that. We just missed that Tesla out, by the way, by I think a penny. We went all the way to 273.20 there. So we missed it by 5 cents, a 50-cent win. So, you know, we've lost on it before, but we do have a chance to make some money back here on Tesla on this level. But the market, as we've zoomed in too much there, as you could see, it just resisted again, another chance to break higher. So there we go. Give me those 20s now. See, we missed them again. Like it just ripped up there, and what did it touch? 15s again for us. So it wants to go, but there's someone selling Tesla pops right now, and it's not me. So hopefully we can get filled on 10% of what we have. Obviously not stopping this move. Let's get this to the upside. There's someone that's coming in and see. Like, look, okay, there it is. All right, so there we go. We got it. So again, they're marketing it down every time it pops up. Once they're gone, this thing probably gets to 275. Let's see Tesla fly now.
The reason I know that is because I had a 73 break back up, and I got filled at 95. Like it didn't even, like it triggered and someone was already marketing it down. So that by the time my order triggered, it was hitting an offer underneath 73, which is insane. That means someone's aggressively in it. I am short in Affirm. It tried to go green. It actually did go green. I'm a little surprised by that because the market's dying right now. But obviously 724 from yesterday not going to be in play. Looking at the local high, starting in at VWAP. This is one name I like for the turnaround story into the downside, so we're grabbing this short, maybe a little bit early, but it's showing some signs of weakness, and the market is trend to the downside. Apple is still trying to hold on, but I feel like Meta, if you look at what's fallen the most, I don't know if it's actually true, but I feel like Meta of the big names has fallen the most. It's bouncing off 305 here. It's so far to the downside. There's a curl off VWAP. I liked 309, and it blew right through it without stopping, without showing any strength. I feel as if we get anywhere near that number, I'm going to like the short on Meta. So every $3, wait for it. That's 76. Wait for it. That's 23. So 76 and then 73 on Tesla. But if it can't get to 74, forget about that one. Firm could be trouble. I thought ARM was going to be much better than this today. When I came to you guys and said ARM has a buyer at 65, it's at 66 with the same bottom at 65. This is really not moving today. What a disappointment ARM has been. If you're looking for excitement, it hasn't been here yet. Maybe it's a flat bottom break at 65 at this point. The way the market's going, maybe I just take this short at through 65 because stair-stepping to the downside, market not really going, it can't seem to have the bid that it does before. I'll take a shot at this. This is what I was doing with that 59 level yesterday. Try to get that break. If it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Tesla's not even going to hold 72 here.
Yeah, we're just lucky to we just got a great fill. We got 273.40 there as a fill, but it's not going to hold. It's going to break right now, and there it goes. So there it goes. But look at that. I cannot believe we got that fill. So it ripped up there. We got a 273.55 or so fill there on Tesla. But you know what, man? Let's go. We've got another Dollar Club winner for you anyways. Obviously, Tesla's been taking our money today, but AMD isn't. AMD ain't. Nice downside move now, $1 change in the money here. It sucks about that Tesla trade, man, because we knew that the long wasn't really set up yet, especially on the market, and we just kept on testing that. It's good because we were able to make a little bit money there on the last piece, but we lost on the last piece, but we made a little bit there. So at least it was okay to start with on Tesla, but not great to end the story there. So downside move there on TSLA. And like I said, man, I'm just going to sit here and trade the opportunities that I see, and hopefully we are going to hit those. And this was a great one there for AMD. I really like that Apple short, but because I was battling with Tesla, I decided to stick away from Apple, which was a mistake right there, 175.50. Any kind of a bounce up to that, I think is going to be a great short. This might give me an opportunity. I mean, Oracle needs to be a lot lower than where it is. I was going to say this might give me an opportunity to buy some Oracle, but maybe not. All right, so where are we here? We've already talked about this. This AMD trade is pretty monstrous right now. If we can get back into this 103.50, that's probably a decent out, and we'll just take it, man, and then watch. But right now it's $1. Maybe we'll hold it because the Nasdaq's not stopping. You've taken out this level here on the bigger time frame, and you're just trying to think about right now 15 right here, basically 15. Let's go. I mean, I said if we break 15.5 or 15, whatever this level was, 15.525, we're getting into this area, so that's just what's happening. Maybe this is finally the bounce spot in the Nasdaq. I kind of want to go back to Tesla, but it's been hot fire for me. So
that's the hard one, Tesla. By the way, 65. Just the second I put the stop order to break down on ARM, I'm like, I'm going to get it for sure. It just bounced off 65 again. So ACB and CGC. CGC rejected 150, so it's headed to downside, broke lows. So I flip to liking the short here. I mean, if it gets to 93, that's VWAP. I'm going to take this one short. I really wanted that break at $1, but unfortunately, you got to trade the market in front of you, not the one that you want to happen. We got some economic numbers coming through in my ear here, as well as jumbled up a little bit. So we're going to go to the desk a bit early because we have numbers at 10. Now I'm getting not yet. So we'll go to Sharif for the economic numbers before 10 o'clock. That's in 1 minute.
Happening now.
For happening now, but there's a few economic numbers that'll be coming out. I think we've got like Michigan sentiment coming through. So that'll be in 1 minute. I'm going to try to get this short on ACB. As I said, ARM, maybe it's a defend off 65. I'm still looking to break down flat bottom short on ARM, but it's been bouncing off this 65. You like a scalp trade? It's been giving you $1 here. The question becomes how much you slipped if you go long in front of 65. Like, where's your out going to be? You might get slipped like 25, 30 cents is my guess.
All right. Why don't we, all right, let's go over to Sharif.
I'm muted. It was my turn to be muted today. All right, guys, about 20 seconds or so, we get that University of Michigan sentiment preliminary number. Estimates are for 69. Last time around, we got 69.5. We also get the University of Michigan 5-year inflation. These are less important. The ones in red here, the more important, about 5 seconds away now. Usually this populates quite quickly. We also got some earlier numbers. We'll talk about that in a second. 67.7 we miss. So the market, let's see what we're doing here. Not quite moving on the number. 67.7. versus a 69 estimate. We'll see how the market reacts. We'll send you the big kahunas in a second, but quickly happening now. Chips up as well. It's down as well. The group is weak after the TSM asked suppliers to delay chip equipment deliveries due to decreasing demand. ARM also lots of volatility here, but still holding above yesterday's close at 63.5. Disney, market participants like the news of the possible ABC spinoff, up 1.5 on the day. Counter market move, guys. Let's look at what we need to now. We're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy a relaxed trading atmosphere with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader, who, by the way, still have their 20% off. Guys.
All right. We're going to go long here on AMD as we just got out. Let's just see. Maybe that Michigan sentiment there might have sparked a little bit of something. Let's wait to see 67 versus 69. It's not a good number. I understand that. But for some reason, the market wanted to buy up a little bit right there. So let's not question the market here too much. I am questioning going long on AMD, but we just had that wick bottom down there to 103.60. Let's see if it wants to hold that. We do have the bottoms down here at 103. So we'll average it in on this point. I just wanted to start a position now in and around this 04 area. So we're long at 0404 now. So that's basically a flat trade. We'll see if that has any love back in that at all. But I could see another fade coming through for sure on AMD. Let's wait for that 103 bottom before we really average in. And then ARM on a 65 breakdown, I think, is a decent opportunity. Keeps on coming in there and bouncing. Keep on bouncing off the 200, which we keep giving to you every time. So let's see if maybe there's a chance it doesn't want to hold at some point.
Yeah, the problem is I don't want to miss the break when it happens. You don't want to be distracted, but I'm just sitting there. And every time it gets down, I'm like, it's going to break, it's going to break. It just bounces off the level. But you do have to be locked and loaded and ready for it just in case it does. I do have right back to that 175 on that number. I was like, if we're going to turn getting stubborn with Apple. It's just like how many paper cuts you want to take. Like back above 175 with tight stops. I feel like it has a chance to go, but it's like, do you want to give everything back on those longs when it could just be a short? I am an ACB, by the way. I got the 90 short. Well, I like to short into VWAP on ACB as long as CGC is going to the downside. But wow, this market, a little bit of a bump up on Michigan sentiment. Now we're headed right back in. I'm kind of hoping there's a bounce big enough that I can get a short here in Intel. I don't know if it wants to give it to me here on Intel. Above 38, but it's not really getting back into this previous high. 38.20 is kind of where I wanted this, at least at that quarter level. And we're not getting that shot here on Intel just yet. So I want to be a little bit patient. This has been like multiple green candles to the upside, so give the market a chance to try to bounce here before I jump into this. Don't want to be too caught off guard, but I did like the Intel short underneath 39. It's a bit of a stair-step play there. CGC is the reason why I'm short ACB. So as that bounces, if it curls off VWAP, I want to add to my ACB position if we get another curl on CGC. I just feel as if ACB has been weaker than CGC. So I like to short the weaker name or the one that tends to be following the leader. So I'm going to do that one instead so I don't get caught off guard in the weed names.
All right, so we've already captured some profit there, obviously, on our AMD trade, and now we're going short, or now we're going long on AMD to see if we could bounce a little bit right now. Quick check-in on NVIDIA, as there's some talk there on the chat about it as well. We still like the short at 450, but it's, you know, that's, I didn't even look at the chart before saying that, of course. We already know this, and it's come up and hit that a couple times, and now starting to go to the downside. I've been talking about the demise of NVIDIA for a while here, meaning that after that report, you know, there hasn't been too many buyers in this name. We'll see, though. It's still at the 50 period. It's still trying to hold out. At some point, though, NVIDIA is going to give it up, and I don't know where this thing lands. I think near 400, I think, is a decent buying area for this, but for right now, it's holding out pretty good. I mean, and if the NASDAQ can bounce, we know that there's buyers in NVIDIA for sure, so hopefully that can come in. I would prefer, yesterday we had a short at 455 that we took $5 on. We could have had 7, and that, again, look at that today, 455 came right into play again, so watch out for that one coming through. Disney, we're holding on. We have a new position. We just put it on. It's AMD. We'll take something out in the 20s, but I really do think that, you know, this does have a chance to go. You're right back up to here right now. Let's go. We bought the bottom here. We're long at 04. Let's see if we can get back at least to 05. I mean, 05 is where VWAP is, where VWAP's landing, maybe 70s or something like that. But we're right here into the mid-20s. You know what? I don't know. I don't want to be. There it is. Okay, we got 24 right now. So, you know, we'll just go bang there. Early win there, 25 cents on this. So we'll see where it goes from here. But we'll stay long on NVIDIA or on AMD for now.
Tesla actually looking like it made that bottom at 72. It feels like you had a couple of consecutive green candles. If it comes in here and shows you more consolidation, I think it's going to be worth it. Affirm took the short off the local high. It broke out. So I'm short, close, into the top. Just going to get out of this one. I do like the 24 level, so this range 24 to 24.20 would be the next level I try. But looking for that for the Huadunk. I've been feeling like Affirm's going to come in. So on a day where the market was down, I felt like maybe this was going to be the 5% down day, or, I mean, this stock can go 10% down. Let's be realistic for a second. So maybe that would be the case. ARM is about to go. There's about, I don't know, like 300,000 did not even get filled there. I didn't even get filled there. I heard somebody, I think it was Wayner, said he got. Somebody said they got filled on 65. Maybe it was Yanni. Good job there. I didn't get the fill on it. Affirm broke 65. Maybe we get picked back up on the way here. Wow, that was a. You knew it was going to be a decent break. The amount of times it bounced, there was, I want to say, 350 to 400,000 shares on that bid, but it's done 27 million. So it chewed through that like a hot knife through butter. Watch out for that 62 level on ARM. That's going to be a good one, I do think. So ARM absolutely, it's not dying. Like, it should be down $1 right now. I'm going to try and pick this up on the way back up, but that's like, why isn't it just instantly falling $1? When it was breaking up, it would break and then it would be at that $1, I mean, right quick.
Yeah, we missed it as well, but we punched short. So we'll see what happens here as we're now short 90s. That was my fill right there. Looks like it wants to go back up to the upside. So let's wait to see what happens now with ARM. We're short now at 82. Let's see. I agree, man. It's not really falling down, but hey, man, you got to put the bids out to get filled. So let's put some bids out here in the 50s and the 30s and the teens on the way down and see if that does happen. That's 65. Sorry, what are we short? We're short right now, 64.82. So that's 65.50. That's 66. I think we'll get out if it breaks too much above $66. I feel like that's going to be a good spot there. Doesn't really matter the price. We should be able to market it out if it does get back up there. So let's just hold the short. We really went to school on ARM yesterday, and that was a fantastic trade. So we're nowhere near the same size right now that we were on the IPO, obviously.
Yeah, the open.
So there it is right there. We'll take 40 cents or 30 cents early there at 50. Hopefully this can come down and ARM will sing that tune, because here we go. Nice move. We're bidding 32. There it is. We get that as well. Let's spin the money again on that one. So here we go, man. We're doing it again on ARM.
Yeah, we waited for that breakdown. I just took 32s because it's magic. I'm going to give bid in front of 64 because it's a round number. So every even dollar. Remember, there's no levels on IPOs. So I think the even dollar levels, you want to respect them. Looks like it's bouncing in the quarters there. Take another route. 62 is a big level to the downside. Wow, Affirm. Good thing we got out of the way of that. That's breaking 24 even. So when the market is absolutely dying, Affirm is going to the upside. You know, you can be surprised, but if it's not making sense, just get out of the trade. Like if you were going to tell me that the market was down 1.1% and Affirm is up 1% and breaking highs, then I knew I'm going to be wrong on that one. So get out of that one, move into something nice. We waited around for the 65 break, didn't get it. We're able to catch it on the way back up. I think 62 is your next stop. So bids in front of 63.5, bids all the way to the downside until we get to 62. I think that's the area where there could be a bit of a bid based on yesterday's trade.
All right, there it is, man. Dollar Club right away on ARM. It finally starting to drop down a little bit, so we've got it. Hopefully this can continue to make that move down. We are obviously a little bit worried here about our boy AMD, because we were short initially, man, and this will be $1.50 if we held on to our bias on the short side, but unfortunately we did flip long into this name. So I'm not trying to give it up yet. I am waiting to see if we can get a fill down here near 103. I feel like that's much more responsible than what we just did, but we did take 25 cents twice on the upside there, only for 20%. So this is coming right into this 103 area again for, I almost said Tesla. Tesla's the other name that we didn't trade great there again. But here we go, man. ARM is really an interesting name. It's just bouncing now, yeah. So let's see if we can get another 65 fill, maybe to the short side again, and try to play off this 200 period. It was holding it the whole time. Now we can use it as resistance instead of support. So there's the break. It's too bad because it was 65 and then it wasn't appreciating that. The short should have been 65.50, not right here. But here it goes, $1.20 now in the money for this name. We will also reload a little bit. What we got out of AMD, we got it at 20% there. We'll reload a little bit now, but we are still waiting for that 103 proper to come in before we really take a trade there on this name. So far so good here today. ARM trying to fall. I don't really have an area to bid. I'm bidding 63.50 just because, again, every 50 cents I think could be something here. But we could get out at 75. 75 is kind of the same as 50, right? So we could do that. It's already a nice win. It's $1. You know, taking some out here. Up to you guys. Let's see what happens with ARM. Obviously, if the market bounces, we could see a nice little rebound there in ARM.
It just filled 63.66, so I was a bit in front of the half, but I decided to put it in the 60s. I want to get to this in a quick second because if you're looking for strength in the market, you're probably going to have to find it in some small cap, low float, those types of names. You know what we're dealing with here. This is what's going to the upside. Future Faraday Future. It's Faraday Future, not Future Faraday, I'm pretty sure. Just broke $5, headed toward yesterday's tops. If this can clear 6, giddy up. It's another one of these yada yada, reverse split, get huadunked, catch a bid, and then go running up for reasons unknown to anybody. I think they delivered a vehicle, though, so that's the catalyst, right? Like they delivered a vehicle or two, and that's the reason it's going to go to the upside. Look, if you're excited about trading and you're interested in kind of learning this market, what we do every single day, I want to highlight right here our campus program. This is something that I think is a fantastic idea and something that's great for everybody out there passionate about trading because it's free. I'm starting with the fact that it's free. So if you are in Canada, you can apply to this. It's all about learning. So the first phase is you're going to come in, get get a couple of days worth of sort of learning about the market, learning about the platform that we trade, P-Pro-A. From there, you get an opportunity to go into TMS, which is our simulation mode, trading mode supreme. And you're going to get one-on-one training at that point. It's about 4 weeks long. At the end of it, you have the opportunity to go live. You're going to get one-on-one coaching the entire way through. You get the opportunity to learn real money, get a funded account, but you've got to put the time and effort in. So you can go to campus.daytradetheworld. You can check the QR code below. All you have to do is apply if you're accepted, put in the time and effort, learn about the markets, and have the ability to become a funded trader, trading on the same platform that you see us and all the other guys in the show hosts trade on as well. So get your applications in if you are interested. I think it's a fantastic program. Trading is a hard enough business if you don't actually put the work in to learn it. So this is an opportunity for anybody to do that is residing currently in Canada.
Oh man, ARM making the move again to the downside. So we'll take, there it is. There's 50. We take that face right now, that fill right now, and slap it around a little bit there. So there's the hot dog cannon going on for ARM. It's $1.50 in the money. This is making my day right here, right now. So ciao, ARM to the downside. Good trade there. And you know what? Like now I'm getting a little bit heated again because like we missed that fill by 5 cents. We were at 103.15 right down there for AMD, and we missed that fill. So that kind of sucks as it's starting to get back to the upside. This is going to be a hell of a day again here, I feel like, and thank you once again for supporting the stream. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe ASAP. Yeah, Big Rob, I mean, I know. I've been a Tesla bull all day, baby, until it just kept on breaking. We probably should not have got out of that last one, but once we broke 272, we wanted to get out of it. But there it is. It is making that move higher. I don't know. It's still down. The market's still red. I know we missed that trade on AMD. You know what? This might be a good opportunity to get a piece out right now anyways, because that's a nice move back up for AMD here. We did average it into the 40s, but still, we missed the trade on advanced micro devices. We did have a bid down there, missed it by a couple cents. Otherwise, we'd be getting it all out right now. The market is still very weak. So I don't want to pretend like we missed the Tesla trade because we didn't. I still think it's a short. If it bumps, I'd rather get a long once we can see some confirmation in this market. But for right now, it's still downside. Look at the NASDAQ still continuing to bleed. You have to watch out for this 15,540. If we can take the 50 period, that's a completely different story. So we'll wait to see if that comes through on the NQs. But for right now, man, we have AMD long. We've got the biggest and the baddest, man. This is going to be right now a face slapper here for ARM, as there's the short at 65 coming right back in. So here we go, man. And like we said, a lot of us will trade different share sizes. So will you. So will guys behind us. Make sure you trade your own book. Some of these are just ideas. And if you're seeing us scalp out, that's our strategies. Make sure that you follow yours. That's the most important.
Yeah, like we're day traders. Day traders have to be flat at the end of the day. So by definition, all trades are a shorter term trade. So I was waiting around for 24, the next level from the markets continue to go down. So that kind of confirms to me, if you're not going to break this 24.20, I want to work in off of this level as well. So CGC still looking weak. So I just got a little bit more, but not really enough of ACB off the curl off VWAP. But I'm going to go jump right back into a firm. 24.20, yesterday's high. This is one where if the market's going to continue to go down, you can't tell me a firm isn't worth the shot up here. If you're looking at some other names, completely ignore this. Look, if Carvana had broken the high, we're loving that 57 break. It is what it is, right? Like you can like the break all you want, but if the stock doesn't actually break the high, you don't get into the long. Carvana is tanking through 54 even. Like if this is going to give it up, like what's AMC doing that I got out of it?
I think go.
Like AMC's trying to curl. If AMC can get back down underneath like 810, that could be a short as well. But this market seems to want to try to go to the downside. Apple's holding up a lot better than I would have expected, but not necessarily for NVIDIA. NVIDIA now 447 as that continues to flush into the downside. Watch out for them chips, man.
Let's go. ARM is getting to the downside. That's a $2 winner right now. So we are in the dollar club, and the club is bouncing right now, man. Travolta's like, man, where's my invite? I gave you your invite, John. I mean, you just missed it. It was at 65. Nice move to the downside right there for ARM, and we just take another piece out right there. Like I said, man, you guys do you, because we don't show the share sizes that we have, so I got to make sure that I'm starting to piece some out here as it continues to go down. But the one thing that just happened that you mentioned chips, I don't know what was up with that.
NVIDIA's falling.
Yeah, AMD just ripped to the north side, and we got a 104 flat, actually. I thought I got a little bit better than that, but 104 flat right now. Let's put a 104.07 out right there. I mean, we could take some more out. We're only long at 91. We had to hold this one against us, but what a difference a day would have been there if we would have got that long. We were bidding right there 5 cents away. Ay, ay, ay. What's up to Big Chungus there? He wants me to start trading futures. The thing is that we should. I agree with you 100% because all these calls seem to be fine off everything that we're doing. But that's the problem when you trade a little bit of equity, right? Is that equity names will go by themselves and they don't necessarily need a reason. But we were 100%, I feel like we were 100% right on Tesla. We don't probably have the right executions, obviously, but look at Tesla flying now, man. And we fly high, no lie, because Tesla is balling. And that's what's happening right now. 275, nice little upside move here on that name, TSLA. But what an out there for ARM. I mean, the fact that we got that 63 fill, that's what I'm saying. Trade your book. But good runner here in ARM, good runner in Tesla. And let's see if we can't get some appreciation of the price here on advanced micro devices. And then we'll really start to see something happen here. So let's get this market back up to the upside. Bye-bye, Tesla, 275.
Yeah, I'm going to be frustrated by Alibaba. That's probably the one. Like sometimes you like a dip buy, but it happens pretty darn quick. And if you're not just laser focused on it, it's going to make that move without you. That's what just happened on Alibaba. It's back at VWAP. If the market rolls over again and this is going to hold up at VWAP, I think it's probably going to be a long off that level. It's just I want to see the markets show a little bit more strength, and then if this can show that higher low, then you go into the upside. Apple's starting to hold. That's looking pretty good. Apple with the turnaround. Said be patient for this. I mean, 175 has been just an absolute magnet, but every time it gets above, it rejects. So it's almost like the longs are underneath and wait for it to clear VWAP. So longs are probably underneath 175 with the same tight stops and then wait for it to clear, maybe get above VWAP before you start going into it. Amazon, I still like 140 even. So this probably has a little bit more to drop. Like this is, if the market's going this week, you almost want it to fill the entirety of the gap and then wait for it to get down there. That's what it seems like is going to happen. Meta, I was talking about like a 309 reverse. Obviously, this is not bouncing enough to get you to 309 at this point, but that's still in the back pocket. Affirm is now holding. It's weird. The market's bouncing, and Affirm is now holding at 24. It's not going up. So if the market bounces from here and Affirm doesn't go any higher, I think this is going to be the better price. We should have waited for 24 anyways. Keep in mind, it's Friday, right? So 175 Apple, I mean, it makes some sense it would hold that level. Makes some sense Meta will be glued to 305 at this particular moment, but you're starting to get a reverse the other direction. I think ARM's at least one reload off that 65 level. If you're going to hold the open for 20 minutes at that price, then I'm going to take 2 swings at that price. Let's go to the desk with Sharif so we can get the small cap recap.
You mentioned earlier again, but this time with a headline, Neil, 556. The top, we're at 540 right now. Faraday Future to deliver another FF91 2.0 Futurist Alliance, this time to celebrity agent Kelvin Sherman, whoever that is. I don't even know who that is. Anyway, decent day for Faraday, up 15%. The other one here, Nikola, another EV name. This one expanding into Canada. That's the headline on this one. Nikola goes north, bringing the ITD on board as its first Canadian dealer. We'll have to see if we start seeing these ones on the road. Then I saw this one earlier, HOLO, kind of pulling back now. Nice move here off that $1.30 low, got to 162. Rejecting that 200 period on the 5, though, coming back in now sub 150.
And Nikola's up 7%, but it is going down with the market right now. So I feel as if it's worth it to wait for it here, but it's worth noting, it gets 120 high, double top, triple top, whatever you want to call it. This is the support level. So it is bouncing off that. You like to see a breakout hold a support off of the high, so it pulls back in and it holds a previous high because you don't have other levels to work off of. There it goes. Oh, I just got out of ARM. The market started bouncing, and I just took the 63 here. Maybe it's the wrong call because 62 is the level where we thought there'd be the long. But it's worth a reload, I think, at the 65 level. You waited around for this 65. Like, how long were we talking? Like, at the open, it's like bounce off 65. Okay, put the order in. This is at 9:42. Don't get the break until 25 minutes later. You had to wait 25 minutes for this to finally break down. But it is a good one, so that'll be a flush. You had to be patient with this. It's not as volatile as I was expecting today. But after what happened yesterday, it's hard to kind of top the volatility that we already saw in ARM. So you're getting a bounce. Apple now above 175. I think it has a decent chance to continue that move. I haven't really looked at what Tesla's doing, but I'm assuming that's probably a really, really good bounce on Tesla.
Yeah, it's an amazing bounce on Tesla.
Of course
We'd
it
be
is.
killing it right now if we had it, but we don't, so whatever. I think about taking a 276 break on Tesla, sort of where this all got going again. So we'll wait to see if that can come through. Obviously, we've missed the long on that one. We did not miss the short on ARM. That was really cashed in for us. But the one thing that's not trading properly, and it's crazy because we had the short first, and then we went long when it took 104. And it's been okay on the long. There's no doubt about that. But right now we're sitting, again, in a 15 penny loser here on AMD. Hopefully that can get going. We still are waiting for a little bit of more of a move, to come through on that. Why is CCL, bye-bye ARM, by the way. What's going on with CCL right here? Is it hitting VWAP or something? I just saw it show up on one of my scanners. CCL, we saw RCL with the downgrade
Yeah,
today.
probably VWAP.
CCL not really doing too much. Let's check out on Ford. Ford.ny right there. Okay, yeah, so Ford actually went the other way on that strike news. It went up today.
That's weird.
Yeah, Ford now positive, way positive. I mean, the market's nowhere near green, and Ford is 1% to the good right now. So a nice little move there for Ford. And again, I guess if we come back to VWAP, that could be a name. What about GM right now? It's probably the same thing.
34 break.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was upside again on GM, which it is, I guess. So both Ford and GM, nice plays here today. As, there goes Tesla pushing back off that 276 area. So I think we got that one right, at least. Maybe a pullback into 272, and we will buy some for some Tesla. Main concern for me, though, actually, I'm not really concerned about anything other than AMD, because it's trying to get back in here again. We just bought some 60s. I still want to wait for that 15 fill. Hopefully that can come in. But we can, because we've gotten some more out, we'll put some more bids down here in the 50s. I don't know, man. If this breaks 103, we're just going to keep trying it. It's only 10:25 right now, so
Still early.
Still early. But Apple's to the downside now as well, so.
It's trying to hold that 175. It's just not much of a bounce on Apple. CGC took out VWAP, so in a penny stock, I don't mind taking 1.5, 2 cent hits. It lets me take multiple shots at it. It wasn't the dollar level, so I don't mind it. But this is one that's making another move. Again, not endorsement of stock, but stock is going up. It's up 15%, and its name is Mullen. So Faraday's up, Mullen's up, market's down. That's how it is. It's breaking yesterday's high of 65. That's kind of a clear out zone. If you look at this from the higher time frame, like I said, this daily chart, it feels like it has some room to get to 80. That seems crazy, but it's a penny stock. So penny stocks will move even when they don't have rational reasons to do so. So 65 hold here, maybe even 63. It's worth being in the long here and kind of give it down to 61 and then see if it can make that move to the upside. 35 million's okay. For Mullen, it's not great. You'd love to see this thing already at 100 million shares after an hour, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have enough juice to go. So Mullen on the radar. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. It's 2 days in a row that I didn't take it after having it for the first 2 days of the week. This is the time that it looks like it's trying to make that challenge. If it sees $1 today, I'm shorting $1, but I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, obviously been a tough day here as well. I shouldn't say obviously. I mean, Disney's been a monster for me. AMD, I still think has a lot of potential. The only stock we've lost on, and ARM was an absolute amazing trade for ARM today. Just looking at the NASDAQ, it needs to get going. If it doesn't, then we're cracked. I mean, what's up to Big Kachungus there as well? Like, you know, this move to the downside on the futures. Might want to look for a little bit of a cover now, but still, it's a nice move downside right now. And if you guys have been following, what's up, dude? What did you just say? Oh, down. Okay, I was like, who is that? But that was Sharif there. You could see, I mean, if you've just been following the trades, you can see sort of where the winners have come from and where they haven't, right? And so that's about all I could say. I mean, ARM has been really great down here to 62. We'll continue to watch it. And then I'm just going to sit here in AMD. Like, my average price is 66. We're going to pretty much double our position. Wait a second. Oh, I got canceled down there. I was going to double my position at 15, so let's just do that right now and then see what happens, man. So here we come in. AMD's pouring in. Okay, Don't. Okay, there we go. We got the long this time. Okay, so now we're long against that price. So 103 coming in right now. I mean, I know ARM's collapsing, but I'd like to see a win in this name right now if we can get it. Our average price is 40. Let's take something out if we get into the 20s again, but this is going to have to get a little bit higher. We don't want to lose 40 cents here on this trade, but it looks like we are going to. Here comes AMD. Here comes the market. Like I said, congratulations anybody that's been short this whole move because the move is accelerating again right now. So big move to the downside in these chip names. It's crazy that we started short 105 and here it is at 103. So it's like, ye have little faith on some of these moves. We should have just held the initial short. But the thing is, we are getting light on it. I thought there was a bounce there at 104, which was a bad Michigan number. It's not like the number was great. I was wondering why the market was bouncing in the first damn place there. But it did do that. Wow, look at Tesla. Like, engage rocket boosters, man. We definitely had the right name. We had everything, but we dropped it a little bit too early there. So now we pay the piper and have to suffer this stupid hit right now on AMD. But whatever, man. That is what trading's all about. Sometimes you take those hits. Here comes 62 right now. Let's just punch out a little bit here on ARM. It came into our price. That's a hot dog gun. AMD is not, but ARM is, man. And that's why you want to have different arrows in your quiver, right? Pretty soon we're going to have up on our position board if we're positive or negative on names as we go through. So that for ARM, obviously we don't have any outs above our ins. Well traded today, ARM, and we just get to 62. I mean, this is another sticky note level. Go long at 62. So there it is right there. There's 70 more cents for you on the long of ARM. We're short. That's where we cover. Booyaka.
Booyaka Shah, I believe. Well, I mean, you're wearing the Ali G thing, so you know.
Yeah, we're pretty fly today.
No, it's true. Like Booyaka Shah, that's Ali G, man. Everyone that doesn't know, everyone knows Sacha Baron Cohen for the wrong thing, in my opinion, because Ali G is easily, by an absolute long shot, his best character. Forget about Bruno and like the other ones are good, but you know it's all about Ali G. That was the original. So the market is trying to bounce. I'm into a firm here. Let's see what happens. I might have been too hasty to get out of ACB. Because like CGC is still kind of curling to the downside. Let me zoom in so you can see this better. Like it's curling to the downside, and I went tight stop on ACB right there, and it looks like it's still pretty valid. So I think giving this one a little bit more space on the short is going to be the way to go. So you know, that's what I'm going to do there. Jeff, right, you're right. East side, west side. It's the East Stains Massive. That's his crew.
Massive.
East Stains Massive.
Massive.
That's what it's all about. I'm more of like a Leicester in England. I'm all about Leicester.
Well, you have crypto. Hold on a second before we go, because I tweeted out something that was pretty funny there yesterday. See if I could find it. And it was like showing about how old we are right now, or anybody that's here right now. Let's go. Yeah, I guess it's all how you feel, but look at this. This is what I tweeted out yesterday. Remember Ice Cube? This is him now. So, you know what I'm saying? So there you go. Shout out to my guy, Ice Cube right there. But this is why, if you follow on Twitter, this is what's good. So there it is right there. Shout out to my guy, Ice Cube right now. But all right, let's go over and talk a little bit of crypto with the man, the myth, the legend. You can never tell how old this guy is. It's Sharif.
BTC is very Aladdin right now to the downside. No, kidding, of course. Anybody who knows the dictator knows exactly what I'm referring to. Yeah, but in all seriousness, Bitcoin down 1.25% here, guys, at 26,368. Currently, ETH, though, keeping its head above water, trying to maintain that 1,600 level that we reclaimed a couple of days ago, but also down 1 percentage point on the day. The mining names not faring much better either. You got Mara down 3 1/5, Riot down 1.82. Coinbase bouncing off that 80 2/3, but still negative 2% on the day. No headlines.
Coinbase was probably a good short. Well, I mean, everything's a good short today. And a day where the market's a good short, Coinbase is usually a good short. It's not through $80 yet, though, so maybe that's a little something. I'm back into ACB. I feel like I had too tight a stop on it before. Like my stop was like underneath 2 cents. I should at least give it 2 or 3 pennies to see what can happen there. PayPal. I just saw someone talking about PayPal. PayPal at the high of the day, up 1%. Remember yesterday we had this conversation. I don't remember who was asking about Square. Is Square a long? I'm like, well, PayPal is actually stronger than Square. Maybe look for that one to be a long. I don't know why it's so strong today, but you can see what's going on. It's holding up a little bit better than everything else. If the market does rebound, I think you look for that one alongside. And speaking of the other thing, the other one, Block. Like this is what Block's doing. Block's just kind of following the market. Market goes down, Block goes down. Market goes up, Block goes down. This is maybe breaking a flat bottom. I don't know about today, but look at that. 52.75. Block is grinding lower. PayPal, for whatever reason, that's just the one. If you're looking between these two, I think it's pretty clear. PayPal high of the day, Block low of the day.
Yeah, PayPal's been great off that 58. I actually tweeted something out when it was at 58, talking about the valuation there of PayPal, and that it was looking pretty good for a long. We got dumped out there again. So like I said in the chat there, you know, trading bigger share size is fine, but when it loses, it sucks. And there it goes right now, AMD back down to the downside. But maybe we're bouncing off 103, but do I want to keep going back to the well? No, I don't think so. I mean, we already tried it. We were short initially. That's why it's making me feel bad. There's the break of 103. We got out instantly, and that's another thing, man. It's sometimes we get out at the wrong levels as well, and that could be a turn right now. I did try to buy some Tesla dip at 274.50. That didn't fill, so we are sitting there. If it does flush, 274.50 right into there is where we're going to try to buy it, but you're now above VWAP and taking out 276 now. Wow, what a move back for Tesla, man. I mean, if this market goes, this could go. Let's try a 276 break maybe longer. Let's get a little bit above there and then see if we can execute that. So 276, 30 or so maybe for a little bit of a break long on Tesla. See if we can make some of that back. But again, it's just breaking above right there. We have VWAP that can help us at 274.50 in case there's a problem there, but definitely missed that opportunity. I wonder if we got stopped out there. Let's try one more piece on AMD. That bottom of the day is 102.84. So we'll try a piece against that. So right now we got to go at least 1-to-1, see if we can get it back going. The market's trying to take VWAP, or it's trying to take the 50 period. We said this would be something that we wanted to take if the market started to get going again. ARM, again, 62 was the bouncing spot there. We should have just taken that long. Like we wrote that down, that this was the long. I mean, it's the number one idea on here, 62 long. It's coming now twice down to the bottom side and giving you $1 both times. So for me, definitely a missed opportunity there in ARM.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like the reverse play is not always, you're making two decisions at once in a situation like that. It's not an auto, but let's go long, strong stocks and try to short weak ones. Like the second I looked at that PayPal, I asked myself, like, why would I not, if the market is bouncing, instead of trying to find something that's at the bottom I like, just look at a name that's relatively strong. Like, if this is going to break back out, look at the daily chart. Like, it's breaking out on the daily, 64. If it resists VWAP, not VWAP, but the 50 period on the daily, that's $66. That's 70 cents away. It's got some room to get into the upside. So let's look for something that's trend up. And if it fails, and at least you were trying to join the trend. And I'll take multiple shots to join a trend. Risk about 30 cents in here back to 65 even. Like I said, the 50 period on the daily sits at 66, so there's room to the upside. And that's in the face of, like the Affirm short, which I'm sitting in here till 24.20. Shorted here to the local high, it stops out. Shorted in here to 24, and it could break out 24.20. So if that's going to go, I feel like PayPal can have a bit of a shot. Did I miss Affirm? I might have missed, not Affirm, I might have missed Mullen there. Oh yeah, I missed Mullen. I missed Mullen again. Here's Mullen to 70. This is where I cancel my bids. And if it gets to 80, I start thinking about shorting Mullen. But Mullen is on one, it does seem. This is the one that's strong. It doesn't have to make sense. You just have to observe the fact that it's happening. Sometimes you got to be a little bit more aggressive with the entry points. I get caught up in looking at the consolidation and thinking I'm going to catch a fill. Didn't catch the fill on Mullen, and now it's absolutely gonzo. Down Sky saying check out Sunrun. That's running again today. Nice pun. No, it's not. It was a great. That's not a great pun. It's running again. That's terrible. Yesterday, good move. It's trying to break out right now. I'm not seeing a lot of volume on this. You guys can see volume right down here. So lower volume off the open than what it was doing at the close yesterday, let alone yesterday at the open. It's tricky to make a breakout and sustain that move if you're getting that little volume relatively on a Friday, and this is doing less volume than yesterday at a breakout price. let's say needs to get through 16, 16 and a quarter, volume picks up, that can be a breakout, but volume matters to me if I'm looking for a stock that's breaking out. I did not insult Big Pun. What? I love Big Pun.
Yeah.
Little Italy, little did he know that we riddled some middlemen who didn't do diddly. That's one of my favorite.
It's too bad we don't
Love
get those
Big
votes anymore, man. We used to
love
have a
Big
Friday
Pun.
rhyme day we used to have.
Love Big Pun.
We don't get the likes anymore for that, man. Hopefully we can today. 1,500 likes.
Big Pun.
Yeah, Big Pun is nice. Okay, RIP. We went into the short on Tesla just against 276. It just kept on bouncing up there. And this is only going to be temporary because if the market goes, then this is not the name that we want to be short. We're already long AMD, and that's pretty good. So we'll be able to see if that can come through again at some point. But we'll see here. Get a poll going for lunch. What do you want, Nimit? I mean, you kind of know already what lunch is going to be at some point there. It's going to be chicken again.
I love jerky.
But it wasn't chicken yesterday. So
Shout out to Ramin this morning, by the way.
watch out for that. Sure, go ahead.
Ramin brought ice cream for everybody this morning, which I thought was fantastic because I can always eat something sweet. So thank you very much, Ramin, for bringing ice cream. It's a weird thing to eat in the morning, but if it tastes good, you just eat it anyway. So I want to thank her for that. That was very nice. I just got stopped out of a firm. It's been one of those days. All you can try to do is limit the losses. So this stock is strong. I like PayPal now, but maybe I should have just liked the Affirm long. It's clearly looking like it wants to break out. If it goes, it might have to go without me. Nimitz, we all want to scream for ice cream. You're right about that. Ice cream is delicious. I still favor the 65 reload on ARM, but this market is showing some signs of curling to the upside. Let's try to respect that. Like, it was such a good breakdown that maybe we get another shot at it up here at VWAP at that 65 level, or maybe it just stair steps to the said downside. Looking pretty decent for that stair step, though. 62 bounced once. I'd expect it can bounce again. Like this morning, 65 bounced like 5 times. So why wouldn't 62 bounce at least twice?
Right.
So the only position I'm in now, oddly enough, in a downtrending market is long on PayPal, which I don't even know if I would have looked at that one if it wasn't for the viewers. If you're at the high, or not, if you're at highs and up 1% when the market's down, then I'm going to like a long setup on a stock like that. SoFi Mud is saying is going. So it looks as if you've got some of the, like the financials, fintech are strong with the exception of Square. SoFi is having a lot of trouble breaking 715, 720. If he gets through 720, I've been liking SoFi through 720 for a couple of days now, but you know, no breakout yet on SoFi. Maybe today's the day. I don't know. Let's go to the desk for Sector Watch.
Red is the theme of today, guys. Let's have a look here at the board. Yeah, you'll see the big tech names, for the exception of Apple, all decidedly red. And it's rose for Amazon. That's how dark it is, 2.5% to the downside. Nothing really spared here. Energy, red. Health and technology, red. Technology services, red. Let's talk about the names that are green. Visa and MasterCard bouncing back today after having sold off decidedly on the past few days. Again, no news on that. We brought that to you a couple of days ago. Disney also in the green, and Netflix after that big sell-off, 0.5 point to the upside, guys.
There is no pep in the step of this market.
Yeah, we have short again here on Tesla. So we're short now almost $1 in the money. We're short at 276. We talked about that. We've been getting it out because, I mean, I don't trust it, obviously, as we've been red on AMD today, but Tesla is the one that we started the day red with going long. So I'm not super convinced that the short is right, but we are just playing it off 276. We did talk about that. So, you know, 50 cents in the pocket. We could just keep taking it out. I'll bid again here in the 30s, and then we'll take that. There it is. We take that 50 cents now. We are longer in AMD now, but obviously as this market continues to fall down, I'm just kind of scalping this for a dime. I don't know. It just keeps on there. I mean, we just got O's again there. It just keeps on going up and not wanting to get going at all. So instead of just sitting here and losing on a name that doesn't look like it wants to go, I'm just going to scalp this out for as little as we can. We just took a long there at 91. So let's go. I mean, my stop is like 10 cents there, so hopefully it can climb up and we'll be able to get a little bit of respect on this position. But we're now out of half of Tesla as it keeps on dripping a little bit lower, watching out for that 276. So right now, this one's well in the pocket. I like this trade. Let's see if it fades out, especially with the rest of this market. And again, let's wait, right? I'm not going to reload ARM until we get back into here, probably 66.50 or so. It's been a great shot to the south side right there. Come on, here we go. You Tesla, let's go. Hopefully there it goes. Now we're $1 in the money right now on Tesla. So patience pays with this one. What's up, big guy?
5%, Sean, to the high side here for Fisker. Multi-day runner ran up yesterday quite nicely off that 645, close up at 670. And today we just broke $7 with a 701 high. Only 3 million shares of volume though, so.
So what you're telling me is that every EV company that's not actually producing anything, those are going up today, and everything else is going down. So that's good to know. It's always important to know that. Nimit in the chat was just like, Neil, wait around, be patient. You might still get your dip buy in Mullen. I actually don't think so. Like, maybe it goes down before it goes up, but I really doubt you get 64, 65. And that's 10%. It's almost 10% down if it pulls back at this point. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm skeptical that that's going to be the case. Like I said, I pulled my bid. If it gets down there, I'll make a judgment call. But that's 10% down. You'd be buying the dip. I don't necessarily love it. I thought maybe you get 38.25 on Intel, but it's consolidating down here, which is underneath that 38 level. So I wanted this short, and we'll have to, sometimes we say buy high, sell higher, sell low and buy back lower. Like it is what it is. You don't always get the price you want, but if it's stair step to the downside on my 15-minute, that is the first green candle to the upside. It rejects at about 38.10-ish, and back under 38, we're going to be short Intel. I got 99s here, looking for a place to add. The market is it's resolving itself at least a little bit to the downside. The ES here is pretty much at yesterday's bottom that we saw at the open. The NASDAQ is through yesterday's bottom and tracking in on Wednesday's low. So that'll be another leg to the downside potentially here for this incredibly weak market. You have a few names which are strong, but they all look like they're like lower float runners. None of the big cap names are looking awfully strong today.
Oh, man. No, there isn't much strength out here today. We just lost AMD again, but like we were just saying, that's why you have to scalp out when you're not feeling it, right? And so we basically made nothing on it, but at least it went to the downside. So there goes AMD now continuing, man, to still have that 105 short would have been pretty nice. Tesla's not going, which makes me think that, I mean, look, we're still $1. It's still $1. But hopefully this can continue to make a move. I'm bidding 274 now. I just wait for that flush, but as the market's flushing, Tesla is not. So watch out. I just want to see it give it up, and there it is. So just as we talk about, there it is. Yes, I was wondering if we were going to get that, and we do it right there. So there it is, man. I mean, if you're here for dollars and for winners, hopefully you're on this track right now as well. AMD is a losing stock, though, as there's no winners to be found on that one. But this is a winner on Tesla. At least we talked about that 276 level. And this is the ability that you have to have as a day trader, right? Stay focused, stay on the names that you believe in, but also have the ability to switch it up. We were really long Tesla there today, feeling like the long, right? And then all of a sudden, the market did what it did. We saw 276. Now, that was a big out for me right there. So now we only have about 15% left. Let's see if it continues to float down. But that's what trading is all about. Have that ability, right? Don't jump from name to name to name to name and then just be red on or green on all the names. Would be great if you're seeing good opportunities. But for me, I'm switching up the focus and just trying to find the right plays. Now, we misstepped on AMD, that's for sure. But if you're just going to look to say, again, and I keep getting texts from everybody, it's like, why don't you just stick with this? Like ARM 62 right now, Disney 85 long. Disney's my #1 stock despite everything happening now. You saw, even though this has come right back in, this is what we did early on Disney, man. 85 long, out 85s. 85 90s was a lot of outs there. Best out, there's an 86. Best out for me, 86.12. So you are actually falling back in on Disney now, so I'm glad we kind of went back to this. Maybe there's another play here. $1.20 in the money on Tesla, $2 in the money on ARM, and looking to make more money, obviously, as the day goes. So let's wait to see about a possible buyback here on Disney. Yeah, look, I'll call you later.
I didn't even see who it was, but it could be interesting. I care more about what's counter trend and what's looking strong right now. CL, crude contract is looking pretty strong. We've been looking at a down-sized market. Obviously, you're going to have some kernels of strength. I always want to pull in relative strength versus weakness. I'll probably go over some of this in lunch money. One name that is looking awfully interesting at this particular point when you look at crude, Let's go, Zom. Let's go. It's been up almost every single day in a row the last little bit, and it is forming into a potential breakout of this top. If we can continue the trend to the upside, it has a nice wick bottom here today. Wick bottoms, when you reject prices to the downside, like this at the open, often you get decent upward trends. There's your higher low. If it can continue to do that into a possible breakout, that looks pretty solid to me. Carvana is absolutely flushing. The new position for myself was into Intel. Like I said, sometimes you've got to, the name that you wanted might not give it to you. Like I like to shorten a firm. It gave it to me and it was wrong. I like to shorten Intel. I couldn't get it, but you kind of had to stick with it. It's now rounding out the lows of the day. Intel is a similar thing where it's been going up, 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 and now you're getting the second possible red day in a row. I don't think it fills in the gap to the 50 period at 35 even. But if it did so over longer term, it wouldn't surprise me. So you're breaking that 38 down. I think you look for 37.5 because that's the way that Intel works. Get some bids out there on the way to the downside. If this market wants 2%, Intel could do 3 or 4. Speaking of the other chip name that I think most people are caring about, ARM still holding that 62 level, looking pretty solid. There's been no opportunity to reload 65. 15-minute isn't that important when it comes to ARM, but it is trend down. Has not broken the 62 down. It could just be a 62 break as well. Like if 64 is going to be a triple bottom, if you get a triple bottom here, the next level underneath 62 is 58 or 60 even, depending on how you guys want to look at it. So ARM is headed to the downside. I think if you paid for the locates, you want to take some shots at this until it gets to that 62 level. For me, I like that Intel one because what's going on in some of the other chip names is just nasty. And when it's good, when it's this nasty in something like NVIDIA, I'm just looking for some other things to follow. 2% to the downside, really no relief in sight. If you're looking for support on NVIDIA, you might find it at 440. That's a big might in there. I had a 430 as support, but that was weeks and weeks ago. Apologize for the wicks. 443 is this local support going back to Monday. So Monday, 443. Maybe that's your support level on NVIDIA. If it bounces from there, I'd probably cover Intel.
Yeah. Okay, we reloaded a little bit here on Disney as it came right back in. We talked about how we kind of like this level. By the way, Tesla goes now $2. What's up, Obi? Tesla now goes $2 into the money for us as that's bleeding off that 276. It actually just went almost $3. Went down to 273.66. It's going to try to make that move again right now. So yeah, man, blood in the streets here for Tesla right now. I still like the name. It's still going to be pretty strong. But I mean, off that 276. I feel like that was a good trade there. So we'll have to hold on to that one. ARM still bouncing. Like I said, my newest position is just right here. I'm going to give this to 85. Again, let's just follow the sticky note. If it breaks 85, let's get out. We'll average into this. It's a small position as of now. We're up on ARM today. We're up on Tesla. We're up on ARM. We're up on Disney. We're down on AMD and down on Tesla. So we're going to go 2 for 2, 2 for 4 right now today. So hopefully some of you guys have been hitting some of these trades. But yeah, it wasn't a huge day. And I actually even was talking about that earlier. I didn't really see anything that really set up too great. I did like a 280 break on Tesla. That never came in. And then really what put my day sour was AMD. If we don't have this, then it's a green day, but we have AMD. So AMD has not been kind. So we'll see what happens right here. But yeah, let's go over to the desk. It's Money Talks, and we're almost done. It's Sharif.
Yes, sir, Sean. Absolutely. The DXY down marginally, 0.1. Yeah, it could be attributed to basically a decline in the University of Michigan Sentiment Consumer Index down. Earlier 0.28, but against the euro, it's not faring as bad. 0.25 against the euro to the downside. Gaining against the Japanese yen, 0.19, and then down as well, or flat against the quid here, 0.04 to the red, and then gaining on the Canadian dollar, the loonie down today, the greenback up 0.1%.
Thank you very much, Sharif. Alan asking, is AMD 100 a good buy to swing? I mean, it's a good level. We're not here to give like long-term financial advice. We're here to trade as day traders. But if you can look what's happening with AMD, it's making like a descending wedge with a 100 bottom. It has yet to put in, like it's actually breaking the wedge right now underneath 103. So from a technical standpoint, it's like it's looking like it's resolving to the downside. It's been making lower highs and lower lows with a support at 100. It's not a bad idea to look for something like a support level at 100, but the trend down suggests that it could make a lower low. At least that's what the trend is looking like. That lower low might be the 200 period moving average, which is 95. That looks pretty good. If you like the stock for the long term, this just feels like a dollar cost average opportunity on something like this. It is channeling down. It's been relatively calm in a $10 range, showing you the channel. So if you like buying dips and you're trying to get into something for the long term, that's really not been that bad of an opportunity for AMD. It's a weird one in that it has been so calm, but it is a downward channel. So you can't expect in a downward channel for the previous low to hold. At least that's what I see when I look at it. Intel's starting to get to the downside. I haven't got filled yet at 85. I'm going to move to a free ECN, see what happens. Yeah, we just got an 85 fill. This one, it continues to go to the downside. You just got to find a short and hold on to it at this particular point. With the exception of ARM, I shouldn't say that. ARM is bouncing off 62. It's been a good short, but it hasn't made a fresh low. NVIDIA is an absolute tank zone. I know Coinbase should have maybe just jumped over to Coinbase. Coinbase just got to 80 bucks. And this could be, I haven't looked at Bitcoin today, so I don't want to, I know Sharif obviously already gave you guys the update. I don't know what it's doing right now, but if it resolves lower, Coin is in the bottom of the channel here, and if it cannot hold on to the 80 area, you've got a couple of dollars to the downside, at least to Monday's low, and then from there, like on Thursday, this was at 75. So there's still a lot of room to the downside on Coinbase, down 4%. It typically can fall a heck of a lot faster than the overall market, and you want to give it an opportunity. Underneath 84 looks pretty nasty. Yeah, I'm just only in one short at this point. I feel like it should be more, but there was never a pop on ARM. We might just have to take a 62 break, as I was saying. If it's just going to be a breakdown to get in, instead of catching, you know, like a short off of 65, this is a double bottom break on ARM. I guess we're just taking that.
All right. Just wanted to see here because we're now Barry Horowitz, we're now $3 in the money on Tesla here as it continues to make a march lower. So I'm bidding 272. We bounced off there a couple times. That's 272.50, actually right down there at the very bottom. Let's see if we could take that fill and just get out, right? I mean, if we could take $4 on Tesla, I feel like that's going to be a good trade. So there it is right there, coming back in. TSLA, let's see if we could take that trade and take it to the downside. But hey, it could retrace back up, and if it does that, the 50 period's right here at 274, so that would be a $2 winner. Boo-hoo on that one. Hopefully that can come in. We are reloaded. We talked about this right now on Disney. It just stopped right here, right now. We're long at 15s. So let's see where this goes on Disney right now. Coming back up, I don't know, man. The market is really trying to make, not trying to make. What is the ES doing right now? I always only care about the NASDAQ. So
same thing.
Yeah, the ES down a little bit less, but 0.8 still tanking right there. So a good move down on the ES. Obviously with Disney with its own news, but it's still going to follow the market, right? So it's not going to be able to withstand too much of this unless we get more news coming in on this name. So right now, here it comes. It's going to look like it wants to test 85. Fine, we could get stopped out on this if it breaks through 85. A trade that is well worth it, in my opinion, to go long down here. We've seen this level. It was kind of the jump spot from this morning. So if there's buyers in it, it should come now. If not, then this will be a 15-cent hit, breaking back down through 85. So we'll see what's happening right now, but here we go. Move down here for Disney, so watch out for that. And a move back up for Tesla. So Tesla does bounce off that 272 area, right into here, right where we've seen support before. So maybe we'll put something at 272.50 in case we get one more little move down here.
Yeah, I mean, the market is trying to make another one down. As you said, the NASDAQ much worse than the ES. ES is about to get to 1% down. Still no breakdown on ARM, but Mullen maybe is coming back a little bit. Like, it's not going to get to, okay, well, if it gets to 65, I'll probably got at least one long and lost. But it is back into VWAP here. So trend up on things like Mullen and Faraday, trend down in pretty much everything else. Going to look to try to grab some Mullen. I just put a bid in here around 68. Maybe I nibble in at the 68 level, and that's 68 cents, Neil. That'd be hilarious if I'd actually hit enter on that order. So this is a trend up trade. Let's see if it can continue to the upside. I don't think it gets to $1 today, but I know everyone wants this thing to close above $1, and it's above 50, so the run to at least 75 makes some sense. The other small cap name, which I feel has gone ignored today, is also bouncing off VWAP. That's Faraday. They look very similar. I just prefer Mullen at these levels. Faraday trying to take out 6. Like for Faraday, I much prefer the $6 break on this one just to get a really explosive move. This is nothing more than a float play. Faraday future has, let me just double checking the float, 17 million share float. It's done 6 million shares. So reverse split, float tiny, make bounce, look for the next break. To me, the next break is up here at $6. Mullen, just feel like that's a little bit more manageable. Already in a 68. I feel like if it can get to 75, then 68, give it to 64, 65, room to 75 makes a little bit of sense. I like the risk reward there. So short some Intel. Still no breakdown on ARM, unfortunately, for that 62. Maybe we just be patient and short a pop in ARM. It's a little bit range bound. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I actually expected ARM to have a $10 range off of the open. I was almost certain this was going to have a $10 range off the open, like whether or not it was bouncing 62 to get into the 70s, or whether it was just going to, whatever the local high was going to drop $10. So to see it have a relatively tight range since the open, which is like only $5, a bit of a surprise here. Only down 1.5% when the market is down 1.5%. I'd say almost nobody would have expected this to be on par with the market.
I'm just watching here. You guys can watch it with me. I'm just trying to watch out for Disney here because it just keeps on. We just took some out at 10s there. I don't have any more offers after this, so hopefully we can come back up to the upside and then see what happens. We're waiting in the 20s, but it just kept on resisting that 10. Like someone would show up with like 20,000 shares. Like watch, I mean, it could happen again right now. And was just sitting there at 10 and just kept on reloading it. So I'm going to save a little bit of money and try to get some out now on that level. So we did get some out. Now we're long at 11s, but our average price was 15. So we just took a 5 cent hit there. We want us to get back up to the upside. So no more outs until the 20s at least right now. And then we'll see if it can continue to fly. There's only 1 minute left. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much to everybody there in the chat. And like I said, you guys can see all the positions that we're putting on. They're right there at the bottom. So I think that's pretty unique to the show. We're going to go through with Obi and Max. Going to have some more trading ideas as those guys float up. But yeah, basically my number one stock, it's going to be dependent on this Disney trade, but Disney and ARM, 2 big stocks for me today. And all we've done is follow the rule, man. It broke 65, which was the 200 period. Nice move to the downside. It's bounced off 62, which we put multiple times here on the sticky note. Let's see if it breaks it. Hopefully it does. And then it will cascade down even further. But there goes Disney. Okay, I said I wouldn't take any out. We do have shares. Let's see if we get a 17. Fell boo-hoo on that one. It's going to have to, it's a small amount of shares. You can see what I was sitting there waiting. So we'll just put some shares out there, get it out. Now hopefully we can continue to climb up. Disney now looks like it'll be my number one stock. But hey, man, it's going to be a good day. We have the afternoon crew ready to go. I think we're going to be throwing to Sharif in a second. No, we're not. Okay. So thank you so much for watching. Me and this guy, Neil, will be back.
We ain't going anywhere.
At 2 p.m., so make sure you join us then. I don't know if we have a guest tonight. I don't think so. But join us regardless. We're missing out on Frank. He's under the weather. So we didn't have him this week. Hopefully he'll come back next week. But for right now, let's see if Disney can moon here. That would be pretty sweet if that is the case. Let's throw it over to the guys on the midday. It's Obi and Max.
What's going on, everybody? I am Max indeed, and this is, once again, Obi. And we are brought to you by Surge Trader, account funding of up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profit and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to Surge Trader. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. Just taking in this heavy market. So we were just talking about how the NQs were trading at 15 sevens in the pre-market, and we're almost 300 points down off of that. So pretty strong selling coming in there. But yeah, tried a bit of a long here in this 15.5 consolidation when we started to kind of slow down. I took a try at that 141 on Amazon. Didn't really work out too well, but got stopped out of that one as that 141 kind of broke through, and 15.5 obviously didn't sustain, right? So other than that, I tried to take a trade on ACB. We see that it's near that $1 mark. Attempted that breakout, but that didn't really follow through, so I got stopped out of that one as well. But other than that, nothing too crazy, Max. How about you?
You know, I had a lot of fills on our friend ARM today, and I always say, you know, you can't be angry with your trading or with what happens in the market, but you know, if you mess up, that's when I'll get angry. And you know, I was kind of unprofessional on ARM today. I'm not gonna lie. Missed a fill on that 65 break. I only got 3 shares filled here, and that was like the money trade of the day. I was in the money a bunch of times on this one and refused to get out of it, and you know, just kept trying this 63 level, which was giving you 50 cents to $1 a bunch of times, and I refused to take the profits, and now I'm down on it. I had this little pre-market long with a very small amount of size that ended up going like $3 or $4, but yeah, ended up being down on it after that. The only other thing that I had today was Tesla. I figured, you know, obviously the NASDAQ did not allow this to happen, but so Tesla's, you know, still in a good spot. I figured that 277 into 276 kind of area, if that held, we could really spring off and take out that 280, and you know, the long-term downtrend that we were talking about in the pre-market kind of is kind of at that like 280 level since we were at 300-ish last time. So I figured, you know, that 280 breakout could kind of spring us into 285, 290 kind of area, but didn't work out today. It does go right to my level at like that 271.50, but I wasn't really paying attention, and the market was kind of flushing. I mean, Tesla's holding up despite this market flush, which is actually very, very bullish on this name. Once we do get a bounce, if we do get a bounce in the market today, you know, Tesla probably a good candidate to be taking out that 276, and then maybe, I don't know, I don't think that we're going to be seeing 280 today, but definitely a good look on Tesla, as ARM is still bouncing off that 62. I'm waiting, or I have been waiting for ARM to break 62, and I was going to take it back through on a failed breakdown, and you know, get involved while other people are covering, and then maybe you get the 63 break. I really like the idea of 65 breaking at some point today, and then springing back to the upside, stopping all of the shorts out. Maybe we get to that $70 level that we topped out at. I think it was either last night or this morning. Must have been last night. So. Yeah, 70.65 I think was the high of after hours. I mean, I think we could get there. Yeah. Obviously, the market is really not helping us, but only down 1% on a name that's up 25 from its IPO price, yeah. 20% from its IPO price. So still looking pretty bullish on this name overall as a swing. On the day.
Yesterday was crazy.
Yesterday was nuts.
And so out the open, we saw how crazy that was, right? It settled down and then holds the 58, and then you have like a crazy squeeze into the close. 5,000 lots at 65 gets blown out. So yeah.
Yeah, that was a nuts move yesterday.
That was crazy.
Into the close. We both had some trades on that. That was pretty awesome. That 65 break was insane. I didn't know what the price was. Yeah. I just threw an offer out, and it got filled for 72 pennies. That was, I don't know. That was nuts. That was nuts.
Yeah. I got involved at like 61, 62, and then after that, I kind of left it after 63, and I just watching it accelerate and then slap that 66. That was definitely pretty crazy here. Just reading the comments here. Renata saying I'm wearing a green shirt today. Yeah, and the market's red. Classic, right? Classic counter trend. Kashish saying blew my account on AMD. Have you seen what AMD has done today? How crazy is this? Look at this clean trend to the downside, right? Look at this. This is a 3-minute chart. You can put it on a 5-minute, whatever you want. Like, this is clean, straight to the downside. Very, very similar to the markets here. Some of these chip names catching a pretty heavy sell. It would seem post ARM IPO. Interesting.
Yeah, and 102, if I recall, is that kind of running into that nice support on the daily chart on AMD at 102. So interesting spot that we get to. I think if we break below that 102, I mean, you're probably seeing 100 today. But how much further are we going to go on the NASDAQ? We're down 1.5. I don't think that we have. I mean, we had that number at 10. 10:30 or whenever that was, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Yeah, we had the Michigan sentiment, I think.
But we were already down quite a bit before that, so
Yeah.
I don't know that that number did this. I don't know what the catalyst is today, just a
Out the
sell-off. We have the S&P rebalancing tonight, so
Yeah, that
maybe
could
there's
be
some
something.
yeah, maybe there's something there. ARM, $2 off the bottom now, so looking for that 64 level. I mean, if I hadn't tried this so many times today, I might be saying that I'm going to take this 64 long, but you know, I've done that too many times today, so I'm not going to do that. But 65 either way, I think is a good shot. I think you know, that's kind of proven itself as a nice level today. It never got back through, only retraced to the 80s. So I think if we break back through 65, VWAP is right there. That could be a good long, and it could be a good fail break short. So watching ARM right now. I mean, everything else is just getting smoked. So probably want to be looking for some bounce plays. Just not quite sure which name I would like to do that in. Like, Tesla's too high right now to take a bounce. Netflix is looking kind of good actually off that 400. Maybe I want to take a Netflix trade back through 400, or just like a fail. Let's pull up Netflix here. Netflix failure of 399 could be something. However, 399 looking like a good breakdown on this. That's where we stopped earlier. Now we're just kind of reserving there, 399.20. So actually, you know, if the market's going to continue down, Netflix looks great through 399. If we're going to get a bounce, Netflix looks good through 400. So definitely some opportunity there. Low volume though, 3.6 million shares. I would have thought it was higher than that given the news that we've had recently and these crazy moves down. That short yesterday off the open was just
that was
money.
that was wild. We were talking about that continuation trade, right?
Yeah.
Well. Again, I'm not too familiar with I guess the logistics of the news, but clearly the sentiment was that the news was disliked, right?
Yes, clearly.
Instantly you get that heavy sell volume off of the news, and then out the open you get that straight quadroon kind of continuation, and then just chops all day. I think. That was, I guess we talked about that yesterday, right? We had the idea to potentially short Netflix off of potential like opening range break, and then it was just really fast to the downside there on Netflix. Let's take a look at that real quick just to show you guys. So you can see yesterday. Look at this, straight out the open. This is a 5-minute chart, right? So. The news comes out. Take a look at the volume spike, right? The volume spike that comes in off of that news definitely does a significant, like, look, all day in the morning, you have the R-vol down here, right? In the morning, you're doing about like a 1 R-vol, and all of a sudden, that volume comes in, you start doing 3, 4 R-vol into the close. Coming out the open, you kind of continue that move off of like this little bit of end-of-day consolidation / pre-market low consolidation right at that 410, and then just straight down, and then obviously all of this chop right here. You can't really, like, it's a little tougher to kind of get in on this chop here, but yeah, take a look at once a trend kind of does set in, it gets pretty clean to the downside, and then just straight down into the close. Let's see if we get a little bit of continuation today, right? We're talking about that 400 being key. Looking left, that has been somewhat of a level in the past, right? Let's take these MAs off. Like, this is the daily chart right here, and you can see that right here at that 398, we've had that significant bounce. So a little bit of support here from the middle of August, and then some support as well from in June, right? So decent level to potentially structure a trade off of. Might be a little too hard, too fast on the daily, but if this move is going to accelerate with expanding volume, then we might get a little bit of a sell-off, because that sentiment seems to be bringing in some heavy selling there on Netflix. So potential continuation off that 400. We can see that it's trading 399 right now, but yeah, let's see how far this can get going. Yeah, as I'm speaking about it, this thing just straight breaking new lows on the day there on Netflix. Interesting.
Yeah, breaking the low, but not really going anywhere. So I'm waiting to see a bid actually above 399. there's no volume on this name. I'm long on Netflix right now. Looking for 399 to hold here. If 399 doesn't hold, I'll bail out. But I want to add on 400 breaking as well. So, you know, we get any print below this this low currently, or even an offer below 399 probably, I bail out of this one. But I want to see Netflix hold this 399 price. The market isn't really going down. So let's see if Netflix can hold. Probably going to have to bail out of this one shortly if it doesn't bid up right away. But I do want to see that, that 400 break and then add and look for, you know, 400 and 401.50, I think, is the appropriate target on this one. I don't think we're going back to the high of day, but I mean, Netflix has gone from 400 to 404.5 already once today. Let's see if it can do it again. And ARM is giving me some vibes from like the same kind of vibe as yesterday afternoon. Goes right to the obvious level, to the penny, can't break it. 62.01 is the low. That's the obvious level. Yesterday, the obvious level was that 58, I think. All right, I'm bailing on Netflix there. Looks like that one wants to continue down. So little L on that one, but no big deal on Netflix. Back to ARM. So yeah, yesterday afternoon, as Obi was saying, goes right to that 58 level. It was 58, right? Yeah. Right to that 58 level, which was the obvious level. It was that initial kind of spike high, and then it breaks out, never looks back, goes to 58, can't break 58, goes to the high of day, breaks the high of day. So if we get that same kind of action on ARM today, it goes straight to that 62 level, which was the obvious level. That was the initial high, right back to there. That breakout was clean yesterday afternoon. So we go right back there, can't break it. If this goes back to the high, I mean, that's a crazy move off the bottom if we're breaking highs and making new highs. I don't really think that we're going to do that today on this name, but anything is possible. And, you know, shorts get squeezed out, valuation be damned. We'll see what happens on ARM. I've got the order to go long 65, but that'll be same kind of thing. That either goes right away or it doesn't, or it comes out right away. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't really see much trade off of. Tesla is looking very strong, though. Market kind of wicking and looking like it wants more downside. You look at the NASDAQ, we tried to put a little bounce move in and then instantly pushed straight back down. So yeah, I am going to have to check my levels on.
The trend might be your friend today.
Yeah.
With that heavy selling, like I tried for the bounce, man. Didn't really work out, and I was like, all right, well, it might be a little forgiving to kind of get with the trend here as the markets are staying really heavy, man. Like, take a look at this. Like, that selling pressure, it seems like it's still continuing to the downside there. I tried, like I said before, I tried that kind of bounce off this 141 level. That seems to be kind of a level of interest here, but yeah, the market kind of sold off, continued to sell off there, as it's doing currently as well. Take a look at the ES. ES is down quite significantly, almost a percent here, and then the NQ doing about 1.5 to the downside there. But yeah, here's the thing though. We were talking about like this counter trend trading. Like there was a point on this trade where I was about 30 pennies in the money there, Max. But yeah, I chose consciously not to take it because I was like, oh, we're gonna blast to the upside now. Yeah. 141 held, and then the market breaks this 15.5 and cracks another 100 points to the downside to 15.420, and I'm like, well, damn, I should probably get out of that one. Stopped out right underneath that consolidation there. It seems like we are getting a little bit of continuation here. Now, something interesting I want to talk about here on the Amazon is take a look at this. We kind of define. I mean, you guys have been here for this, right? Over the past couple of weeks, we kind of defined this kind of this support. That support turned into resistance there, and then we've been kind of churning in and off that. But take a look at this interesting candle in the AM. 4 a.m. comes in, you wick the whole week highs up into 146. I wasn't there for this. I wish I was, because take a look at that. That wicks right into that trend, and that trend definitely that turns into resistance today as we kind of start to sell off pretty heavily back down into some of these levels from before here. So we're potentially bouncing off this 140, I guess, as of right now. But yeah, if the market continue, like we said before, just this is the same case with Netflix. If the market decides that we're just going to continue to sell off, then some of these support levels are going to be irrelevant because they're technically like, sure, there can be support there. What I'm realizing is if the market pressure is a sell, and you can't fight that. There's no, like, I will be wrong for that bounce, and I was, right? I tried to take that bounce, and that selling pressure definitely showed itself there, and it's continuing to sell itself. So you cannot fight the market in that sense. As I'm learning here, you guys are experiencing the progress where the counter trends don't really work too well. But when they do, I got to stay a little I guess tighter with the take profits as well, right? 20, 30 cents in the money off of a counter trend trade, in my opinion, on this specific ticker here with the price action that it gives should be more than enough for me to be like, okay, that's good enough. I'm taking that, take it and go. So, yeah, so that 141 stays a little heavy. Let's see what we do here with this 15,420. Can we hold above this? We've made lows here on Amazon, 140.20s. Let's see if we can get back down into that 140. I heard Neil earlier talking about how he's interested in that 140 level as well. So again, I understand that that's a level of interest. Let's see if we can get down there. Let's see if there's going to be liquidity in and around that area. We've already had one little sign of a bounce, but let's see if we kind of continue to the downside. Again, trend holding, right? We've kind of significantly rejected off of this whole week's price action pretty much here. Yes, Wednesday being very strong, and then Thursday being pretty, like we saw a V shape, and we were like, okay, well, we have the potential to continue. Coming in, you reject off of this support turned resistance here, a bit of a churn off of this level here, right? So I'm keeping that in mind, and yeah, let's see what we have in store going forward in the day, Max. Selling's pretty heavy.
Yeah, speaking of continuation and trying to maybe get short off a bounce here on AMD, I was looking for like a fail break of this kind of consolidation, which has not happened yet. So wondering like 103 maybe. AMD is one of the weaker tickers on the day. Market's at the lows. So let's see, maybe getting a 103 kind of failure up here. Maybe it gets into like the teens or something, then slams back below 103, get the short, and looking for those 102.50s, and then potentially that 102 break that we were talking about, which I figure will lead us into that 100 level, which going to be very key. Obviously, I think on the daily it was 99 something, right? On the daily, 99.50 is that low recently of this kind of consolidation, I guess, that we've been having, or this, you could even call it maybe a downtrend. If we crack that, I mean, the next level down is probably somewhere in the 98s, 97. So could be, I mean, a next real level of support is like in here at like 93, 94. So if AMD wants to put in a bigger move today, I want to be involved, hoping that it can kind of set up in the way that I need it to in order to get short. I don't want to just punch a random price up here. I want to be getting short around kind of like this level at 103 and getting a failure. Maybe a failure back below 102.50, but I think the risk is just like the risk reward doesn't really make as much sense on a trade like that. So I don't think I'll take that. Need to see a bit more of a retracement off the bottom here. ARM is consolidating really nicely. So still waiting on the fill on that one. If it is going to come at 65, consolidating below 64.5. This is exactly where we topped out before. So maybe even breaking 64.40 makes sense for a long, but I'll hang on and wait for that 65 fill because I deem that to be a bigger level. You see 65 in the pre-market here was reserving for quite some time. And then once that breaks out, we go above. We've been trading below all day since we broke down from that. So it's clearly the inflection point on the day. We'll see if we can get back above that and trade into those 66s, 67s. I think adding on a 68 break makes sense. That's basically the high since that opening down candle. So 68 breaking, 69 breaking, and 70 breaking would be adds on this one. I don't think, 66 has not been enough of a level today to take that one, but maybe 66.5 where we were reserving before. Yeah, looking solid. We did just take out that 64.
Oh, ACB right by one.
ACB is at $1.
Yeah, let's check that out.
Yeah, let's take a look at ACB.
Yeah, so we can take a look at that trade I had earlier. It kind of chased that break into the dollar. Didn't have too much. I was like, okay, well, I want to see if this kind of consolidation holds. But yeah, that was a bit of a chase there. Added some more, but that when those 90s kind of broke, stopped out of that move. But yeah, it kind of consolidates, holds those 90s, and then pushes back up into that $1 mark. Let's see if that $1 kind of comes in right now as we're attempting to break this ACB $1. Again, CGC is the other name, a bit of a sympathy play, right? So like if you are playing this, I definitely got to keep some eyes on, or keep an eye on CGC as well if you're trading this ACB move here.
Yeah, ACB looking really solid. I'm going to take this breakout. Let's see if we can continue above $1 here. Really nice volume, looking pretty good, holding above the dollar. So we'll see if we can get into that 102, 103, and then higher. I think that it was 115 was the high the last time this one went. So looking for that 115 break for an add on ACB. You know, nothing happening right now, but no selling coming in. So let's see if we can buy through that 101. There we go, 102. Come on, ACB, you can do this. Get through that 105, and then we're really laughing on this one. Not a ton of size on the book. I should get this filter up to 999, so we can highlight the big size. So 104, there's a bit of size there. We've cracked that. I think we're seeing 115 before long. This looks pretty solid. $1 break on ACB. People maybe getting squeezed out of this one. People definitely getting squeezed out if we take out that 115, I would say. So 115, the key level, I would double on 115 for like that breakout or bailout kind of scenario. Let's see what happens. Bit of a reserve on 101. So yeah, there we go. All right, this is looking good. This is looking solid. Let's go, ACB. People buying this thing over $1. That reserve on 101, very, very bullish on this. So I'm looking for 105 plus. Not going to get anything out at like 102 for a 1 cent profit on ACB here. I think we can definitely squeeze. Short float, I believe, is 8%. I can pull that up. 8.28% on ACB. I bet it's a little bit higher than that, given that we've been kind of in and around $1 recently, so people probably shorting around $1. Hopefully we can get those people to stop out above that 115 price, but obviously we got to get there first. Did you take this break? No.
No, not yet. I want to see it kind of see the dollar break. It hasn't really accelerated because we saw these tops earlier. But yeah, again, I'm not too familiar with trading this name as of recent, so I think I'm going to wait for it to see if it kind of consolidates and is able to hold that one to potentially get involved. But yeah, shout out to the chat. I forget who it was. I think it was a few people here that talked about ACB pushing for $1, pushing for that dollar mark. So yeah, thanks. So I got out of this Amazon a little bit here. Again, I'm trying to stay as respectful as possible, and if I see reasons that are telling me that, like, okay, we might catch a bid, we might catch a bounce, I definitely want to get out. There were some reserves here at the 50s and the 60s that kind of did a bit of a churn and then started bidding above. So I was like, all right, well, that's good enough for me to kind of let this go and let it consolidate. So if that 141 stays a little heavy as well, I'm more than willing to kind of get back in. But again, trend is your friend until the end, where it bends. It's starting to bend a little bit here, as you can see right here. So let's pull up some of these MAs so that can give us a better picture of that potential bend here, right? So we took that short off of this. We already broke that 8 MA off of that. So a bit of a trend test, if you want to call it. But yeah, take a look at this. One of the 15-minute candle here went green off of that 140 bounce. We know that 140 was definitely interesting. You don't get all the way there, but you get to 140.11, which is good enough, right? Plus minus a quarter is sufficient for that area when you're looking at something that's like above 100 points, in my opinion. But Yeah, so a bit of a bounce there off of that 140. Let's see if we can catch a market bounce as well to add that confluence. And then if this trend breaks, then yeah, I'll definitely be looking for a potential long here, right? So the idea is just off of the crack of this trend here, if we start to go sideways, or if we even kind of move a little bit this way and start violating some of these tops, then we might catch a little bit of buying pressure there. And then if we have tailwind from the market as well, if the market starts bouncing as well, then that could be something, we might have something on our hands there as well. So I see that ACB is holding that dollar mark for now. So Max, what are your plans for that ACB trade?
I actually got out of it and then got back in. So it went down, looked like it was going to break the dollar. I didn't feel like holding through the dollar break, so I punched out on a dollar and lost 1 penny, and now I'm back in at 102, looking for this 103 plus to break. This is looking at actually quite solid given that it held that dollar. I think getting back in makes a lot of sense. Once again, we'll just punch out on the dollar if it looks like it's going to break. But I feel that this 103 is very likely to break at this point. And we'll see if we can get into that 110, 115 area that we were talking about before. ARM's still holding up above that 63 level, so looking strong there on ARM, still waiting on that 65 breakout. And AMD never got to where I wanted to short it, so I never got the fill there. Also, Carvana's coming up off the bottom a little bit. I mean, it's still down 4%, so I don't think there's any trade there on Carvana yet. But that 65 or 55, level was pretty key today. It broke once, fail broke. So I think if it breaks again above that 55, maybe we're talking about Carvana this afternoon. Great move yesterday. I missed it. I wasn't going to miss it today if it happened, but didn't come in today. I don't think I had any trades on Carvana today, did I? No, I didn't have a trade on Carvana today. Was looking for that 57 to break and then see if we get 60 before long. Right now, as far as squeeze names go, though, looking at this ACB, holding at the highs but not going anywhere. So
I mean, if we get that market bounce, if we get that market bounce that we look like we're potentially getting here, that ACB is going to have a little bit of tailwind as well, right?
That's true. You think this trades with the market?
Not, I mean, maybe not necessarily. I don't know what the specific beta is, but as if we are breaking that dollar and the market starts to rip to the upside, I guess I want to look to see if the bids are kind of thickening up and kind of pushing for that ask to confirm that thesis, right? And I think that might be the case if the market starts to rip up. But at the end of the day, like you got to be watching that CGC name as well, right? That 141 coming back in as well, so decent reason to cover down in the 140.50s, right? Again, I gotta stay tight. If the trend is to the downside there, I gotta see if we kind of go sideways, consolidate, and then continue, or if we're just going sideways, consolidating, and then reversing a little bit. I saw Lone Sophos was saying he's cheering on the ES. Yeah, the ES catching a little bit of bounce there, about 5 points there off the bottom, that 45.10, a bit of a wick down into just underneath that level as well. So yeah, potential for the bounce coming in. Yeah, Lone Sophos, what's your game plan on the ES here? Do you feel like we're going to get a bounce off this 45 area? Again, kind of a key area we've seen in the past couple of weeks as well. But yeah, if this area does catch a bounce, look at the selling that we've had. These are 15-minute candles, and out the open here, I mean, we had a bit of selling in the pre-market as well, but this is the opening candle right here. So you've had 1, 2, 3, that's a doji, 4, 5, 6, about 6 consecutive, almost consecutive with a little bit of doji in the middle, red candles to the downside. So straight kwadunk on the ES, and as well as the NQ here, we can take a look at that 15-minute chart. Take a look at that. That's straight to the downside. So a little bit of relief, maybe potentially it could be in the stars. But again, if that selling pressure is going to stay heavy, again, today is triple witching or quad witching. It's one of the witchings. So, so there's a lot of rebalances going on today. I think it's triple witch, but yeah. So let's see if that selling kind of continues. Maybe people are kind of rebalancing some of these names here. But the SPY is catching a bit of that bounce off that 444 area here. That 445 I have as a level of interest on the SPY. Kind of a level right there. You can see that we kind of respected that as support earlier this week on what is this, Wednesday, and a little bit on Tuesday as well, and that level kind of interacted last week as well from the downside. So a little bit of over under that 445 could potentially be a decent look there. If we can convincingly get back above, I think the probability of a bounce, if we can hold above that 445, is slightly increases there on that. If again, we've come down, I think, pretty hard, pretty fast. And I think maybe potentially we're in for a bit of a bounce. So let's see.
Yeah, ACB, done with that one. It won't go. It's only gone 3 cents on the dollar. It kind of flushed in and gave me the chance to get out, so I bailed out of it. I am still looking at ARM for that 65 break, currently reserving 64.50. So ARM looking very, very interesting indeed. I feel like 64.50 at this point is a breakout. And there it is. Let's see if this can get into 65. I'm not long yet, waiting for that 65 fill. So fail breakout for now. I guess the trend is your friend, but it feels like the trend may have reversed a little bit here on ARM.
That 62
you get that
hold,
breakout here. You get the 62 hold. So looking pretty strong. I'm thinking people get stopped out above 65. I don't know. Makes a lot of sense to me, but. We'll see. 65 is now pretty much VWAP. So 65, 17-ish looks like it's VWAP. So we break back through VWAP, which we haven't broken through since 9:42 a.m. today. I think we get that a bit of squeeze action, at least into like, a 66 break, and maybe that's where it fails and comes back down. But yeah, I am looking for this 65 break into 66. There goes ACB. So. Got me out and then ripped. So I shouldn't have been so antsy on that one. Just the volume was very light and kind of wasn't doing anything, which scared me that we might just like slam back down into 95 really quick. And I did not want to risk 6 cents where I was trying to risk 1 or 2. So yeah, too bad on that one. But ACB starting to go. I think 115 is a valid breakout. You can see from a couple days ago that 115 was the high right there. Clean top, didn't break it. So I think if we break out of that, that's where we continue this kind of up move, this squeeze move. Nice kind of breakout today of 92. I wonder if that was clean. Yesterday's high. Where's 92? No, it was not. But yeah, $1 has been clean so far. Should have just put the stop on 99s there. I don't know what I was thinking. I could have just had the stop 99s. Probably would have lost 3 cents. I lost 3 cents no, I guess I only lost 1 cent. But yeah, it is what it is on that one. I figured it would be at 110, 115 very quickly, so I wasn't seeing what I liked on it and bailed out. Kind of wish I was still holding. But whatever. AMD down to that 102. The market is kind of breaking back down. So AMD at 102 looks like a decent breakdown. I liked it better at 103, so don't really want to be taking a 102 breakdown given that, the 103 into 102 was kind of the trade that I wanted. But yeah, still looking very bearish on AMD, down 4.15% today. Got to adjust the mic. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, how much further can this go? We have 5-6% down on AMD today. That seems like it's a little much. So maybe if we are getting a market bounce, AMD failing to break down from 102 makes more sense than taking that breakdown. But I don't really have a good read on it right now, so not going to take it either way. Do wish I could have gotten that 103 fill, though, and bring it back down. Thoughts on FSR?
First Solar.
What is that, New York?
I think that's an NQ. Or, okay, NY.
NY? All right. FS. FS, is that Fisker? No.
FS.
It is Fisker.
Oh, Fisker, okay.
Fisker still has a 42% short float, and it's not doing anything. That's kind of crazy. I'm waiting for the Fisker squeeze. Once they start delivering cars, maybe we get a big squeeze move out of...
Squeeze on the news?
Yeah, exactly. A good squeeze, 43% short. That's the same as Carvana, and, Carvana makes crazy moves on its short float. Fisker today, I don't really see anything on it. 4.5 million shares of volume. Where did my day chart go? Right here. Wow, nice move on the daily though. Pretty much just straight up off that 550 kind of $6 area. We always have been talking about 7 as a breakout price on Fisker. Today, 7 is looking like the breakout price, but look at how many times on the daily chart that we failed this level. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't quite get to it there, but let's call that 5. So I think, if you're looking for a short on this name, this is probably the spot to do it in, somewhere around $7. We failed that by 2 cents today and retrace all the way back down. So you're risking like 3-4 cents on that 7 fail, and you end up getting 20. So pretty good there. But going back for that 7, I feel like if we take out the high today, maybe you get a bit of a move, but again, no volume on this one, so hard to structure any kind of a trade on Fisker today. AMD just held 102. Did that break at all? It did. 101.99 is the low. So the AMD fail breakdown. That was sick. You're risking 2 cents. You get 30, 35. So I would say that AMD is likely to kind of blast off from here and maybe hit that 103 price that I was talking about before. Given that we broke down for 102, I'm not going to take a 103 short this time. I don't think that makes sense given the strength that it's kind of proven itself to have off this 102 level. So AMD bouncing, market kind of bouncing a little bit. ARM still holding, but bit of a dump there in that 1 minute candle, like 3 minutes ago, off of that 64.50 level, which has been resisting pretty much all day. So 64.50, important level, I guess, on ARM. Let's see if we can crack through that, crack through 65. I think the breakout's going to be good on 65. That is why I have my order in there.
Yeah.
What are we?
So we're just talking about how that 62 bounce was very clean, right?
Yeah, that 62 bounce.
Yeah, those are some of the levels I have on for ARM. But NQ kind of broke that low there, and we got a little bit of resistance here. For now, off of the same place, these sellers kind of came in a little bit earlier. So I guess if we are going to go sideways consolidation here, I see that I do notice we're making a little bit of a higher low here, but these tops are staying a little flat. So consolidation, churn, chop, that's what I'm expecting. Nothing too crazy to the moon. And if you're chasing this long, then yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the best idea here yet. But yeah, the market's still looking like they're catching a sell here, pretty heavy. Still teetering on top of this 45, and the NQ looking like it's pushing for that 15.4. Right, we came all the way from 15.7. We open in and around, excuse me, above 15.6. You crack 15.6 out the open. 15.5 gives you trouble, and now we're down onto 15.4. So yeah. Maybe a little bit of selling today is happening across the board. So getting a little short with the trend there. I saw somebody in the chat, I forget who it was. They were like, Obi, you haven't looked at the Google today. Yeah, Google, I have not looked at Google today. But yeah, hold on. Let me just show you guys this. These were the higher lows that I just have on board. Let's see if this kind of holds or it violates there. A little bit, but seeing as we did have a little bit of support there, let's see if 80s or 70s can catch a little bit of a bid, and if they can, then that's potential reason to kind of piece off of this position here, as the selling may be slowing down. But again, let's see if we can churn this 140.50. Well, what was that? Did you see the lights kind of flicker there for a second, or? Maybe
that was me pressing something.
Okay, yeah, no, I thought that was just me as well, but just making sure I'm not going crazy over here.
Careful,
yeah.
Careful with those trades, I guess. If the lights are shutting off,
why?
It was the lights. They're confirming that they
all right.
something with the lights.
Careful with the trades. What do you mean? Oh, we might get a power
outage?
Power out? Oh, okay, yeah.
Neil and I were on not too long ago.
Yeah, I remember that. You gotta be like,
That
oh,
was
we gotta hit
insane.
the flat.
And we were still streaming, which was hilarious. Somehow, you know, the power to the cameras and the microphones was different than the power to the lights in our computers, and we were still streaming as we were in positions, and our computers were completely off. That was crazy. Neil handled that like a pro. I was freaking out.
Yeah.
Neil's like still talking, still presenting, and asking people in the back. What I think it was Nicola that you were short on.
Right, you
Nicola
asked
or
the
something?
price. You asked the
And you
price
were
for
asking
something, and I
everybody
yelled
for
it
the
out.
price.
I remember. I was like, yeah.
That was something.
Yeah.
AMC people are talking about right now.
What's AMC
Up 3%, 3.5%, kind of at the high of the day. We had a nasty rejection move yesterday of the uptrend, buying it back up right now. I guess you know, rejection of kind of that $9 level, but uptrend's still intact for now. If I throw a trend line in here, no, why are you doing that? Let's see. Come on. I mean, the uptrend's kind of intact at the moment. You see these wicks to the low. Yeah, I mean, probably failure of $8 makes sense for the short on AMC, but currently squeezing back to the upside. I still like the $9 level. I think until you get to 9, I don't really want to be involved in this one, but good move off the bottom. Very light volume today for AMC, only 11 million shares. Probably have to be squeezing highs or taking out lows for this one to continue doing volume. Long Baba, someone says. What's Alibaba doing? I haven't traded Baba in a long time, months maybe, since we were. I only really like it above the $100 level, and now we're okay. I can see why you're long right now. 87.20 double bottom makes some sense. I think if we take out that 87 price though, that looks pretty nasty as a down move, given that we're bidding up in the market and Alibaba still at the lows here at that 87.20. So Alibaba looking relatively weak, possibly looking better as a short in my eyes here, but we'll see if we can get a bounce off that 87 again. I understand the risk to reward ratio on that kind of triple bottom, quadruple bottom, I guess you could call it 1, 3, 4. Makes sense, but I think you're stopping out at the low here. I don't think I would want to be holding that any further down. As ARM volume starting to pick up a little bit more, but yeah, nothing going on. That's we just have to. Oh, AMC goes and breaks the high by 20 cents right after I talk about it. That's interesting, and volume spike right there. So I wonder if AMC wants to continue. I mean, if we're taking out $9 today, I want to be involved. What's your outlook on Carvana? I think as long as we're, I don't know, as long as we're below 50, well, what is going on the screen there? As long as we're below 57.20, I think the shorts are kind of okay on this one. Now that we've put in a down day, minus 4%, we have to take out that 57 before I get involved with Carvana again. I am just deciding that right now, actually. I was considering taking it through 55, but no, I want that 57 breaking. We have that high from, I don't know, a couple months ago. It's not going to load on this chart, but the intraday high on this up move on Carvana is 57.20. So I want to see that breaking. I want to see the shorts get squeezed out. I don't want to be trying to predict a short squeeze move. I want to just participate in a short squeeze move on Carvana. Here comes ARM back up to that 64.50 level. So do we finally get filled on our 65 breakout? I hope so, but let's see. I mean, I kind of wish I was just bidding 63 something, 63 halves here, or trying that 62. Right before we got on, I was saying to Obi that you just have to be brave on this one. It seems like that 62, it comes in really hard and then stops and holds. You just have to bid there. You just have to buy, punch, whatever, and risk that 62 breakdown, whatever that might give you. You're probably losing 20 cents on that at least, probably closer to 30 or 40. But the risk to reward is there. It goes $2.50 off of that and still trending up. You're probably hanging on to that 62 long to try to get to high of day $69. That 69 break looks pretty solid, actually. 68 break also looks solid, given we couldn't get through there since the open. So 65 into 68 breaking, into 69 breaking, into 70 breaking is how I would like to execute on this, and hopefully that shows up, and we could be making a lot of money if that.
Yeah, that would be pretty clean if that shows up.
I mean, that's
there.
what happened yesterday afternoon before
Yeah,
it closed.
yeah, that was wild.
That was the exact move, basically. You just take every
It gave it
dollar,
to you again.
adding.
You guys remember
The
that?
bids are stepping up.
The bids are stepping up.
Bid dance.
The bid dance.
Currently stepping up. Now the bid at 63.40 instead of being at 62.
Got to pull that one out at the club. Yeah.
Was there someone made a song, or there was some guy on the Netflix documentary about GME
Really?
who was always making songs about the short squeeze.
Okay.
That
yeah.
guy could pull out the bid stepping up.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. I forget who it was. I don't know. Let me know in the chat if you guys know the song. I forget the dude's name. He was trading live as well during the whole the GME AMC debacle. And he had the news. He was like, sorry, he had the news. He had the song where it was like, whoa, buy the dip. Here we go. I don't know if you remember that song. Let me know in the chat if you guys know the title for that song, if you guys recognize that. But that was definitely a good song. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up for you guys here. Yeah, the market looking like we're kind of consolidating, bit of a curl here. Got a little more short on the pop into 141.20s there, but it seems like we are doing a little bit of a curl. So we've got to stay wary here. If the market kind of continues to the downside, we'll be fine. But if it does start to curl and we see these kind of lower highs kind of manifest into a consolidation break back up, then yeah, we'll definitely be wrong on this position here. The Tendy Man, I think maybe was that what it was?
The Tendy Man?
The Tendy Man? Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna pass it over to Max, and I'm gonna try to search for that song right now, and you guys can have a listen to it there.
I forgot to pack something for tonight. I haven't.
Right, you're leaving. Yeah, what's going on? Let them know.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving again, just for a week this time though. I'm going on vacation for another week. Didn't really want to, but I committed to it, and I have to go to.
Oh, that's sad. I gotta go on vacation, guys. I've committed.
I have to go to
No
Chile
choice.
with the girlfriend to see her family. I haven't been before.
And then you don't have a choice, for real.
I really do not have a choice. I don't have a choice. I have to go. Yeah, 2 vacations in a row is not what I like to do, but I didn't really have a choice here. It had to be next week or the week after. Next week made more sense. So, we're going again. You guys are gonna have Obi for a full week.
Yep.
Which is quite a treat.
Nice transition there. Thanks, guys.
Quite a treat. Hopefully Amazon puts in a move next week, and you can have some excitement. Sharif will be back though on the midday next week. So
Brendo's back.
That's good. I bet Sharif has been missed, particularly by one specific person. I don't think I need to say her name. Everybody.
Yeah.
Knows,
Might start with a R. And end with a Haddad, maybe? Just joking.
Back to
All
trading.
Right, what's going on?
We're watching ARM. It just took out that 64.50 again, so heading for 65. I mean, if you like to short, 65 is the spot to do it, I would say, or even like failing this 64.50 again. But we are trending up now on this name. Took out the pre-market low by 67 cents. So hasn't, I mean, it's failed to continue through the pre-market low. It's failed to break down from 62. So looking pretty bullish on this one. I think just trying to buy dips into this uptrend is the way to go. Instead of trying to do these like liquidity holds that I was trying earlier on, I was trying to do that kind of build into a position thing on this initial kind of attempt off of 62. Didn't work, and I didn't try it again off of 62 the second time, which is what would have been nice, but is what it is on that. Let's see if we can find a little liquidity vacuum above 65 and get us into 66, 67 area. But still resisting at that 64.50 for now. Super chat from Willis. Thank you to Willis. Lennar earnings puts few left. Break low 113 for 110 test. I'll take a look at that in a second once if this arm breaks down. But throw that up on a chart because we got to take a look at that in our New York, I think.
What a lick grab.
This is down 4% as well. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's pretty nice. What was earnings day on this one? Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Earnings day, September 14th. So a couple days ago. What's the date now? 15th? Yesterday. All right. Lennar had earnings yesterday. I guess that's why it's down. That's why it's down 4% right now. Yeah, I mean, great look on the daily breakdown from that 114 shelf. I'll bring this black chart down. My apologies, but 114 shelf there breaks down. Then we take out that 112 on the day, trending up a bit. So you know, I would say you got to break down from that 112.20 area in order to continue down. But great look on those puts, and probably doing real nice on that one. Congrats to you, and thank you for the super chat there. Yeah, looking good on ARM. I mean, this looks like this wants to break that 65.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real careful on the risk on this one. I think that 65 could, you know, fail break and flush pretty aggressively. So I don't want to be punching out below 64 on this. I want to be punching out 64.80, 64.70, 64.90, hopefully. So we'll see. You know, this has to break and be aggressive, or else I'm done. Even if it goes 10 cents only, I'm probably just going to bail out of it because I don't want to be participating in a failed breakout. Here we go on 65, though. Look at that size on 66.
Wow.
That's interesting.
Yeah, 2,000
so,
lots.
2,000 lots on 66. There's 2,000 lots on 65 on the breakdown. Or was that on 66? I don't
this
remember.
morning?
I think on both. Yeah, this morning.
Oh,
65 definitely had size. 66 had size as well on that on the breakdown right here. I'm wondering if that's the same amount of size if someone's just trying to get in and out on the same price there, cover that bad long. I highly doubt it, but let's see what happens at that 66 price if we get there. Here we go. All right, we're filled, not going anywhere. Give this 2 seconds to go, or else I'm punching out. Come on, ARM. Do you have the buying in you? Looking like no right now. So this Prince, there we go. Yeah, we're out of that. Too bad on that one, but is what it is. Lost 12 cents, was looking for $5. So not a big deal there. Looking like it's failing off of that for now. And then we just bid straight back above. So. ARM is choppy today, that is for sure. The algo is doing well on this name the past couple of days. If you have some liquidity providing algo, you're absolutely crushing this name. Maybe I should just be buying any, like, I mean, you see on the book sometimes, it'll be the same, like, random gateway, like a PhilX or a Chicago, what is it, CHSX or whatever. It'll be the same size on both sides, like 50 pennies away from the current price. Yeah. And they'll just take any kind of flush, they'll take any move up, and then just cover on the reversion on that. So
they basically they sandwich the L1 basically.
Exactly. Yeah. They're sandwiching it. They're just taking any market order basically.
Sandwich strats.
Somebody markets, they're like, yeah, I'll take that market. Yeah. You're an idiot. They just play the reversion on that. It seems you see that on CoverOn all the time. I did see that on this yesterday a little bit, but I haven't really seen it today yet. But they could just be hidden on some reserves. Yeah. Who knows? But looking good now. I kind of wish I just punched back into that when we took out that high, but looking good here. Hopefully some people are still long this one. Hopefully people are long off of 62 or 63 and just, you know, using me as exit liquidity. I've just been chopped around on this thing all day today, but is what it is. I am only down, you know, 1/18 of what I made yesterday on it. So, you know, we're good on that. We're good on that. Still very much up on ARM. Hopefully that continues into the future. Let's see what happens at this 66 level. I want to see that size break. That could provide a little bit of gas on this fire. 62 though, a lot of regret on that 62 price and on that 58 price yesterday. It's the exact
the
same
58
trade.
was nice.
The exact same trade. Yeah. This ticker is showing you exactly what it wants to do. Just do you have the you know, the forethought to punch that?
Yeah.
I do not, apparently.
I don't know. I feel like it's easy to get like a little lost in the sauce when it's chopping around so much, and it's like it's looking enticing as well. But yeah, if you get that end of day move where like that pressure and the tape and the aggressiveness is very directional in one way, then then the trade becomes so much easier, right? Or straightforward. Let's not call it easier, but let's say more straightforward to execute on there. But yeah, I guess I'm waiting. I guess I mean we talked about that 62. I don't have fills on that, but yeah, that was a decent look there. That 62 double bottom holds exactly like yesterday's 58, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, a bit of a repetition of price action kind of coming in there. So I really liked, so right here, this consolidation kind of, it popped up into the 30s very aggressively and then sold right back into it. So I was like, wow, I don't know if you guys heard, Max was talking, but under my breath, I was like, wow, what a lick grab, right? I was like, damn. And I saw the same thing happen on the ES and the NQ there, and I was like, huh, that lick grab was a little bit across the board, so maybe we're going to get a bit of continuation back down to the downside there. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can crack this or we make new highs. Take a look at the NQ. As I speak, it's trying to push for the low of day there. So I think that's a decent look there. We got a little bit of confirmation with price action, bit of a lick grab. Let's see if there's continuation. I could be wrong, right? That could just violate right back through as well. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of hold and consolidate. If we're just going to chop around here, then yeah, this is not going to go too far away from this. Like the sells have been pretty interesting as they keep coming in heavily every time it tries to bid up above this 141 here. So yeah, I still want to stay involved in and around this 141 as of right now, a bit just in the direction of the trend there. But I am noticing that SPY is a little churning in and around that 144. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple, we thought that it was going to be bouncing earlier off of this 174-ish area, but it seems like we're just consolidating, and as Sharif likes to say, building into a little bit of a flat bottom break here as this price action is compressing into this 174.60 area here on Apple. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft also pushing for a low of day. We know that 326, 327 area was definitely key. Weak low kind of being here. This consolidation at 330 I find very interesting as well. What day is this? This is last week. So yeah, Friday, that's Monday, and then this is the low of week right here that was established in the pre-market on Wednesday. And then we're kind of pushing towards that level again on Softy there. So yep, we can check the next one, which is Google. I know people were talking about, you haven't in the chat, I don't know who it was, but it said that Obi, you haven't checked Google yet, and yeah, now we're checking that Google, that 137 kind of acting as a little bit of support here. So let's see where that can potentially take us today. But yeah, this 141, bit of a churn here as the market looks a little indecisive in and around these levels, just on top of the 15.4, right, and the 45 as well. Yeah. Expected chop. Let's see where we go. I have no idea. I'm trying to get a read on some of these probabilities, but at the end of the day, what do I know? No.
I've been talking for a while about Nvidia being a banger long at 440. It can't get there today yet. We don't know, but you know, the market putting in a bounce, and one of the major cap tech names bouncing right off of kind of a key price. It got down to 65s as the low of day, and bounces from there. So tries to break down of that 441, can't do it. We're right back up into 442. So interesting on Nvidia for sure. Is this the bottom? Is everybody waiting for that key 440? It used to be the all-time high on the initial earnings run. You know, is that 440 everybody's target price on the short, and it doesn't get there, and everybody starts to cover? We've seen that move, particularly on the chip names, I find. They put in these down moves, make a sideways consolidation, try to break down further, and the chip names always seem to have like a rally in them to VWAP, or close to VWAP at least. I don't think Nvidia gets back to VWAP today, at least not where it is currently at that like 447 price. But you know, can we put a move back in a 444, 445 before the short is in again? I think yes. I'm not involved, sadly, because the risk right now is $2. But if we get back down to 440, maybe, you know, that's fail breaking and we can get that back right into this price right here and then try to scalp that into like 444, 445. But good move right now on NVIDIA. AMD also just puts in the low right at that key 102 price again. So AMD looking pretty decent off the bottom as well. Everything kind of looking decent off the bottom right now. But yeah, that 102 proving to be a nice price. So nice, it gives it to you thrice.
I like that.
3 times triple bottom there on AMD. Fail breaks 1 time, both other times was just above that 102 level. So looking for, I guess you're probably looking for a 103 break to make a decision on whether you're going to hold that or bail out of it. I think 103, yeah, that clean next dollar, see if that breaks. If that can't hold above like 102.80 after it breaks, probably bail out of that long. But I am not in that. Nice structure on that one. Very nice little fail break on 102 particularly. And AMD and NVIDIA catching a bid while the other most recent chip name still fighting with $65. But lots of buying coming in. There's 65.10 on the offer. Lots of size. People trying to position short on this one. I'm wondering what happens at that 66 level with that. That's on an inverse gateway too. Do you notice that? It's on that wide. So someone's paying to get that fill on 66, which is that's interesting.
That's pretty batty.
Pretty batty.
See what I did there?
All right, let's chew through that one while we go to Neil for lunch money. Take it away.
All right, we're still here.
Here we go, it's time for lunch money. Let's chew through some ideas throughout the lunchtime, even though I haven't had my lunch yet, because I've been busy preparing some ideas for you. A bit of a spoiler on at least a couple of them. Why? Because I just noticed the position board flash mine and Sean's position. So if you were paying attention, you might have noticed a couple of these. It's unavoidable. Every single day, you're going to start with the thing that everyone knows we're going to talk about here. Sometimes it was Meta when it was tanking, it was Netflix when it was making those moves. Yesterday, it was ARM trading it live, which was interesting because just as I was ready to get into talking about some other things is exactly when ARM opened up, which I found hilarious. I almost want to go back and watch that tape just to see the look on my face when that fill popped in there alongside. It was a great long, obviously. So all jokes aside, it was fun. Now let's go right back into ARM. I think Max has already sort of talked about this one a little bit here. You're not going to have any big levels to work off of when it's an IPO, right? Like you just got yesterday's trade, and that's all you can care about. And it's showing you what's up, right? Like this morning, it was the 65 breakdown. It showed you the level off the open. You look at the support from yesterday. That's at that 62 area. So it's wicked 62.5, which is that support there. Pre-market about the same thing, but then it's held on to 62 on an absolute time. So 62, 65. What else are you going to look at? So if we break out, it's a couple of false breaks at 65, but I feel like when the market's this weak, you almost want to favor the long. So I'm kind of hoping the way that this sets up is as follows. You kind of get a liquidity grab under 65 under this channel that holds the higher low, like liquidity grab under, maybe trap some of the shorts into some confidence that we're going back into the downside, or at least some people that are short from earlier that they should be holding on and not covering. Do that liquidity grab and then break back out the local high. So false break of this consolidation bottom, break back out the local high. I think there's some explosive upside here. And it's almost impossible not to look at what happened in the yesterday in the afternoon. And I'm not telling you that it's almost exactly the same setup, but it's very, very similar in terms of what it did. There wasn't liquidity grab to the downside. It was just all explosive once it got back above 59. I think it might have to play out a little bit differently here on day 2 when you have a little bit lighter volume. You might need to trap some shorts in order to get half the explosive move that you saw in the afternoon on ARM. Jumping from that and not really getting too far away, you guys can see the position board. So spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about AMD here. It is what it is. I was scanning everything I could find in terms of what is making a consolidation bottom, and I landed on 2 things, both of which you're already going to see here. One of which, it's been ugly for AMD. There's absolutely no question about it. Like it's one of the worst stocks in terms of a trend in the morning, but a lot of things look like this, down 3.5%. You're not really at huge support on the daily. That's down at $100. But what do we care about? We care about trading opportunities. So I always like to join buying as opposed to anticipate it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of kind of getting it in here. I like it. This is like I like it there, and I like it there. Those types of longs. So I think this is what you're playing at lunchtime. The other way to look at this is if it breaks out here, the 102 3/4, and can kind of get through the 103 and make some higher lows, that could be a bit of a joining part. You don't have to make the whole gap for this to be a good trade. Like, it's already good off 102. But if you're able to sort of consolidate here and break threes, you can get to next resistance level and look pretty good when you've only done, like a quarter of the overall move to the downside. So this one looks like the one that's okay for a bounce play. The other one, maybe not necessarily as obvious, and the usual caveat's going to apply that Chinese ADR slow down in the afternoon. But Alibaba, it's showing you a pretty solid range here on the 3-minute. This is it's eerily similar, but I mean, everything was to the downside this morning. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys know what's up. If you're trying to catch a falling knife, you've been getting burned. Lower highs all the way through. It's a scalp trade through and through. But if it can hold above 87.50, show some consolidation there, you can find yourself into like a tight, if it's like a 10, 15 cent consolidation above 87.50, you can look for a long off of that level, getting into the 88 for a nice scalp trade, risk about 10, maybe 15 cents, and you're trying to get to the 88 level, try to carry through a little bit in case it's a home run. I'm always expecting an inside day in the afternoon, especially on a Chinese ADR. The other play obviously is a long off the bottom. I don't want to count that one because we gave that one to you in the morning show, and that's a position I've been in like twice already. So let's not go down that road again. But it is working on Alibaba. Running down the list, stay on the weed. I don't know. It's every time I see that Stephen A. clip, I love it too much. CGC here. So as I look over there, I better be out of ACB. I have that stop. I have stop in an ACB, and I'm looking to make sure. I can see the position board. I have a stop at like 98 on ACB, which hopefully it triggers. Because when I sat down up here, there was a flat bottom break at 140 available on CGC. Now that's not so available anymore. So there's your flat bottom break. You guys all know what one of these looks like. Huge breakdown just now on volume. I mean, the way that you play this, if you don't have the breakdown, let's say you missed that fill and it's already flushing, you failed 150, you flat bottom broke 140, so I feel like you have a move into 130. I would look for a short into 140 on CGC. Let's just keep it as simple as possible with that one. Throw it out the window. It's a little frustrating when it happens, but 5 minutes ago when I'm preparing this one, you had a flat bottom break available if you were on CGC. If it's stair step down, I think you're looking to short pops on the way up. Respect every 10 cents. That's what it's showing you. Those are the levels. Every single 10-cent level has been a good one. I'm going to shout out Obi for this one. This is your friend Amazon here, Obi, taking a hot minute to load up on this chart. I don't know what's going on there. There we go. It's finally loading up. So Amazon, it's more about what it's doing on the daily chart than anything else. Now, it is a third Friday. It is quarterly rebalancing. And Amazon, of all the big tech names, Amazon's actually the biggest upweight. Most of the other big tech names are going to be downweights. Amazon's a bit of an upweight. And if you look at where we are on the daily, here's the last breakout, and this was just a recent breakout where you got through 140. You can see it get back into the highs. We're pulling back into and dip to the 140 level. Now, what's appealing about the bounce here that you're seeing in Amazon in particular, it's obviously vastly different from what you saw in BABA or AMD or anything that's off of those lows. It is a liquidity grab bottom, wicking to 140, and then making higher lows and forming like an ascending wedge, which I promised I would say this over and over again because Sharif said it once this morning. So I'm going to say ascending and descending wedge at least a dozen more times today because I like that term, and every time I see it, I'm just going to throw it out there acting like I'm a charter market technician. But that's higher lows into about the same resistance at 141.25. If the market can even have any pushback into the upside, this looks like a pretty decent reversal. Been destroyed. Potential for an imbalance to the upside at the end of the day, although that's not a big deal. It doesn't hurt that's the case. Big liquidity grab at that 140. I like wick bottoms for reversal plays. Obviously, this is more of a tight stock kind of idea. Like if you're going to break out this local high, I think you give it to 141. You don't hold it all the way down to 140. You're not risking $1.40 on a trade like that when you're going counter trend. So I like Amazon for one of these plays. We'll throw that one back in there and go on to something which I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Well, I've seen it in the chat a lot today, but there hasn't been a lot of activity in terms of trades on AMC. Like I had one trade this morning to the short, kind of like similar to yesterday. Just try to short the breakdown. If it works, you hold it pretty much all day long, shorted the breakdown, and it doesn't work right away. AMC is going to the upside. It is trend up. It's holding the upside. What I like about it is the morning range high is now your support level. So all you try to do here is see 830 hold, try to break it back into the upside. There is a ton of room for AMC to go up because it's been getting crushed. So if you get that 840 break, this thing, like forget about like $15 or $14. If you just look at this local bottom here on the daily, like you're talking about $9 to the upside. So if you can get an 835, 840 break, something in here with 10 cents worth of risk, and you're looking at that 9 move, why not? You can always have a 9 break as well, so that's going to be in play. AMC, we like it when it moves. We don't like it as a company always, but sometimes you just got to trade what is moving, and there's no question one of the stronger names is going to be them. I'm going to give you a couple of bonus ones. One of them is Fisker, and sort of shout out to Max because I hadn't pulled this one up in a while. You tell me, like I didn't notice that Fisker was up like a million days in a row, but apparently it is. So A, good for Fisker. B, 42% short float. And the last time it was at $7, we're like, wake me up when it breaks $7. Well, okay, let's wake ourselves up. It's at $6.91. 42.5% short float. Look at the daily chart on this thing. Last time on volume, it was trying to break 7. It failed. What are the runners? Like a lot of the runners today, like Mullen's a runner today, Faraday Future. So last I checked, EV companies that aren't making any money are running today, and this one's got a pretty decent short flow, and it's got a decent trend to the upside. Now the problem here, like always, you're running into a bit of a volume issue. It's dwindling down. It's a Friday. But you've got a high at 7, which got rinsed already. So it rinsed a $7 pullback, dipped right off of yesterday's high, which if you're looking at like a 15-minute, that looks absolutely gorgeous, and now it's lulling everybody into sleep. So I like the risk to reward here on something like a Fisker. The day that it goes, you know it has a chance to pop $1 off one of these levels, and 7 looks like it has a decent chance to go today. Now I understand you can short a level like that and risk 5 cents and try and have it pull back 10 cents or 10%. There's nothing wrong with that idea as well. You're trading a key level. That's the thing. There's no ignoring Fisker when it gets to 7. You can ignore the heck out of it most days, but I don't think you want to do that when this stock is at $7. And because it is one of the bigger movers, and I always like to end things off by looking at a small cap name, maybe one that's getting ignored a little bit more. And this is a penny stock, LIPW, taking a hot minute to load up. Every now and then you're just going to get what I like to call, really it's not going to load, and what I like to call like a small cap name or a penny stock, which it's all about the potential. Now it's not even going to load at all. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go to this to show you where I came up with this. I'm going to pull my trade ideas layout up here because one of the things that I love, and I don't really use the races as much anymore, but I like this high of the day Momo scanner. So think of it as what is getting to the high of the day, what is breaking out, and what is doing so on actual volume. So breaking out on volume is the strategy here. AWIN is there. LAFW. So you look at what's blowing up here, and like I said, like you have like LifeW, and you've got AWIN. So AWIN, that's this name, which is a penny stock. It's broken the 25 level, and this is what you like to see about it. You're breaking out on heavy volume. And I always say this every single time you're looking for a stock to break out at lunchtime or in the middle of the day. I'm like, show me that volume is happening, and then you want to jump into the name. So this one looks pretty good, AAW. For some reason, I liked LifeW better than this. It is pulling back a little bit here, but it's still pretty solid. Like it just got past that 15-cent area, still stair-stepping to the upside. This is the first sign of weakness at 20. If you look at the daily chart, what's interesting about this name is it doesn't have really anything. Like your bag holder level on this stock is at 60 cents or maybe like 65 cents in here. Or the last consolidation was at 50 cents. There's nothing standing in the way of this bad boy. So you look for like big percentage gains and you say, well, it's already up 200%, but it's a penny stock. I mean, as long as it holds on to 15, this one has a chance. You know, as long as the last one showed AWIN holds on to 20 cents, it has a chance. So you'll want to respect that. I'm actually in Mullen right now. That could be something that could go as well. but I didn't want to give you a name that I was already trading. So Life W, it's actually called like MSP Recovery, but I'm calling it Life W, and AWIN, a couple of penny stocks which are on the move. Do not sleep on ARM just because the volume is a little bit lower, and you got a couple of bounce plays in there in big tech with AMD, Alibaba, and also what's going on with Amazon. So a lot to look at, a lot to cover during lunch money, but that's what it's all about. What are the opportunities for the afternoon, and what can you dig into if you're hungry for some trades? That's lunch money.
We're back. We're back.
I thought Max was gonna smack me there. I don't know, for a second.
I told Obi that I would smack him live on the air if he gets shut down today. So hopefully that does not occur. And hopefully he doesn't press charges if that does happen, because there will be some nasty evidence against me there. Still watching ARM. This is looking interesting around VWAP. Interesting for sure. It keeps breaking these kind of resistance areas and then supporting right at them. So like that 63.50 area kind of resistance that we had before turns into support. Now 64.50 is our support. Is that 65 going to continue to go up? It looks for sure to me like it is, but I'm not long. And realistically, you probably won't see me long today again, unless this is breaking that 69. These IPOs, I want to see those brand new levels. I want to see all-time highs. That's where the edge is. The edge is not in the middle, yet I keep trying it over and over again. So I wait for the new levels.
Diddle in the middle,
No
right?
diddling.
Diddling.
No diddling in the middle. If you want to scalp in the middle, fine. But I never succeed at scalping because I just don't scalp even when I intend to scalp.
I can't wait for Neuralink, man.
Neuralink.
Throw that algo in there, and then just be like, okay, this is how, you can have an active algo, and then maybe you don't even need your fingers. Like the time it takes from your brain to send the signal down to your fingers, there's definitely an algo faster than that. So it's like you're front running that as well, a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was NVIDIA earnings day where I was like scalping, on the 5-second chart, which I never do, and like succeeding very, very well at it. And I just said, plug me into the tape here.
Yeah.
Let me just do this mentally. I could just like flow in and out of this. I could like swim in the tape right now and just be making money over and over again. My fingers are too slow. I don't even know what I'm doing when I'm pressing the keyboard half the time. If I could just get into the computer and just kind of like trade with my eyes or trade with my mind, that would be awesome.
Yep.
Maybe that Apple Glass thing you can trade with your eyes. Apple. I just said what that thing was called the other day.
The Vision Pro. Yeah, that thing looks like garbage, man. Like overpriced garbage. But I've been to VR. I've been to VR arcades. Nice, thank you. I've been to VR arcades and stuff, and I've played around with some of like the VR headsets. Yeah. I think they're doing well to kind of trend set or trying to push that. And that Apple kind of tends to be a little bit of a trendsetter, as they have a bit of a following there from the masses. But if that kind of clicks in and goes, then that VR tech will be pretty interesting. I think they're going for like an AR VR type of setup, AR mainly focused. But yeah, that would be really cool. But I'm starting to think a little dystopian here, and what was it? I think it was in. Have you seen Ready Player One?
Yes.
Yeah, great movie. One of my favorites. But so in that movie, when they have that the goggles on, a lot of their visual space is like ads. So you can opt in or opt out of these ads. So I wonder if that's going to be the case going forward, where it's like, oh, okay, we're already getting pushed on YouTube ads. We get pushed on so many different streaming services have ads, right? Twitch has ads. Everything has ads. But now this Vision Pro, people are going to be in front of a screen all day. If you're kind of working with that, you're using that and whatever. How much of that visual space is going to be ads going into the future? I don't know. That's if that catches on. I think that'll be interesting. But
they're going to put ads in your mind now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just directly in your mind.
With the Neuralink, yeah, exactly. They'll coerce you into buying some of their products and be like, oh yeah, you have a
They don't
mass.
even need to put ads. They can just tell you to buy it.
Yeah.
Control you.
Like,
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not big on the
interesting
VR
world.
thing. I don't really want to be in the metaverse personally. I think the real world is just fine, but you know, whatever. People want to be something different, I guess.
I'm just trying to trade with Neuralink. That's my biggest curiosity right now
As long
for
as
that
I
technology.
can take
It's
it in
like
and out or something. Like I don't want to.
just
No,
have it
you know
in
what?
there. I mean, you
Forget
can't
it.
take it
I'm
in
not
and out.
getting-
You have to
I
have
am not
wires
getting-
going into your neurons.
I am
you know
not
what I mean?
having
Like,
wires going into my
you
brain,
can't-
you know? Put me
Yeah.
in the camps with all the people who don't have the Neuralink or whatever. I don't care. I'm not having wires in my brain. I'm not going to be some Elon Musk's personal army. I'm good. I'm good. I'll be a pleb without my Neuralink. You guys have fun. It looks like we have an IPO today. RYZB, Raised Bio.
Another one.
Another one. It's saying that the market cap is
Is it worth it? Let me work it.
11 million initial public offering. So that's not bad, actually. I don't know how we missed this one. However, it hasn't really done much. Hopefully I can pull it up. It could be blocked on our system given it's done basically no volume. What is it? RYZB. Oh, no, it's on the system. So 2 million shares of volume is not actually that bad for a $25 IPO. That 25 breakdown was sick. That's too bad. We should have had this one up, Obi. Look at this 25 breakdown. It reserves there on the bid for, what is that?
Wow, that's
20
clean.
minutes, and then clean breakdown gives you over $1. That's, I don't know how many percentage points that is on a $25 stock, whatever, like 6 to 8%, something like that, right away. That's a great move. Should have been on this one. Assuming we could have got the shorts. We probably could have. We can always get the shorts. But there you go. Raise Bio. See what their reference price was on this one. It opened right at 25. I wonder if the reference price was 25. $18 per share. So yeah, there's a reason to go short on this one. Interesting. Could have had a decent winner there. Probably would have been thinking long, given that the IPO yesterday worked so well. But yeah, Raise Bio, new IPO, up 33% from its offering price. Tesla breakout, someone says. No, I don't think so. Tesla trending down a little bit here. Maybe you're saying on this like little kind of false break of that 275.30, but you got to take out this kind of 275.60 level. And we are in a bit of a compression uptrend kind of thing. You don't want to be taking breakouts when you're in in this kind of compressing uptrend. The breakouts never really work on something like that because it's just kind of chopping to the upside. You want to be, taking like that high of day break. This 276 was very clean on Tesla this morning on the breakdown, and we have this high here. So I would say if you want to take a breakout on Tesla on some market strength, which we're not getting right now, you would want to be taking that 276 level on the breakout. I think anything in here, you're probably getting chopped around, given that we're just kind of trending up, and you're just going to get angry because you're going to get stopped out, and then it's going to go straight back up and make a new high. So buying the dips on this little choppy uptrend on Tesla is how I would be executing on it. I think it actually looks really good. If we get a bounce in the market, Tesla looks great to take out that 276 price and maybe continue this trend up. Given how far down the market is, Tesla's basically flat on the day, and I mean up quite a bit since a couple days ago. So still doing well. I guess the 30-minute would show this better. Still doing very well since that analysis by not JP Morgan, the other one, Morgan Stanley, the other Morgan.
Another Morgan.
Morgan Stanley, nice with their $400 profit target. Clearly supporting that 270, 266 level on Tesla. That was a banger level 3 days in a row, sorry. 266.5. We get down there, I'm going to be buying, but I don't think we're getting back down there in the near future. Looks like we want to take out that 280 price, so going to have to try to find a way to get long on Tesla. I guess I'm off next week, so I could come back and we're above 300.
Oh yeah.
I keep, and apparently I'm missing the Instacart IPO, which if I hadn't known that, I probably would have done the inconvenient week 2 weeks from now. But I'm already committed. Yeah, that's unfortunate for sure. I missed NVIDIA earnings. Now I'm missing the Instacart IPO. I am never going on vacation again.
So you've filled your quota for the next couple of years this year, right?
I'm sure as heck not taking another vacation this year.
Yeah.
Nowhere
in the wintertime?
Really, really.
You don't want to
well.
go somewhere warm in the
next year.
Okay, yeah, in January, right? So as soon as January hits, you know, getting a bit of a sell-off here off that 141. I saw that in the chat, Halt the Squeeze saying they're short 141.15s. Nice. Let's see if it stays nice and we kind of get back into this 141.50s where we saw a little bit of consolidation there. But yeah, we tried to get above that 141 for a while, and then we kind of bid back down into the 80s. So a bit of just a churn here, not really getting anywhere too fast. But we did see a little bit of that lick grab up here, which was interesting. Where did that volume come from? That's a significant amount of volume there, Max. If you take a look at what just went in on Amazon, you see this candle right here? You see that candle right there? Would you like to know the volume that went in on the deep print at that price? Here, let me just pull that in for you guys. So somebody, that is 1 million shares of Amazon going in at 141. Again, it's a deep print, right?
I love those big words.
my God.
And then 600K as well, right there, just at that 141 as well.
We always make fun of Obi because he's always talking about these gigantic deep prints. Or these
looking
huge
for,
prints on the,
I'm just looking for a big prints, right? Yeah, the Chicago boys.
We're like, all right, what does it mean, Obi? What does it mean?
What
Where's
does it
the stock
mean?
going? And he's
I have
like,
no
I
idea.
don't know,
It gets the people going, though.
So then why are you paying attention? Oh, but it's a big print, man.
Yeah.
It's a big print.
I just want to know what price is
one
doing
day
relative to that print passing through, right? That's all I'm looking at. But yeah, if it's not on a deep print, then I'm definitely a lot more interested,
that's
right? I'm a
definitely
lot more interested.
But on that Chicago Gateway, that's where all the options are done, I think. So that one you can kind of treat like a deep print, I believe.
Yeah.
Anyway, 1 million shares at 141. It's trading below, so you could say that you're looking good on that short. We were debating that short
I don't know.
quite a bit before Neil was up there. We were talking about it. What does this mean? What does that mean? Nothing means anything, but Amazon is trading down, and the short is still looking solid. Looking at that trend continuation, and 140 pretty key level. I bet we test that again, unless we get
Probabilities are stacking a bit.
The probabilities are indeed stacking, especially as this ES kind of rejecting the teal there. It's a 21 moving average on the 5 minutes, so 105-minute moving average. Really tight consolidation there.
Spoofy man.
The spoofy man.
The spoofy man.
Where's the spoofy
600
man?
lots just flash at 140, 68s or 69s.
69s
The
always
spoofy
gets
man.
filled, though.
I see you. I saw right there. You saw that? Did you see that again? Right there. There he is right there. Okay, let's see if they actually fill. Is it the 8 or the 9? 69 or 8? Okay, we're going to see.
If I was in this short,
Yep.
I would be adding on the break of that, and if that breakdown fails, then I'd be bailing out of everything, personally.
Okay,
But, that's not how you execute. You like to build a position higher in the right spot and not be aggressive and insane like me. So
That's what I'm trying to learn. I don't know. I'm trying to learn trying to play the bigger picture move on the day, but you know what? That's definitely a much harder game than I guess I initially anticipated. But that's why that's why I love the game. The harder it is, I guess the better the feeling of achievement. But we like the challenge, and we're taking it slow. We're taking it slow. We're learning as we go along. But didn't really see any of that size kind of print there at the 69s, but we didn't really print any 68s or 69s that significantly yet, or pass through them. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did see the spoofy man. He did pop in and out a little bit, and I was like, interesting.
That short looking great. Markets looking like they're kind of rejecting. You're looking like you might make some money there on that short.
Yeah.
I'm getting called out in the chat a little bit. Bears versus Bulls November. I bet he goes on a golf trip. Come on. I bet you're right. And
Take a look at
saying
these
this
gates,
year or
Max.
this month. What's going on?
Take a look at those gates right there.
All right, all right.
That's the hoo-hoo. That's a little bit of size on the hoo-hoo right there on Amazon. I don't know, there's a little bit of an inside joke there, but so some of the gates that I like to print some serious size there. A bit of some serious size on the U gate coming in at the 140.68 there for those of you who know. But yeah, interesting. The hoo-hoo.
Shout out to Red 1010 for the super chat, $2. How often do you guys think about the Roman Empire? I'll let you take that one, Obi. How often are you thinking about the Roman Empire?
Are you alluding to the fact that the collapse of the Roman Empire is showing somewhat? We're showing somewhat of those symptoms. What?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let us
I don't
Red.
know. I have no idea. Just something I read in passing a few months ago, that our economies might be showing some similar things that were happening at the collapse of the Roman Empire there.
Interesting. Very interesting. A little bit of.
All great things come to an
Oh,
end.
what's that guy's name? Come on. Come on. Bring it up.
Who is it?
Come on. The hedge fund guy, Ray Dalio.
Okay.
His Changing World Order book that he released recently, and then he's got a video on YouTube actually, which is really good.
Yeah.
I recommend people watch, but exact kind of same thing that North American or Western society showing some signs of weakness. Signs of strength though in Tesla, going for that 276 price, tops out exactly there. I'm not seeing quite enough strength in the market for me to want to take that long, but I understand the case for it. I'm kind of done with the risk today. So unless I see an absolute banger, I'm not going to be really trying to slam anything at the moment. Market's super weak. Taking Tesla long might be kind of crazy, especially on a breakout. But that 276 really setting up, and we are catching a bid off what looked like a down move on the market, but now trying to take out the high of this consolidation on NASDAQ. And did I just close that chart? That's too bad. High of the consolidation on NASDAQ, high of the consolidation on ES too, but not quite there. So ES through 45.20, NASDAQ through 40 or 15.450, I want to say, even though I can't see that chart, and I'm going to have to bring that back up. But what happens to Tesla at this 276? Great spot to short as well. If you want the short on Tesla, this is clearly the inflection on the day. So get short at the inflection, get long at the inflection. Don't diddle in the middle is what I say. Though, usually you'll see a lot of fills in the middle for me. NVIDIA also, NVIDIA looking great off of that low. So maybe NVIDIA is what pulls the NASDAQ up. Look at that 440, can't get down there. Everybody's short, thinking 440 breakdown, that's where I'll cover, that's where the liquidity is going to be. Everybody's going to be, punching in and around there, and you don't even get there. Now there's no liquidity to get out of that short if you're in a massive short right now, and you're just kind of punching the offer, trying to get filled on the bid, that kind of thing. So, I think NVIDIA looks good for a potential rip through 445 right now. The risk is down to like 440, even 442 breaking, you can take the risk down to. So I am not going to be in that, but congrats. If anybody had that retracement, you get the volume spike at the low too. So those high volume candles at low of day at a key level, it's exactly what you want to see for a reversal, and NVIDIA giving a great trade there off of that 441 kind of failed breakdown. I guess you're risking, let's call it 50 cents. I don't even think you would have to risk 50 cents necessarily on that. And you are getting now $3 off of that failed breakdown. So great move out of NVIDIA off the bottom. AMD kind of lagging a bit. So AMD not able to put in that same move. I was saying 103 is kind of the decision point on AMD probably if you're long off that 102. And $1 on AMD is a great trade, but it's not like that $3 super tight risk to reward on NVIDIA. Although actually, you know what? You're really only risking like 10 to 15 cents on AMD and getting $1. So both those banger trades off the bottom. The chips catching a bid. The other new chip.
I'm long 102.11.
Sean is, of course, long 102.11 on AMD because he has all of the best trades of the day all the time, it seems like, in the middle of the day particularly. I think Sean's midday trades are like the best around. Like those.
Tesla.
And 274 Tesla. This guy's just showing off now. Yeah, I mean, Sean, I feel like your midday trades are just like,
They're much better than.
yeah, maybe you should just not trade until like 10 a.m., 10:30. I mean, not that your early trades are bad, but like you always have the perfect price at like 10:30, 11 o'clock in the middle of the day. He's sitting over there eating lunch with like low of day on AMD and perfect trade on Tesla. Classic. Anyway, back to that Tesla. It is rejecting that 276 for now. So maybe this pulls back again, sets up for a better break. You know, the more times it touches, the more people are likely positioning short off of this level. So yeah, maybe this pulls back into like 275.5 or lower 275 area. Then you get that breakout on a little bit more volume, a little bit later on in the day when more volume pours in after 1 p.m. That would make sense to me, but looking like it wants to break right now. I got to find my my NASDAQ chart. I don't know where I just put that. Maybe I have to go and make a new one on that. How's that short going, Obi?
Okay, so we can talk about that. So, I saw a couple of reasons to kind of piece off a little bit here in the 60s, and as soon as I kind of hit that, you rip right back up to the upside, and then that, like we said, that followed kind of some of those large orders that went through on some of those gates there, rips up like 40 pennies back into 141, 141.20s test. And then now we're catching a bit of a sell. So yeah, kind of pieced off into that, seeing that size in, seeing those higher lows kind of forming, and seeing the ES and the NQ kind of pushing towards the top of that consolidation is definitely going to be like, okay, the probability for the long is definitely now stacking a little bit higher there. We had the short off of the 141.20s or 141 level right there, and but yeah, no reasons to buy, reasons to cover kind of come in, and yeah, this could very well just be more consolidation. But yeah, take a look at this volume candle. That kind of sure, some of it might have been some of those dark pools, but there was a lot of size that was printed on some real gates as well in and around those 140.60s, like I called out. And then now we're catching a bit of a bid, and the market is pushing up. There goes the NQ breaking the high of consolidation. So a little bit of confirmation with that volume, with that size. You guys were asking me, what does it mean? I don't know what it means, but I'm just looking at price action relative to where some of those orders went in to kind of give me a sense of direction. Now I could be wrong, I could be right, who knows? But the fact is, am I using those factors to kind of better manage my risk, or does it make it worse? That's what I'm trying to learn. So who knows?
Fair
but yeah,
there.
Pops back into there.
That's great risk management there. Not losing on that trade, turning something
Didn't
that
get
could have
shut
been
down.
a loser. Didn't get shut down yet, so no backhand quite yet. But we still have an opportunity for Obi to shut himself down today. Someone in the chat was saying just take AT&T with small size, you won't get shut down.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think it was Natalia saying that. So maybe that's what you should be doing. Tesla,
Oh, wow, take a look at that.
276
That's pretty
did
tight.
reject. So as I was saying, take it short, take it long, whichever way you want. The short working for now. It is not going anywhere off of that level though. So you would want to see Tesla coming off this 276. The high was 276.10. You want that to be screaming back down into 275 really quickly. It's still supporting this uptrend right now, so I don't think the short's good on that one, especially given that we're down 1.5% on NASDAQ and starting to catch a bid off the bottom. Doesn't want to break that 14 or 15,400 level. So potentially 15.5 incoming. I think that's a key level. That's probably a good spot to start considering shorts on some of these names. It is an S&P rebalancing day, so we could have like a very big retracement back to the upside through the afternoon. I'm not saying we're getting flat. What was the close yesterday? Like 15,680 or something like that. So not expecting flat, but maybe we get a 50% retracement on this down move, which is 150 handles is 15.5.5. I could see that. That's right in here at this kind of low of day yesterday. That is where I would like to be getting short if we do get up there. Looking at some large cap names to do that on. Nvidia's gotten all the way to 444.5. Great trade there. I figured we'd be hitting 445 before long. Let's see if we can get that 445. Play those kind of $5 ranges on Nvidia. That's kind of what it gives you these days. You want to be taking at minimum $2.50 on NVIDIA, I would say, to pay for the risk. And given, the range that it puts in, the ATR on this name, probably $20. I can pull that up right now. On trade ideas to confirm, ATR on NVIDIA, 16.5. I figured it'd be even more than that, but yeah, 16.5. So, you want to be getting those like third of ATR moves, or, at least a quarter ATR move, which would be like $3 to $4 on, I guess $4 on NVIDIA, and that's exactly what you get off the bottom. AMD as well, the other chip, or the other big chip, getting into that 103. So hasn't broken 103 yet. This is where I was saying I wanted to get short, but I don't like what I'm seeing out of or I do like, I guess, to the long side, what I'm seeing out of NASDAQ. So shorting 103 doesn't make sense on AMD anymore to me. I think, it has to get to VWAP at like 103.50. That might make sense for a short, or even this 104 level. That would be pretty clean if it could like fail break that 104, do like 10 cents. You get it back down, 10 to 15 cents of risk, and then you're trying to get back down into VWAP first, and then all the way down to that 103 again. But we will have to see on that. Tesla is breaking out. So Tesla, NVIDIA pulling the market themselves. Nice trade by Sean. Huge move. That 277, pretty key. 276.5, probably pretty key. So we can, trend above that, start trading above that. That's going to look real bullish for that move above high of day and into that 280 price potentially. But, lots of resistance on the day at least before we get there. I doubt people who got long in the pre-market here are still holding this all the way down in 271.5. But, I've seen people have worse trades than that before. So maybe there are people holding and that 277.25 kind of price, that pre-market shelf, could be some resistance here if you were looking for a short. But I would not short Tesla today. This is looking like the strongest name in the market out of these large caps, unless I can find something else. But, Obi always knows. Is there anything stronger, Obi?
I don't know anything, man. I just, yeah, I don't know anything. That's just, you learn that every day, right? You think you know some things, and then some things work, and then the market changes, and you're like, all right, well, back to the drawing board. So yeah, I don't know about that. But the thing is, the SPY is on a little bit of a churning trend back to the upside. We talked about that 444 kind of being a level of interest, and then the 445 as well. So a little bit of uptrend there. We saw that the market kind of broke through its consolidation there, and then Amazon as well kind of broke through that 141.20 level there, pushed into the 30s, 36s. We were talking about that 35 as well. But yeah, that acceleration to the upside. So let's see if we can get a little bit of that churn to the upside, and if the turn is real, or are we just going to stay sell dominant even with some of these pops here on the day? So that's what I'm curious for, and I guess I'm testing that curiosity by probing the market with some of these positions here. So that's all I got. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading there. I took a look at AT&T. I saw what it's doing. Pretty tight range there on AT&T. I like that idea potentially. Yeah, take a look at that. Look how forgiving the potential, like the short potentially is. Like we could be trending to the upside, but when the sells kind of come in, it gives you almost instantly like a dime in the money. So it's like that's an interesting look, I think. So within the churn, we can understand that we've started to bend, right? But that bend is what's the likelihood? I'm asking myself, what's the likelihood that bend is going to go straight to the upside and rip right through like 142, 143 right away? Probably not. If we're going to do a healthy trend change and kind of bend back up and start doing like a V shape or a little bit of reversion, I'm going to expect a little bit of a chop and a churn into that move. And I think what I'm trying to do here is just kind of see and test that pressure there on that strength. So let's see if it comes in. Let's see if it's there. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Adam saying Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon long, nice. Steve G saying I'm holding SoFi. ARM is flatlining. CGC. We're seeing Fisker here. So yeah, a lot of those names definitely interesting here. Lowe's is down 4%, says JJ. we can take a look at that as well. Anthony saying, and those Bill Lumberg glasses. I don't know who that is. Okay, nice. Funny story about Office Space. Is that like that's not? Well, no, I'm familiar with The Office, but I don't know about The Office Space.
Office Space. It's
Okay.
a great movie.
Okay, it's a movie. All right, I guess I gotta put that on my to watch.
Greg always
list.
used to reference Office Space.
Okay.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. Good movie. Office.
I thought it was The Office.
No.
Okay, yeah, nice. Funny story about the glasses. Like I bought these. My sister was making fun of me earlier this year. She called me those are Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. I'm like, hey, listen, I bought these before that Netflix special came out. All right, so yeah. I like the glasses. You know, it's widescreen mode. I have multiple screens. I want to be able to see everything without frames getting in the way of my vision. So you know, we're living life on widescreen.
Fair enough. Don't need anything else getting
clear.
in the way of your vision.
Yeah. Gotta see the tape, man. Gotta stare it down. Got like 10 tapes, a little level 2s, some charts in the corner there, you know. So gotta have that visual span. So that's why I like the large the aviator glasses.
Yeah, taking a look at Lowe's. Apparently, some data coming out that people are not going to Lowe's to do home improvement kind of stuff anymore, or not anymore.
What is it, like Home Depot and Rona?
Yeah.
See what Home Depot is
like
doing
Home
off
Depot.
of that. Yeah, that could catch
Take a look
their
at Home
sell.
Depot. Yeah, down 2. Lowe's is down 4%.
That's a
So
seller.
yeah, there's some data that people are spending less on their on home improvements right now. Makes sense. Rates are very, very high. Construction very, very expensive right now. You look at Lowe's getting into that kind of. I mean, it's taking out a whole lot of consolidation levels. You can see we were on this uptrend. Just gives it all up pretty much in one day. I mean, I expect there to be support somewhere, but that's kind of a nasty headline. And given, you know, we keep saying higher for longer on these interest rates, it could be real bad news for a lot of these, you know, home improvement retailers going forward. So, yeah, that could be a bad look. We've been on an uptrend kind of, when is this? Last June. So for basically a year and a bit, we've been on an uptrend on Lowe's. Broke out from this 223. Let's just call it where we are right now, basically 221.5. This is where we broke out from. This is where we're finding support on the day, but at low of day on Lowe's, do we see lower lows? Lows.
I see what you did there. So what is that? It's like a double, triple, quadruple entendre.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's like.
I like that.
So many layers to that one.
Very funny.
I feel like, you know, if we break into this old consolidation range, then you're looking at 200 to 220, right? Or even all the way down to like 190, basically. So loading up on the puts might make sense on something like this. Puts would probably be decently cheap still. Get like a 215 kind of put and see if we can get back down to that 200, 195 level. I don't know. I mean, I don't trade options. I did one options trade once, and it was a flat zero. Lost everything on FRC, I think.
Oh, wow.
I took the same trade.
Damn.
But yeah, very, very small amount of money. I think I was risking $20 to try to make $5,000. So, you know, not a bad reward on that one.
Decent RR.
Pretty low probability, I guess.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I
if
mean,
it pays off, it pays off.
So it sounds a little bit more like a gamble than a trade.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'm highly educated on the market, so, you know.
I know nothing. Call
very,
me
very
Jon
educated
Snow.
Trade. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know nothing. But
So, I didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like a running joke where I guess the girl that he's into is kind of like you know nothing, Jon Snow. So it's like you should watch it. I mean, it's the first few seasons are nice. The ending seasons not as much in my opinion, but yeah.
That I recall. I tried. I watched like the first 4 episodes, and I was like, this is too slow. I don't have. I guess it's only an hour a week, but you know, I just got bored of it. Probably should have stuck with it because it sounds like it got kind of exciting.
Some shows are tough to get into, you know?
Yeah. The best ones are like Breaking Bad. That was really tough.
Oh yeah,
First few episodes of that one.
I have not seen that one.
Slow.
So yeah.
You haven't seen that?
No, I have not.
Oh,
I know like
buddy.
clips and like memes from it and stuff. I'm familiar with the story, and but like I haven't actually seen the show itself.
You got to see Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I've heard. Halt the Squeeze. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the confirmation on Tesla 276.40 level. I think it was Sean that said he's a short at that level. But yeah, nice.
John is long on Tesla.
Oh, okay. Sorry, not the short. All he said was appreciate the confirmation on the level. Sorry, I read that wrong. You know, maybe I am being a little too short biased as I'm only seeing the short here, as the market kind of takes up here. But yeah, that 141 kind of holding right now for now. Let's see, we've made a little bit of a higher low above this consolidation, and we're kind of trying to push here on the NQ and the ES as well. So it's looking like I may be wrong on this short, but I think I'm well within kind of the areas to continue testing this thesis until it kind of proves me wrong here on the Amazon here. So let's see how far we can get before we kind of make a distinctive move here. With a little bit of chop again, middle of the day. It's Friday.
Soprano's another one that I haven't seen.
Oh, I haven't seen that one either.
What?
Yeah.
I don't have the time to get into,
Yeah.
I'll get addicted to it. I'll be up until 3 o'clock in the morning watching these stupid shows. Like,
I mean, I'll binge watch a show every now and then if it's finishable like on a weekend.
Yeah, Sopranos is how many seasons? And
Yeah.
they're an hour long each episode. Like, come on, I can't get into that.
Yeah.
I can't get into that. I can't get into Game of Thrones now either. 8 seasons, an hour each.
Yeah, like.
I won't leave the house. I don't know how people have so much time to do things.
Yeah, yeah, that's the same question I'm asking. Like, I don't have enough time in the day to finish what I want to do, let alone like leisure activities. It's just like, damn.
Tesla breaking out of that 276.50. So great long there on Tesla. You could have taken the 276 break, risking the $0.50 and looking for like the $3 or $4 move. But given where it's come from, I mean, I don't think that's a great look. I think buying these dips into 275, into VWAP, into the trend here make a lot more sense. But lots of buying coming in. NASDAQ trying off the bottom, kind of slow, but on these rebalancing days, I do find that the markets tend to revert. So probably should have been looking a little bit more aggressively for those longs off the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly at my my price on Tesla, that 271.50, pretty solid. Great move there. I just don't know how much further it does actually want to go here. However, taking out those highs, people are getting squeezed out. Yeah. That was my plan initially, right? Is like the 277, 276.5 hold, and then adding on this 279 high. I think I even had the order in to go long when I had these positions to get longer and into that 280. I think if 280 breaks, and I think sadly it's going to break next week when I'm not around, that could be a banger trade for sure. If it breaks today, I'll probably take that because I think a lot of people would be offside under those circumstances. I wonder if Tesla's getting rebalanced to the upside or the downside today on this S&P move.
It would be interesting if it was to the downside, underneath that resistance that we were talking about, right?
That 280,
so,
and it's getting rebalanced down.
Yeah, we talk about certain market events kind of drawing in, drawing the charts out, or like respecting some of, or being the reason for liquidity to be used to kind of respect some of these levels on the charts there. So let's see if that kind of comes to fruition on Tesla. Underneath that 280 being a little bit of resistance now, give or take a few points, right? It is a $200 ticker, almost $300, right? So yeah, I think that's definitely a good look in and around those levels here. We see that Amazon is trying to push towards these highs as the ES and the NQ are pushing past some of this consolidation that we were having earlier here. But yeah, no, the selling definitely comes in and around this 140, 140s-ish area. We're about 10 pennies away from that. So I guess I'm just looking to observe that price there potentially, or if we can even get there, if we kind of drop back in, as we can see, like this whole area has some strong selling. Whenever we get into this 141.20s, 141.40s is where it started. The selling kind of comes back in. The selling that kind of we had out the open, that 143 being a key area. I was asking myself, why didn't I have any sort of fill over under this 143 as I have that as somewhat of a key area on Amazon, and I did not necessarily have a fill there. Tried the cheeky long because I missed the short. Working on trying not to flip that strong bias, because like if a strong level gets a little violated and you come in from the downside and you reject off of it pretty significantly, look at these wicks right out the open, a lot of volume kind of showing itself as 143 is kind of heavy, right? And then you come back into that 140, which is also a key level. So almost a level-to-level move there on Amazon does about 1 ATR by about 11 a.m. there, and now we're getting that consolidation. So let's see if the selling is heavy. Let's see if it stays true. And if it doesn't, that's fine as well. We've got our defined levels of where potentially the sellers will be in trouble. Me being a seller as well, in and around these levels, right? That's the thesis. So I guess I want to use that thesis to join in with some of those sellers that we've observed earlier. But interesting that volume and the gates going off there at some of these prices here in the 140 60s is interesting as well. I'm keeping that in mind, as when after those guys got filled, we got not only an Amazon consolidation, a bit of a consolidation break, the NQs and the ES try to push towards their high. So maybe somebody knows something there off of that volume. But
bit of a rejection on ES right now, actually, off of that kind of consolidation high. NQ trending up, but ES can't get out of this kind of consolidation area below 45.20, and now we're rejecting right back into the low very quickly. So I'm wondering if we take down this 45.14 or 13, let's call it, area, you know, are we seeing new lows? Are we seeing 4,500? I mean, in my mind, yeah, probably. And at that same time, AMD just rejects 103. Damn. That was the trade, Obi. That's the one that I could have taken. That 103 reject on AMD. Oh. That makes a lot of sense to the downside there. Missed the trade, though. I'm not going to be paying 25 cents below where I wanted it. But little wick there. ES rejecting, NQ rejecting the low of the prior consolidation there at 15,470. Yeah, that's looking good. That AMD kind of turnaround, as well as NVIDIA turning around off of that key 445 price. NVIDIA still holding above 444, though. I think this still looks, you know, decently strong, but maybe just kind of lagging and, you know, taking down that 443.5 looks pretty bad on NVIDIA. Nice buying coming back into it off this little dip off of 445. My apologies for these nasty wicks over here. Yeah, I mean, I'm liking that kind of short idea off of those levels. Natalia in the chat kind of roasting you a bit, man.
Oh yeah, what did they say?
My sister-in-law in America will literally buy enough stuff from Amazon just today to make your short underwater.
Go ahead.
I wonder if Natalia has a crush on you.
Go ahead. I mean, that's fine. We buy a lot of stuff from Amazon as well in our household. But here's the thing. It's been selling, or no, actually it's been catching a bid, but before that we were selling off a bit. So I don't know if there's much of a correlation there. You'd have to buy a hell of a lot of product there and actually make a nudge in their next quarterly revenue. But if you're alluding to the fact that your sister is balling and she's willing to buy out some warehouses, and we could see that result in the next quarterly earnings, nice. Nice. Give me a call, and maybe we can talk about where we can get long on Amazon there, off of that potentially, if you have the bankroll to kind of affect earnings there. I wonder if that happens. That would be some serious fugazi. Like, what would be your cost benefit analysis? Like, you buy out a couple of warehouses, you make a dent in their next quarterly earnings, and then you're betting on the price action kind of following through off of that earnings. Would you be able to make enough that you lost? Would that model work
on Amazon?
Yeah, you could cut costs that way.
Become an Amazon seller. Sell everything on that. Amazon afterwards. Cover that massive options position that you've done. Makes sense, man.
Yeah.
Billionaires out there, you're welcome for the idea.
Yeah.
Go test it out. Let
Give
us
us a
know.
phone call. We'll be
us
be
know
opening
what
up
you're
our
doing.
own hedge fund
Yes, yeah.
eventually here. Yeah.
From Bermuda, though.
Yeah. We gotta save those monies.
Or Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
Where do they not have extradition anymore? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't want
AMD?
AMD again. Sean saying there's AMD at 103 if you want it. I don't want it now. You know, we kind of rejected that down push. You know, volume really kind of teetering off right now. It's going to pick up eventually. It hasn't picked up yet, so I think overreacting to any kind of moves doesn't make sense. I would want to see AMD push into that VWAP area at 103.50 like I was talking about before I took another short on that. I think you take a shot the first time, the second time much more likely to break, much more likely to be choppy and less edge on that. We actually have another IPO today.
Whoa.
And Numora Therapeutics, NMRA, just pulling the trade ideas chart down here. Looks like no volume on this one. I'll double check. Yeah, 1 million shares of volume. It was supposed to price between 16 and 18 according to Benzinga. Whoa. Apparently I got orders going on trade ideas. Thankfully, no broker attached to that subscription. Yeah, price or trading right in the middle or right in between its range. Actually, that's a nice range trade there. What is going on with this buy-sell order stuff? That's weird. Yeah, 16 to 18 is the range on the day. 16 to 18 was the range on the IPO. Very small one, I imagine. You know, IPO season in full swing.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
What's that RYZB doing? Still just kind of holding below 25. So that one really doing nothing either. And our favorite new IPO, we haven't talked about ARM in a minute, and there's a reason. ARM has done nothing. Still holding above 64 and a half, basically, above 64, let's call it. But it looks like we're kind of rounding out, and I would expect a move back down. I think taking this short of this shelf break makes sense. I don't want to do that, though. I think I don't know how much edge is on that trade, but you know, if you're searching for a trade, if you're tilted and need a trade, try to get flat. Maybe you take this all the way back down to low of day. 62 holding again would be a great trade, I think. Yeah, I mean, I got nothing else on ARM. I wanted to see that kind of exciting break of high of day, but I mean, we're still holding above yesterday's kind of key level of that 62. This opening range high, 62 holds very nicely. Also, it is not in here, but that 58 level was the initial spike up, goes down into the 55.50, can't break, and then 58 breakout is clean. So, you know, if you're throwing levels on ARM, that $58 level, clean, 62 level, very clean as well. These wouldn't even break, which usually you get a break, kind of liquidity grab, and then blast up. These wouldn't even break. So that is why I didn't have the trades on them, because this market has just been giving us these kind of fail break retracements and not like that clean level hold. Front running has been, you know, a death sentence in this market since the liquidity's kind of dried up since they started hiking interest rates. Front running working on this ARM IPO. So, you know, I would call that 65 a fairly clean level as well. What did I do there? But not as clean as the other ones. I think 69 will be the next kind of, that's the next spot. You see all these tops right around 69. I don't think, maybe it did break earlier today. I don't think so, though. Maybe off the open it did. I think 69 is that's the next stop. Obviously 70 going to be extremely important too. This 75 was a dark pool wick this morning. That is not during live trading hours, but maybe a little bit of foreshadowing in that dark pool print. 74.50 was a dark pool print this morning. So somebody bought it at 74.50. They had to, right?
Maybe, yeah.
That transaction occurred somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
Why?
Honestly, I have no idea. Is that a rhetorical question? It's like I didn't put it in.
Legitimately don't know.
I didn't put it in.
I don't know. Yeah, that's like, you know, to the universe. Why did somebody buy ARM at 74.49 this morning? Maybe it was like an internal broker fill because somebody got smoked on the short and they got liquidated, something like that. I don't know.
Look at the ES kind of coming back into the low of consolidation there, and same. I guess the NQ hasn't got back all the way to its low of consolidation, But yeah, we are getting a bit of a sell-off there. Like we said, sellers are we've seen them kind of be predominant in and around some of these levels. So let's see. Let's see what these changing probabilities kind of give us here. I got to change this wick here. That just happened. Again, these dark pools kind of messing with some of our charts here. So let me just get that in right there. And it might crash. Yep. Okay, cool. It crashed. That's fine. All right. I'll pass it back to Max before while I get this chart set back up.
All right. All right. Yeah, that 64 level is coming into play right now, 64.20 that we supported at before. So if you were looking for the short, if you were over trading a bit, this might be a good spot to do that. I actually do like this trade. This is that is decent. That 64.25 is where we held up before, 64.23. I do like that trade, but again, you know, my appetite for risk on this name is kind of dried up today. I've taken too many losses on it after, you know, one decent win, so probably not taking that. But here we go. Coming into 64.25, do we kind of reverse off of that? What is Sean doing over there, hitting the bang? Shorted Amazon 141.12, so
nice.
He's got that move in too.
Yeah, I got 141s
nice
as well. Yeah,
I was thinking when you were talking about that, I love how, you know, you had kind of the wrong price a few times, scalped it out for wins, and now you've kind of improved your price every time. Now you've got the right price at 141.20, and you know, printing on that one again, and maybe getting that breakdown as the ES is taking out the
taking out the low.
Taking out the low right now. NASDAQ looking real brutal, but ES looking worse.
Quadunk.
45, I don't know about quadunk, but 4,500. I would say that there's a decent probability of us touching that now that we have kind of rejected this attempt at an up push today. So maybe some of these bigger names rebalancing to the downside today, which is, you know, pushing the market down. Obviously, yeah, they already did the rebalancing to rebalance the big seven like a month ago, right? So, you know, that's not necessarily pushing us. I don't know, but here we go on ARM. Getting to that 64 level, there's size on 64. Does this break down? I'm thinking yes. This is looking like a good short. I'm not in it, but probably should be. That was a decent call out there by me. 64.24. Nice short. I'm the best. You guys are welcome. Hopefully everybody's in this with maximum size. If you're
maximum size with Maximus himself.
Exactly. Mullen. What's happening with Mullen? 18% to the upside. I'm bored of Mullen. Break $1. Oh, you know what? We're getting close. Where have we been? Yeah, I mean, $1's setting up really, really cleanly on Mullen. There it is right there, $1. We have all these tops in there. No closes above other than this day right here. No, that day didn't close above. So no closes above $1 since this, I'm assuming that's a reverse split again. May and August reverse splits. When have you seen that? This company is just fighting to stay listed. I think at some point, some people on this floor are going to be able to buy the entire market cap of this name, 123 million. A couple more reverse splits out of Mullen, and we'll be at the million mark. And ARM is printing on the short. Hopefully somebody has it. I know somebody in the chat said that they were tilted and they needed a trade. So hopefully you took that and you're back to flat now. ARM looking good. Mullen, I don't know, boring. I think you take out that 70 level. Maybe that's a spot. 100 million shares isn't bad, but it's not. Mullen put in 1.5 billion or 1.2 billion shares once when it was below $1. So show me 400 or 500 million shares and maybe I'll get interested in this. That $1 break as well, something that I would want to see out of Mullen. Back to ARM, looking very solid on that short. 65 rejected. So I was talking about that 65 before. If you want to go long ARM, you want to go short ARM, do it at 65 or do it at 62. And that 65 short is a banger. You only have to risk 30 cents off 65, and you're $1.50 in the money already. And I would definitely be looking for low of day out of this. Obviously, you'd have to cover something here. $1.50 in the money on a $25 name, you got to cover something. But I'd be looking for that 63 to break and then 62. This looking very, very bearish. along with the overall market. ARM now negative on the day, 63.50, the closing price. Let's look at that 63.50 actually. 63.50 is not a bad spot on the day as kind of a support and resistance line. That's interesting. Should have paid a little bit more attention to yesterday's close, I guess. Yeah, 63.50 is pretty nice spot today. Yeah, it is what it is. Once we get down to that 62, if we do get there, I'd be looking for the long though. That's been a key price. I think if we fail break that price, I think you could see 63 very, very quickly. So the risk to reward on that would be very excellent, probably risking 25 cents to try to make $1 right away, and then maybe you trend back into 64, but 62 breakdown, you know, I see the structure for that too. So either way, you know, a lot of these prices have been kind of, you can play it both ways. And if you end up on the right side of one of these moves off of these clean levels, you know, you're really printing on this one. So great trading on ARM today. A little more patience. I might be cheering this one on a little bit more than I have been, but is what it is there as market continues to trend down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how this kind of trend happening on Amazon, downtrend, a little bit of a counter, but it became into sideways. We stayed under a VWAP. So like, here's the thing: I'm not necessarily executing too much in and around some of these trends, but like, what I'm trying to realize is that there are other people also looking at this. So when some of these trends on the day get violated, I guess you kind of want to look for the liquidity to support the cause there on the move. And it seems like we are getting a little bit of a sell-off, a continuation underneath VWAP there on Amazon. This wick keeps on coming in, but take a look at the ES and the NQ. We talked about some lick grabs happening up into this level from before. And yeah, I did take a piece. I did cover a piece there, yeah, just as it slows down and it looks like it's making a bit of a higher low above some of where we saw that size come in. But yeah, with the ES and the NQ quadunking to the downside, this selling kind of continuation coming in as it is 112 here. So about almost I guess 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go before the bell, and we are pushing new lows on the day midday. So I think that's an interesting look. The continuation, right? We talked about, like, I'm trying to get better at not countering the trend, right? Trying to get a perspective of the overall pressure on the day, and if we're going to have a trend day, which is one of my bigger weaknesses, right? If we're going to have a trend day, Am I going to respect that? Am I going to short the pops? Am I going to hold on to some of these positions for them to come into fruition? And I guess today is a day where it has worked out. Now, it's not going to work out all the time. It's something that we're trying to get better at. But again, you guys have been here kind of watching me trade for the past couple of weeks. And yeah, I have struggled with taking the trend at times, and you guys have heard me repeat over and over again in attempt to kind of structure and solidify that concept in my mind that the trend is your friend until the end, where it bends. Shout out to Buddy in the chat that kind of came up with that quote. But I went back and I looked. I think it was it was a trader, like a famous trader, that kind of came up with that sentence in their book or something. I forget where or which it was, but yeah, definitely a saying to respect. And I guess it's that kind of thesis and that theory has been seasoned in by some of the greats as well. But yeah, we were talking about that song earlier where I was like, that meme song, the GME song, the Buy the Dip song. So I found it. And now I didn't necessarily watch this trader live, but it was pretty funny how he was kind of moving. But yeah, meet Kevin buying the dip, GameStop, and Charles Payne. So this song is a banger for you guys, for those of you guys who want to check it out. You know, it's like, it's kind of goes with the saying, like, you buy the dip and the dip keeps on dipping. You know, it's pretty funny. It's a good song, nice vibes. You know, I like trading songs. They're kind of funny. And maybe not to jam out to, but listen to every once in a while and kind of remind you of the degeneracy that goes on in and around trading that we might be experiencing. So yeah, good song.
I'm just kind of going through the volume leaders list here on trade ideas. Nikla, we haven't taken a look at yet. It's just kind of consolidating near the lows today, but holding up over $1, which is good. I mean, Nikla could definitely put a bounce in. I'm not super excited about that one though. I think if you are trading Nikla, obviously if it gives up that 115 low, you got to be careful. CGC, I had a shot on this one today, didn't I? No, I didn't. Never mind. That was ACB, and that was CGC was yesterday. But CGC made an attempt over 150 today, kind of trending down. That doesn't look great. TSLA looking great still. Bidding back up. Wow. All right, let's pull up Tesla. I was looking at Carvana, by the way, which is giving up the low today. 52.50 has been this key price. We give that up. We're back down below 52. I think you're looking at 50 for that support, and then you're looking at like 49 area. So yeah, too bad for Carvana, down 7% today. It was up what, 15 yesterday though. So yeah, we'll see if Carvana can continue the trend. Hopefully it chills out for about I don't know, let's say a week, and then it wants to continue going up the following week when I return to smash the trade. But last time it squeezed, I was not here, so maybe time to buy some calls on Carvana because I'm not here to punch into that long. Over to Tesla though, market going down, Tesla still bidding up. Tesla, the strongest stock in the past few, I guess the past week maybe. Tesla's been probably the strongest stock, along with Google too. Actually, Google, where Google is. Anyway. 276, that key kind of inflection on the day. We rejected it once. I think we get above 276.5. We're going to see a lot higher today, but we'll see on this Tesla move. Really tough to go long when the market is just doing this, taking out lows on both indexes. We're right exactly at the low, basically.
Yeah, I like that it's doing the range. Right now. We talked about this yesterday. You just got to be more
bearish. Yes, going for that 4,500 level. I would say we're going down. So going long Tesla is kind of crazy, but if Tesla is going to be like ultra strong like this, I think a lot of people are going to get stopped out thinking that it's lagging instead of just being strong. So interesting there on Tesla. Let's pull up Google just to check because that was also relatively strong today. Yeah, Google kind of turning over a little bit with the market, kind of that uptrend that we've been in for a bit, probably
Apple as well.
Giving up. Yeah, Apple at 175 was looking was looking interesting.
Right here.
Amazon just trending down slowly for you. That's looking good.
Respecting
and
that
Apple just
range.
gave up the shelf. So new low on Apple as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened in Apple pre-market. I just pulled it up. This was interesting. A bit of a shake and bake in the pre-market, where you get that opening imbalance right there at the 9. What is this? Is that off the imbalance? No, that's actually not off the imbalance. That's at 845. So you get that strength that comes in and breaks some of these quote unquote earlier pre-market highs, still in the pre-market. But yeah, you kind of slap that level, you bid up, you consolidate in and around 177s, where we saw look left 177.50 literally 2 days ago on Wednesday, and the day before after the strong sell-off. 177 area has been a strong sell, and take a look at what happens today. You come in, you reject it not in the live trading hours, but in the pre-market. Right, not in the opening market, but in the not in the open market, but in the pre-market, you reject that same level, that supply, that kind of coming back in, and then you straight break that 177 kind of low of consolidation to the downside. So there's a bit of an interesting shake and bake there as we continue back down to the downside here. On the rest of the markets as well, ES and NQ new lows. We talked about some of that action that broke above, looking a little bit lick grabby, looking a little bit fugazi, and we've kind of rejected that consolidation to the downside, right? So we're getting that move coming in. Let's see if Amazon can get to low of day. We're not even at low of day of Amazon, so this could very well just hold and consolidate somewhere in and around here. But to make this move real, we like the ES right there, where we're testing 15.4 right now. sorry, the NQ. We're testing 15.4 right now, and we're testing 45 on the ES. So both key levels as definitely levels of interest, levels where you can potentially expect something to happen. If it happens or not, what do I know? But if it does happen, that could give you a nuance to kind of manage your position there. But yeah, so let's see. If this kind of bounces off of these levels, we got a little bit of a crack there on the NQ through that level. But yeah, if we kind of follow through on the sells on the NQ and the ES through some of these key levels, I think that low of day on Amazon will definitely be taken out. We can see that some of these large caps already have started to break their lows in lockstep with the futures. So Apple, again, being the leader of the markets, doing the same. Softy as well, being the second top weighted ticker, doing a little bit of the same, testing the low of consolidation as well. Google, not so much. Again, Google kind of a strong ticker. It holds its own for the most part, but when it does get going, it might pull the market along for a ride as well.
Clean double top there on Google too.
Yeah, exactly. So
kind of 80 area.
Yep.
Yeah, that's looking good for the for that short.
Yeah, man, the continuation, right? Out the open, you get a flush, and then that double top, yeah, that definitely caters to that idea. The only thing concerning here is this high volume kind of almost capitulatory candle that may or may not be there. Again, that's just a thesis that kind of looks like that. You have a strong sell-off and then some heavy volume on the day, and then you rip right back up. But again, if we violate that as well, we could very well be on our way to the downside on Google as well. I know we're already looking at Amazon, so we don't need to look at that any too much. We've seen what it's been doing. Again, Tesla, we saw this kind of a churn well within its range. So if you're range trading today, like I am a bit, yeah, the range definitely coming in very well. Yeah, so the trend is your friend. The sellers are still on our side here on the day. Let's check out what Meta is doing. I know that 300 level was definitely key. Wow, Meta, look at that clean rejection of some pre-market levels here. Look at that R-vol kind of pops up in and around some of these prices. You come in, you fade off into the open pushes into that 312, you fail. The pre-market consolidation low break, pretty nice off that 310, and now you're getting that continuation. 302, we know that 300 is definitely an area to be watching for, and it seems like it's accelerating into that level here. So there you go, the 15.4 crack on the NQ. So let's see if this is just a quick lick grab underneath, or if we're going to get that continuation. How much time is left on some of these 15s? Let's take a quick look here. We've got seven and a half minutes roughly for these 15s to finish printing, so about half the candle left. But yeah, a bit of an acceleration off of that consolidation break to the downside now on these markets.
I'm short on AMD now through that 102. Nice. We had that shelf, we had that triple bottom, so 102 breaks. I'm getting short below 102, stop basically like right above 102, so 102, 18 kind of thing, or 15 prints, I'll punch out of this. But looking for lower on AMD, we said, we were looking at the daily chart. AMD had that 102 level right here, or no, right there. Where was it? I don't know. 102 was a level, but figured if we give this 103 up cleanly, then we could see a lot lower. 100, the next kind of like real stop on AMD, in my opinion. So not looking for 100 necessarily today, but I think that we can definitely get down to 100 in the near future, and I think we can probably get at least halfway there today. 101, maybe 101 break, covering something on that in like the 180s, 150s, something like that. Maybe you're getting 100 breakdown today. Down 4.3%, and just getting smoked today is AMD. NVIDIA as well, down 3.35, just touched off of that 440. So that actually could be a bit of a red flag for this AMD trade. If NVIDIA can't give up that 440, I may have to punch out of AMD, given that these two trade together, and that 440 is such a key level on NVIDIA. But I'm thinking that gives it up. We're looking at a nasty market right now. I'm gonna need to check my my levels, but NQ, I don't know. I don't know where we stop on this.
Can't stop, won't stop
on NQ. Maybe we will look left as you like to say, on this on the 1 hour chart. If it'll load for me, see if there's any levels around. I feel that 15,350 was a level, but let's see. Yeah, that 15,350 pretty supportive. Whenever that was on the 7th, so about a week ago.
About a week ago. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Was a breakout price here, and then we support there. So 15,350 should be interesting if we get to that spot. If we break down from there, look out below. The next spot is probably like 15,150. So yeah, pretty nasty move here on the indexes. I'm short. Obi's short. Probably means
I
that
should be shorter.
There's going to be some kind of squeeze here, and we're going to get smoked. But let's see if Nvidia can give up this 440. I think that would really hurt the market. And Tesla gave it up too. So Tesla from 276 all the way down to 274, basically. So the strongest name now looking weak. Market looking pretty nasty.
Apple's pushing for a low of week almost. Yeah, take a look at this.
At
like
173.50.
right here, we wicked off of that 173.60, 173.50. Let's see what exactly that is. Right there, the low is 173.58. So yeah, so 173.58. We're just about 50 pennies away from that that price there on the Apple. And let's see if that comes into fruition. What will the week look like on Apple? Wow, take a look at this, Max. Let me get this out of the way right there. Look at this consolidation low that we've had, this August consolidation low, 172. So this is a pretty key area here, right? We either bounce off of this multi-week support that we've been having. You have like 1, 2, and you blast off. 3, you kind of gap up a little bit and then sell back off into this. So it's knocking on the door of this support here after we kind of pushed towards 200. So we talked about how that 200 reject. I think was it with you? I forget who it was, but we talked about that 200 reject kind of makes that 175 high probability, and look at where it came right into that 175 over the course of a few weeks, and then now we're knocking on the door of that of this consolidation low. So let's see where Apple can go. Again, if we're going to continue this consolidation.
Decent catalyst to the downside.
Yeah, of course.
But
and reasons to sell.
That's quite a call out of you on that 200 rejection.
Yeah, I mean, it was like an all-time high type of rejection.
Yeah.
So a bit of a pullback, I think, is very healthy, and I think a 25-point pullback off of a level like 200 is definitely well within range. And yeah, that's I guess didn't really buy any puts. It's still long Apple in the long-term account, but yeah.
Oh, didn't even get yourself to sell on that call.
It's Apple, man. Where's it going?
It's Apple, yeah.
I mean, I say that now,
Apple.
and yeah, if they don't get on the AI bandwagon soon enough, I don't know.
I'm sure that there's something brewing in the
oh yeah,
in the Apple brewery over there on the AI front. Probably a what would you call it? A category breaker or whatever. I don't know. There's a term that I'm trying to figure out that I don't know, but I'm sure the Apple AI will be great, integrated into your phone, and I'm sure it'll help them sell quite a lot of phones.
But here's the thing, like with these new technologies coming out or attempting to come out, like the Vision Pro or whatever, and like potentially Neuralink in a few years, hopefully, the purpose of an external device is going to become very outdated, right? I feel like ease of access is going to be so easy on on a platform that's almost integrated into you. Right?
So in my ear.
Yes.
The AI that Tim is cooking up.
Yes.
Tim Cook.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No. I thought there was more to it. I was like, yeah, that's a good start to the joke. It's great. I thought there was going to be more to it.
No, that's
all
it.
right. Thank you. That was pretty funny. Tim's cooking up some AI.
I didn't come up with it.
Yeah. You could just be, I think I've mentioned this before. Matrix being one of my set of favorite movies. There, I long for the day where you can kind of plug in and be like, I know kung fu. So, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I'm good. No plugging into me.
No?
I'm all right.
What happens when it gets hacked and they put something you don't want?
You gotta have the antivirus installed. You know, so not only are we gonna have doctors, you're gonna have like the human antivirus providers. I don't know. New careers are gonna open up, right? More jobs. So it's always a good look with new technologies kind of revolutionizing the world. I always talk on this topic where it's like everything that we have, like the smartphones that we have, and the technologies that we've been brewing are only a result of the past 150 years. Like we're just getting started. This is the pinnacle. This is not the pinnacle. This is the spark of humanity, where like we went from the industrial age, we went from the information age, and now it's about to blow up. And if the markets are any indication of, I like what you're doing there, guys. Fabian and Ramin, nice. Is that you or? Okay, all right. It's not Neil. It's definitely Fabian and Ramin. So
It must be Friday.
yeah, it must be Friday. Yeah, our shorts are working. Shorts are coming into the downside. We're chilling, maxing, relaxing. You know, but yeah.
I mean, I'm always maxing.
I know you're always maxing. I might be relaxing a little too much sometimes, but together we're maxing, relaxing.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, these shorts are coming in. That 140.50 kind of cracked just now. I'm watching it go as well. But yeah, let's see if that low comes into play. That 140.20 kind of wicked back up. We know that 140 is definitely a key area. I know Neil is looking for that 140 as well, potentially. So we're coming in that 15.4 quadunks a little bit. That 45 kind of starts to sell off. We know that Apple is kind of knocking on the door of some significant levels. Let's take a look at some of these other charts on the weekly. I know a lot of people maybe not looking at the weekly when they are doing the day tradings, but I think it's a decent look to kind of have some support of a longer time frame players at your back, kind of giving you the tailwind as well.
Eric's
right?
saying Obi short something. Obi's been short something, guys. This guy's been short Amazon the entire show, right off that key.
Yeah, I mean, not the same position, but we've shorted it a couple times. If it's the gift that keeps on giving, then why am I not taking? That's the question. I don't know. It's something I keep asking myself. But yeah, so this 140, 120, we saw that it was a level. We caught a bit of the fugaze on the lick grab that happened, not only on Amazon, but across the ES and the NQ a little bit as well. Not as clean, but we sensed a little bit of the fugaze. The spidey senses definitely got a little bit of a tingle there, and that selling kind of comes back in. So, you know, just a little bit of luck there that the sellers are still willing to kind of push this back to the downside and kind of continue that trend. But yeah, we were taking a look at some of these weekly charts across the board. So this is what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft kind of trending a little bit on the weekly there. Let's take a look at Google. Again, the upcoming weeks might be interesting as some of these names have reverted more than 50%. Take a look at this 105 I have marked on Google, Max. From the support from earlier, you dip down below 100, and then you grab all of these 80s and 90s, and then you rip right back up to the 140. That's beautiful. What a beautiful move. Anybody who's been long from the beginning of the year, I know a few people who kind of started getting long at the beginning of this year from some of the money that they made in the past few years, and they're definitely laughing straight to the bank there, as we've only been uptrending on a lot of these names there since January. Like you can see Tesla as well. This is the strong resistance we're talking about on Tesla. Whether we're going to blast through this and do another stair-step squeeze on Tesla past this 300 level, we have yet to discover. But yeah, some of these names kind of decent reversion back off of some of these key levels there. Decent dip buy, right? If you were buying, like, again, we talked about this, that dollar cost averaging kind of strategy coming back into fruition, that panic selling that was happening earlier on over the past couple of years. You know what? I just want to cover this position real quick. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, dip buying.
Yeah. So I saw that action. I was talking, and yeah, so exactly. We rip right back up on the ES as well. So I just want to get out, peace out to that position. That was a decent move. Again, if the move continues and we start to kind of push back towards that 140, I'm more than willing to get back in short again, right? But again, we see where this price action is starting to happen at the lower end of this range. The ES and the NQ have already broken that range. The beautiful thing about trading something like a constituent like Amazon is that if the market is tanking, this might be a little bit of a laggard, or it might not even fall all the way as it consolidates above that 140 that we know or that we've seen the ticker prove to us that this area might be an area of interest, and we start to slow down in and around that level. So that's the range trade right there. As soon as we get a little bit of that bit of a lick grab or a bit of a quick action back up, that looks a little bit different. I want to piece off a little bit there. Sure, we were down in the 40s and we covered in the 60s. That's 20 pennies of a difference. But you know what? I got to learn to respect the market. I got to learn to respect the tape, and moreover than everything, I got to learn to respect myself. So yeah, I'm just going to cover that and reassess the move if and when it kind of comes back in. But yeah, reasons to get long are coming in, and I haven't really been long on the trend, but we are making a higher low off of this kind of wick off the 140. That's, again, I've been saying this. I'm keeping that in mind as some of this strength kind of starts to turn. 45 reclaiming on the ES. Let's see if the 15.4 reclaims. And that was just potentially like, what would that have been? 15.368. So about a 30-point lick grab on the NQ. Like that's.
We were talking about like that 15.6, 15 or 15.360, 15.350 kind of area as potential bounce spot.
Yeah.
4,500 super obvious on ES. And you look at the 5-minute chart, that's looking like quite a wick of that key 4,500 level. So, you know, if you were going to try to get long, I think now is probably the time before, you know, it's too late. We're right back up in the consolidation that we were at before. If you're thinking like breakout, you'd want to wait for this 45.20, and I think, you know, that can definitely happen. It's in that time of day when the volume's going to come back in. We did put this down move in, but, you know, it's possible that we go all the way back up into that like 15.5 or 45.30 kind of area. AMD I did stop out of on that double bottom there. Had my stop at 21s, got stopped out there. Didn't actually notice, kind of forgot when I was being educated by Obi there about the NVIDIA 4440 area. I was enthralled with your discussion there on your trading strategy, which, by the way, was excellent on that Amazon trade, I would say. You know, listen to the tape, found the levels, found the right
listening
spots.
to the tape.
That was a great trade. What did you get? Like 65 cents out of it, 70 cents out of that?
I have no idea. Let me check. It ended up the last cover ended up being about 50 pennies. So we had 70 pennies, but I guess we settled with 50 pennies. But that's fine.
That's
Price
fine.
action is dictating my position management right now.
20 pennies on that maximum.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, we can talk about what I was potentially risking. I fully laid it out, right? We saw that the sellers were kind of here. Let me just blow this up right here, make it a little bit bigger so we can define some of these levels. So right here, we have this consolidation. It breaks that consolidation, and then we get this respect of this trend to the downside, right? And then I tried the longs there. I was there trying the 141 longs, and I kind of felt that pressure, and I was like, well, not there. And then I was like, all right, well, if we can't get above this high right here, 141.40s, where I kind of I saw the change in a bit of the tape there, or what I thought was a bit of a change, right? As the selling kind of continued and stopped me out on the long idea. So that kind of manifested the short thesis there underneath the 141.40. We saw lick grabs pushing into that 130. So the idea was, yeah, if I like this area, if I like this level, and based off of what I've seen on the tape there, yeah, I kind of want to stay short everything and anything in between some of these prices underneath this level. So yeah, that 141.40, 141.50, if we got a significant kind of push up above that, yeah, I'm more than willing to be stop out and get out of the short there. But take a look at this. That confluences with VWAP as well, right? We talked about being underneath VWAP, and we got strong selling off of VWAP as well. So yeah, looking left, we're kind of consolidating where some of these levels kind of came in, and we got that strength off of these levels. So that's an interesting look where earlier this week, buyers kind of showed themselves off of that 140, and then coming in today, they're showing themselves again. So I just want to respect that until that bid kind of gets violated. So that's the idea there. Again, just getting a little lucky, right? Getting a little lucky. Now, things haven't really ranged like this in a while. Yeah, we were talking about how I'm trying to improve the trend trading, but then that trend trade kind of turns into a bit of a range on this sideways chop, which is fine as well, right? Got to stay on our feet with these ones.
Yeah, we definitely kind of came down very aggressively on a nice trend and then stopped, and then now we're just kind of consolidating here at the lows. Didn't really want to make that secondary push down off of that 4,500, so we are coming back up very, very slowly. 5 handles now off the 4,500. We'll see if we can reclaim. I would say 4,510 would look pretty bullish, and I would say that turning around off of 4,508 would sound like something that might happen. NVIDIA also, that 440 coming into play, it's trading below there. It gives you a quadruple top. This is actually a very, very easy trade to execute. Trades like 3 minutes below the 440. You can get right long, right above that. And, maybe you risk the dollar and you're looking for that 444 retracement. I wouldn't be risking the dollar. I'd be risking like 20 cents or 30 cents on this and looking for like the 442. So I don't have it, but that could have been a nice trade to execute if you figured we were going to bounce off of 4,500, which makes a ton of sense now that I say it in hindsight.
Maybe.
But,
whoa, look at ARM.
Like, ARM is going, eh?
Yeah.
It does not want to break that 63 later on in the day. You know how many times I tried 63 on this stupid stock today? And, finally it works one time and I'm not involved. All these longs were around the 63 level because I couldn't get the fills down at 62 that I wanted.
They were waiting for you to look away.
Yeah, they were waiting for me to look away. Now that 63 is $1 in the money. I saw this happen and I was like, you know what? Forget it. I don't think that this is going to be the trade right now in this nasty kind of trend down. But, we broke down from that 64.30. Nobody who took that has to be stopped out of that one yet. So I think until we start trading back above 64.30, still kind of bearish on this one. But higher low there, rejects that 63 breakdown. There was size on the 63. So, the people were getting kind of long and short there. That's, the size validated the level. And now we're trading above, going into the next level, which is 64, which was also a clean breakdown. So maybe 64 gives you that juice to get back to the upside. I would say now if we break 65 again, this is probably going up. I'm not going to take the 65 break again. I've played this kind of strategy enough times today. If we start trending up, I'll try to find a way to get long. But yeah, no more breakouts unless it's a brand new level of 69. And I would be expecting 69 to provide some love there up to the 70.
I see what you did there.
FFIE is actually holding up near its highs, but that $6 is kind of the key level on FFIE. This one, 23% short float according to Trade Ideas. Oh, that's Warren's. According to Trade Ideas, 23% shorted on FFIE. We are trading above anywhere that we've traded. What was that high? 544. So yeah, anywhere that we've traded during market hours on this recent kind of move up on FFIE, we are trading above, but we have this $6 from the pre-market. Was that yesterday? Yes. Let's say yes. Yeah, that was yesterday's pre-market action. That $6 level is kind of key, but doing 15 million shares of volume, that's enough to trade this one. And kind of trending up, bull flagging, looking nice off of this kind of consolidation breakout down here, back through that $5 level, which was key previously, and trending up. So I think we take out 6 on this one. Where do we have on the daily chart on FFIE? It's not loading for me, but I'll pull it up on Trade Ideas instead. Get rid of that. This is the one. I was on with Adam. The guy from Selling Sunset bought a Faraday Future car. I thought it was
I don't even
an
know how they
interesting
look.
looking car.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can pull that up. Adam pulled it up. I wasn't particularly a fan. feel like I'm never a fan of any of these EV makers cars, except Fisker. That's a beautiful car. Those Fiskers are always very nice. Although I'm not sure what the current Fisker car looks like. Yeah, FFIE $10, $7 looks pretty key to me. That kind of support here and that breakdown at 7. So 7 could be a clean level on FFIE. 6 obviously, you know, a nice level. And we'll see if we can. I think if we break 7, you know, you probably see 10 before long. Short float is fairly elevated. This $12 level, ultra key on this name. That's that consolidation breakdown at 12. You know, you get through 10. I would say you fill the gap all the way to 12, and then from there, who knows? But FFIE has to be on watch for sure in the coming few days. As you know, when these short squeezes kind of maintain up and don't just immediately sell back down, that's when you kind of, you know, the ears perk up. Like, what's going on here? This thing is a, you know, POS company, high short float. It's not just getting sold right back down.
I mean, most
right
of
away
them
like a
are,
ball.
right?
So, yeah, I think $6 break, $7 break, $10 break makes a lot of sense on this FFIE going forward. You pull up that car?
Yeah, so I looked up Faraday.
I think they're kind of cool.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Like I guess I like that windshield that kind of carries over. And then I looked at the Fisker one as well. Yeah, this one looks really nice. It's here's the thing. It kind of gives you a bit of that new range type of look almost, right?
Well, the
it's a little more curvy.
Of the Fisker, or the guy who owns Fisker or whatever is the former Aston Martin designer.
Oh, okay.
So Ian something, I think his name is. So he's always got the fire designs. That you remember the old Fisker, all the ones that lit on fire?
No, I didn't see how those looked.
You ever watch? I know Sharif watches 2.5 Men, but the 2.5 Men with Ashton Kutcher, he had a Fisker.
Okay.
Look it up. The old Fiskers are really, really nice. Those ones, they can make some new EVs that look like those. Yeah, Fisker Karma.
Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, the front end is a little bit ugly. It kind of looks, I don't know.
I mean, that's
really
that's
nice.
not bad. Yeah, that's definitely not bad.
Very, very cool. I don't think they were directly EVs. I feel like there was something weird about those ones. Like they were.
Yeah. Take a look at this. That looks real nice. Yeah. All right. So let's see where we're going here. Back to trading there.
Back to trading.
Back to trading.
I forgot what we were doing for a second.
Yeah.
ARM is still holding.
I'm waiting for these sellers to kind of come back in if they're going to be there. To be honest.
Yeah, if it's going to the same spot. I mean, how many times though does it go to the same spot and turn around? You got to wonder. At some point, do we get that kind of like 20-30% retracement on this down move on Amazon, which we were kind of talking about while Neil was on lunch money.
Yeah.
You know, we came down $6.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
$2. You would totally expect to see 142 at some point today.
Yeah.
Obviously, market move not helping, but you know,
it's done like a 2 ATR move, which is pretty.
That's huge. That's huge, and you would expect retracement off of that.
Yeah.
But
it's not every day Amazon does a 2 ATR, so.
Exactly. ARM kind of rejected that exact same. ARM rejected the breakdown price, so kind of straightforward trading on this name. This is like vintage trading. Holds a level on the penny, just kind of holds VWAP, does clean breakdowns. I think we got to stop thinking.
They got to update the algos there.
Yeah. This is what trading used to be. This is easy. You just take clean shelf breakdowns. You take VWAP short with tight risk. You take an even dollar and bid in front of it. Man, what are we
a lot of these strategies are cyclical, right? They come and go. So it's like.
And we were talking about this yesterday. On a name that doesn't have levels, that doesn't have nasty developed algos because they haven't been on it for that long. You know, it hasn't really developed a flavor yet. So it's just pure vanilla.
Yeah.
Easiest trades.
Yeah. I like that.
Pure,
you know what? Yeah.
Pure milk. You know. Easy, front run the level, short VWAP, take the breakouts. Kind of simple trading on this name. Yeah, I mean that's vintage trading right there. Just easy, easy trades on this one. Obviously not easy to buy a stock that's screaming down into a key level, but the level is key. If you wanted the level, just try it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not before it or after it. That's what I'm trying to implement in my trading. Sometimes if I like a level and I've written it down, I kind of front run myself. So for example, if I have written down like 143 as a potential area of resistance, I find myself getting in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, and then the average is not where it should be. And yeah, if I like a level, put it at that level, or at least wait for it to come in and interact, so you can see what it does with that price that you're interested in. I think that's definitely something that I've learned again from Max and some of the other traders on the floor, and that's something I definitely have to improve on. I'm getting a little antsy chasing my own ideas. But yeah, chasers get punished more often than not, I think, in the long term. So.
Your price is everything, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to take a trade off a price and you're chasing, your risk reward instantly flips.
Yeah.
And unless you're trying to, trade something like Nvidia or Netflix or something, and you're trying to get a $10 move out of it or whatever. But still, your risk reward gets really, really skewed if you're chasing prices.
Now, if you have a reason to chase, that's a totally different story, right? That's a totally different kind of trade. But.
Something on the tape where you're like momentum, there's some massive offer that's, stepping down. The ask stepping down.
Yeah.
And not getting slapped. There's a reason to chase.
What if it refreshes? Oh, we're coming up with some moves here. Okay, all right. I like that. More for the arsenal when we hit the club, right? Got the moves.
Exactly. When we finally hit a good trade and we can afford to go to the club, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Maybe for some graduation parties, we'll be doing the bid stepping up.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah, nothing really happening in the market if we're totally honest right now.
Yeah.
Very, everything is just kind of chilling out. Bit of a retracement. Oh, look at that on ES. Who said that we might just turn around off that 45.07, 45.08 low? I did, but what are you gonna? You're not gonna take this short and take two handles out of it or whatever. So, is what it is. Do we trend back down through the lows? I feel like a little bit more chop is in order. However, we haven't even touched the 50 period on the 5-minute chart all day on either of the indexes. So. Usually you would see at least some retracement out of them. If we see these crazy bearish days, maybe there's more downside into it. I don't know. Do we see more than 2% on NASDAQ today?
Yeah, it's almost there, 0.2 away, right?
We're at 1.8. We did hit I think we hit 2% at the very low there. So pretty nasty there. Netflix. 395.
Oh yeah, what's
very
Netflix doing?
If we do continue through the low, that Netflix at 395 has supported twice today. Kind of a shelf breakdown, flat bottom breakdown forming. This one's a little bit of a smoother bottom right here. Maybe like a Brazilian bottom, as people were saying in the chat the other day. But,
what even is that?
That 395 potential breakdown there. Netflix. What's next? We've given up all the support, basically. 395 is right here. So that's actually pretty key breakdown there on 395 on Netflix. We break that 395, 375 is next. There's nothing. There's air on the chart between 395 and 375, and you could even take it down to like 371 there. So, swing short. Netflix 395. I kind of love that. For the day trade, this one's gonna be too choppy, I think, at that low to take a 395 breakdown, especially with the time of day. If 395 is breaking down on Monday morning, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense for a breakdown short and trying to get it into like 390, 385, that kind of thing. What are people in the chat trading? Still talking about Mullen? I don't really want to talk about Mullen, but we can look at it.
I think he's been doing some serious R-vol like every day.
Yeah, there's really nothing on Mullen though right now. I think it has to be breaking highs unless you're trying to just kind of short the lower highs here and push it down into low of day. I understand that. I think the risk on shorting something like this is kind of elevated, and you just have to be very, very careful shorting something that's kind of a short squeezable name, especially under $1 where you know, it doesn't take a lot of money to blow up the liquidity on this thing. So I kind of prefer the long on these, just momentum long, not holding on to them for too long, just kind of scalping out of it as you go and building a core position and adding to that and taking out and building it and adding back and taking out. But yeah, I don't really see anything on Mullen right now. Like, is it going to hold a level when it only takes $100,000 or less to blow through that level? I would say no. So nothing on Mullen for me. Other people talking about Tesla holding 274. I like that. But yeah, I mean, if you think 4,500 is going to hold, maybe Tesla does one more wick below 274. That's actually looking very, very nice for that kind of failed breakdown move. If we crack through 274, I might even take that right back through 274 if we can, you know, do a little wick into the 80s and then right back through. But as soon as I start talking about it, the buying shows up, and now we're 35 cents on top of that level. I don't want to just pay here because I think the breakdown could be a little nasty, and you might be punching out like 60s or 50s on that breakdown. But if I'm joining the momentum on the way back up, that's how I would want to get long Tesla. So I think that's what I'm going to do if that happens and the market isn't, you know, screaming down to the low. That's the plan for me. That's the next trade. Nothing else. Legit nothing else on the board. Some people were talking about Carvana. Looks nasty. I don't think there's a trade on it today unless you're trying to short it. And even if you're trying to short it, it's down 7.5. Like, how much further is this going down? So the next trade for me would be, and I'm not going to take this, but a hold of $50 today. I take Carvana when it's breaking out, not when it's retracing. So hold $50, key kind of even psychological level. You see how many times it was supported in the past few days and resisted. So that's what I'd like on that. And hopefully it can hold above that and continue this squeeze so that we get some more exciting action on Carvana. I am desperate for that 60 break on this name and another one of those insane days. Maybe a run up to like $100, maybe $1,000.
Wow, yeah.
That'd be nice. Like
it's a dream for the dream.
Neil's just staring at me over there.
Yeah, $1,000 for the dream.
GME went to 550. Why can't Carvana?
Yeah, but there's a fundamental reasoning why that went to like that high, right? Like talking about
anything's possible, Obi. Come on,
the squeeze of all time. You know, I'm sure it'll be written in the history books.
Volkswagen went to 1,500.
When was that? I wasn't.
2009.
Yeah.
Fair. Yes. But anything's possible. People could load up.
But anything's possible.
Anything is possible. There could be 10 million shares of $60. Yes. All of it people trying to get short. And then we get through $60 and instantly all of them get squeezed out. And then, you know, we're trading at 1,000 before long, you know. $60 break, halt up, opens at 1,000, and then we retire.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
Simple as that.
The strategies are coming together.
Yeah, for sure. Also, we would not retire. We would trade it all back down to zero, for sure.
So about that hedge fund.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you want to call that hedge fund? I don't know. We got to come up with a nice name. You know.
Squeezers Inc.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's not. Okay. All right. Max Hedge. I like that. Max Hedge.
Nice. Too straightforward.
Yeah. We'll think about it. We'll get back to you guys on that. We'll let Max marinate on that thought on his vacation. Okay.
M&R Hedge, Maxin and Relaxin.
All right. I like that.
Hedged?
Yeah.
M&R.
I don't know if the investors are going to be too happy if we're just relaxing, mainly.
You just punch long on Carvana, you relax, you know?
I mean, as long as we're making money, right?
Trust the process.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah, Tesla has not done that fail break yet, so I am not yet long on that one. Carvana doing nothing as well. Did that? No, that didn't do that. Carvana doing nothing. Netflix bouncing off the low. AMD just chilling out in the range that it's been comfortable with for quite some time now, so below 102.5, so nothing on AMD either. And Yeah, ARM, super boring. Neil's been saying it all day, how boring ARM has been. I mean, lots of trades if you just want those kind of $1 scalps, which, you know, we take those with 20 cents of risk, but I don't take those actually, but should take those. But other than that, I mean, we kind of thought that we might have like some crazy blow off top today, some crazy short through the low, or some crazy wick bottom, and right back up. Oh, there's lots of names in the chat here for us.
Yeah, people coming up with ideas. I like it. I'm gonna have to go through some of these comments and figure
Max
it out.
Hedgeroom. Who said that? Shining Bright. Shout out to you in the chat, Max Hedgeroom. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's it. That's definitely an interesting name.
It is 2 o'clock though. We're done already.
Wow. Time flies.
I'm assuming, yeah, Sharif giving us the go-ahead. So good luck the rest of the day, everybody, on this S&P rebalancing day.
Yes, sir.
I've been Maxin. This has been Relaxin. And we're sending it over to the biggest guy at the biggest desk. Take it away, Sharif.
Max, absolutely on fire today. All right, guys, welcome back. It has been a very red day on the market today. The NQ is down 1.8. The ES is down 1.13. How about a 300-point day today, guys, on the NQ? 15.7 or thereabouts. We started off the day, and now we are just a smidge below 15.4. It has been very red. Not really sure what to account for this. There's a number of headlines here that could be the reason, you know, not the least of which we do have the UAW striking and all the reverberations that can have. So there's the look at the NQ. The ES trying to hold on to that 4,500. It dipped below it for 44.95, but was able to bounce back just a bit. But let's get to the rundown here. First on the list, ARM. What a move yesterday, and it gave you more volatility today. We were at that 69 high after the bell. We did get to 70.50 in the pre-market. Now dancing at that 63.50, guys. What is the look on ARM?
ARM is barely up today, which the market is down, but this is one where it's been an inside day for ARM, which the only thing you could do is play the range that was available to you. Simply,